The story opens with the desolate scene of a fierce battle that has just taken place. On the top of a distant rocky mountain, a figure sits calmly, while below, everything is in chaos, the dead lying scattered like straw, the ground riddled with holes. The young man tightly embraces the body of a young woman in his arms. No one can discern his expression, but within his heart, there is immense suffering. Emowen, I'm sorry, it's my fault. He grits his teeth to suppress the rage surging within him. But it seems the people below are not yet willing to let him go. A sanctimonious person calls out, the strongest demon lord of the demon clan, truly living up to your reputation. It took 5 of us joining forces to capture you. Another person wearing a skull mask disagrees, laughing loudly, ha ha, the strongest demon lord? In the end, you're just a creature that's neither human nor demon. The others also begin to taunt and curse him. Wu Yong, don't blame us, blame Mo1 for being blind, choosing you over me. You bastard, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Having finished speaking, the 5 of them form a formation, declaring boldly, why waste words on someone about to die? Kill him. At this moment, the demon lord's eyes turn blood red, his pupils filled with murderous intent as he speaks each word, you shouldn't have killed her. You all must die. As he roars, a terrifying power suddenly bursts forth in all directions. The horrifying aura envelopes the loudmouths above, causing them to realize with sudden panic, we're done for. This half-breed has activated the demonic realm's grand formation. He wants to die with us. Retreat. Before they could retreat, a dark aura explodes skyward, forming a gruesome red pillar. Those standing nearby cannot escape the fate of being obliterated by the blast. They are sent to meet their ancestors before they can even react. But the demon lord remains seated, holding the pale Mo1 in his arms, thinking resentfully, just because I'm a half-demon? Even though I became the strongest demon lord through my own strength, it's still not enough. Because they don't want a mixed-blood demon lord ruling over the pure-blooded demon clan, they colluded with the 4 other clans to ambush me. He looks up at the sky in anguish and complains, what the hell is the significance of bloodline and origin? Today, being forced into this predicament by those bastards, ultimately it's because I'm too weak. What does it matter if I'm human, demon, or ghost? It turns out that for 1,000 years, I've been blinded by prejudice. Only by breaking free from the shackles of race can I reach the realm of the great Tao. This is the true meaning of the heavenly Tao. With this realization, he breaks through his current realm and becomes one with the primordial divine soul of the heavenly Tao. He feels a powerful spiritual force flowing within his body. This is the gift of the heavenly Tao. Although my body is gone, I have received the primordial divine soul, merging into a being of the 5 clans. With this divine soul, I will reach the ultimate realm, a realm no one has ever achieved. Suddenly, his body transforms into a stream of energy that shoots towards another location. A dark shadow opens its wide mouth, revealing a set of white teeth, and receives it. Very quickly, the energy is consumed. After devouring it, the shadow laughs triumphantly. Hee, the primordial soul of the strongest demon lord now belongs to me. In a small cave on a steep cliff, a trace of demonic energy suddenly appears. A white-haired figure sees the villain laughing maniacally. He touches the power within his chest, confidently stating, wait until I finish refining this, and you will be defeated. Suddenly, a sharp pain makes him grit his teeth. What? How is this possible? His hands suddenly fly up to clutch his own throat, as if in disbelief. How can you? Impossible. I'm actually being backlashed by a primordial soul. His eyes turn bloodshot, the pain causing him to cry out in helplessness. Impossible. The demon lord's voice suddenly echoes, someone who currently possesses the primordial divine soul like me just happens to be lacking a body that I haven't previously controlled. He quickly completes the possession of the body, and before the unfortunate individual dies, he kindly informs him, I intentionally released an aura to attract cultivators in the vicinity. But I didn't expect it would be you who came. Qinjin, younger brother of the Ghost King, this demonic body of yours now belongs to me. Become the first stepping stone for me to ascend to the peak of the 5 clans. This outcome is already quite generous for you. Looking at the purple energy in his palm, he slowly comments, this is the introductory cultivation technique of the Ghost Clan. It seems the power within the primordial divine soul is the key to transcending Racial limitations, allowing cultivation of all techniques of the 5 clans. Even if the heavenly Tao won't let me die, this grudge of ambush and the hatred of my wife's murder, I will settle them one by one. Suddenly, hurried voices sound from outside. It's here! A powerful ghost clan aura suddenly emanated from here. The demon lord smirks, just in time. Let me see how powerful the primordial divine soul truly is. From the other side, someone suddenly chants, "Depart from the mountain." Immediately, the earth and rocks ahead explode, sending dust and smoke billowing. Within the smoke, the silhouette of a completely unharmed young man slowly emerges. The newcomer wonders, the demonic aura just now was almost comparable to our master's realm. It couldn't have been emitted by this kid, could it? The other person replies disdainfully. How is that possible? His realm looks like he's just a beginner. Our master could destroy his primordial soul with a single finger. The leader immediately puts on airs, ordering the demon lord, "Demon brat, if you want to live, kneel and beg for mercy, and tell us the direction of the one who emitted that aura earlier." Wu Yong finds this ridiculous, and he calmly replies, "The 3 of you, if you want to live, kneel and beg for mercy." That's still not enough, you have to kowtow 100 times as well. The other 2 immediately become enraged, shouting, "Master, this rotten brat wants to die this badly. Let this disciple send him on his way." "Master, let me do it." This kind of scum who doesn't know what's good for him only deserves the most lowly death. Their master laughs triumphantly, seemingly not taking the person before him seriously. "Both of you go together. This kind of ignorant fools should be taught what it means to live in misery and die." In despair, the way of the human clan. The 2 disciples follow the order, rushing forward to impress their master. "As you command, master." One of them shouts, "Brat, my whip is coated with the venom of 1,000 spiders." With that, he swings the whip forcefully. But the demon lord simply grabs the tip of the whip with a light grip, mocking, "Humph, petty tricks." Then, he squeezes lightly, and the whip crumbles like fine powder, falling to the ground. It's a waste to discard these poisoned weapons. He channels his inner energy, manipulating the sharp fragments to fly back towards his enemy. The enemy only has time to shriek, "How is this possible?" before being pierced through by his own weapon. The other disciple, seeing this, cries out in alarm, "Junior brother!" He angrily points his sword and charges towards the demon lord. "You rotten brat, you dare kill my junior brother! Prepare to die!" The demon lord is unfazed. He simply points a finger and casts a spell. With a flash, a surge of golden power suddenly slashes across. With a single wave of his hand, the demon lord takes the attacker's life. The cowardly master is now trembling with fear, stammering, You. The demon lord doesn't even bother looking at him. He teleports behind him, speaking like an azure from hell. "If you insist on not begging for mercy, then I can only grant your wish." With that, the master is pierced through the chest by a single attack from the demon lord. As the enemy's tall figure falls, he declares, "My path of revenge will begin with the human clan." He raises his hand and casts a spell to conceal his true appearance. This high-level illusion technique prevents those with lower cultivation levels from discerning his true face. He suddenly senses something approaching. Why is that strange kid's aura here? Without another word, the demon lord follows the trail and departs. At the foot of the rocky mountain, a defiant voice rings out, "How dare you attack me? That filthy organization, do they wish to be flattened by the 3 great families?" The speaker is Chinemo, young master of the Chen family, one of the 3 great families of the human clan, and a nascent soul cultivator. The villains laugh loudly. The 3 great families? Ha ha ha! The woman sneers. Young Master Chen is probably unaware of the backer behind this transaction. "It's one of your 3 great families." Chinemo exclaims in surprise, "What did you say? Is it the Yi family or the Su family who wants me dead?" The woman curls her lips in response. "Dead men tell no tales." She then swings a chain, commanding the beasts to attack and kill him. Just at this moment, the demon lord appears from above. With a single, powerful landing, he sends the beasts flying in all directions. The woman becomes wary. "Who's there?" The demon lord coolly replies, "A passerby who sees injustice, or in other words, a meddler." The woman, naturally annoyed at the interruption, snaps, "Who is this irrelevant person, daring to interfere in the affairs of the Zhua organization? See these dogs in my hands? Any one of them can kill a person. The demon lord feels no threat, chuckling softly. I've long heard of the human clan's organization, with their secret techniques to control the other 4 clans. Meeting you today confirms your despicableness. Killing you would dirty my hands. Infuriated by these words, the woman radiates killing intent. A mere junior dares to speak so arrogantly. I could have let you die intact, but now, ha ha. Beasts, tear apart this prey. At her command, the controlled individuals rush towards the demon lord. The demon lord simply raises a hand and commands them to stop. They are immediately slammed to the ground by a powerful force. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Chinemo is shocked. These 3 controlled cultivators are all overlords of their own territories. Even I, with nascent soul cultivation, can't withstand their combined strength. Yet they are subdued by this person with a single move. Who is this person? The demon lord grabs one of the controlled individuals by the neck. He crushes the magic-infused collar. The person immediately regains consciousness, stammering slightly, "You." The demon lord smiles at him and says, "Chihua, you've even forgotten your lord." Chihua's eyes immediately fill with tears as he sobs, "My lord. My lord, it's so good that you're alive." The woman, hearing this, finds it absurd, crying out in terror, "Impossible. Are you the strongest demon lord of the demon clan, Wu?" Before she can finish speaking, Chihua lunges forward. "How dare trash like you utter my lord's name? Die." The demon lord looks at the people on the ground. "The human clan has tormented you for so long. Do you want revenge?" The controlled individuals, still retaining a sliver of consciousness, reply in unison, "We ask the demon lord to grant our wish. After we take our revenge, we will obey your commands." He waves his hand, casting a spell as he speaks. "Good, a wise man submits to circumstances." Immediately, the chains binding them break. They regain control of their bodies and turn to look at their former tormentor. They simultaneously rush towards the woman, roaring, "Die!" It seems she is only skilled in controlling others, her actual combat abilities being quite poor. Within seconds, her body sustains numerous severe injuries. She still manages to speak, "Kill me, and the organization will not spare you." A mere demon lord is nothing in the eyes of that great person. You were lucky to survive last time, but this time your death is certain. The demon lord looks at her coldly, sneering, "Daring to threaten me?" He doesn't even blink as he detonates her body, saying, "Perfect timing. I had no intention of sparing your organization either." Chinemo hides his surprise, cupping his hands and bowing respectfully, "Many thanks for your assistance." Inwardly, he is startled. This person is incredibly powerful. A single glance can kill. He really meant it when he said he didn't want to dirty his hands. He then squints slightly, asking suspiciously, "Are you truly the demon lord?" The demon lord glances at Chinemo, replying coldly, "Why? Are you human clan nobles upset to see I haven't died?" Chihua, seeing someone being insolent to his lord, becomes furious. "How dare you offend my lord? I'll be the first to tear you apart." Chinemo coughs twice from his injuries. Cough, cough, the demon lord misunderstands. My Chin family never participated in the Great War of the 5 clans. It was the Yi family who participated in the ambush against the demon lord this time. Chihua immediately adds, "My lord, this kid isn't lying. My lord, after you were killed by those bastards and we lost contact with you, my brothers and I split up to find them and take revenge. I was responsible for that Yilu scum of the human clan, but I couldn't defeat him. After he captured me, he threw me into the Zhua organization and controlled me. This Zhua organization has captured many of our demon brethren, forcing them to work for them. Now that I'm free, I will make sure they die without a burial place." Chinemo, as if realizing something, hastily interjects, "The Yi family and the Zhua organization are connected. In other words, the one who plotted to kill me this time is also the Yi family." "That damned Yi family!" the demon lord says with interest. "If they dare to touch my people, then I must reciprocate." For some reason, Chihua becomes apprehensive and says, "No, no. This subordinate is already incompetent for not being able to avenge you, my lord. How can I let you handle it personally?" The demon lord is very indulgent, becoming angry on his behalf. "Daring to touch my people is equivalent to challenging me. Challenging my people has only one outcome: death. His words successfully transformed the muscular Chihua into a weeping mess of tears. Noticing the human clan young master sitting there silently, he turns and asks, "Young Master Chen, are you interested in putting on a play with me?" Chen Mo is puzzled. A play? In a place surrounded by towering mountains, a massive fortress lies below. Chihua leads everyone to a high vantage point overlooking the fortress. "My lord, this is the headquarters of the Zhuo organization." He looks at the woman in front of him, and can't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you to be so interested, my lord," transforming into a wicked woman of the Zhuo organization to put on a play. That damn Zhuo organization, how dare they use such despicable methods to enslave our demon clan? The demon lord, in the form of the woman from earlier, maintains a cold expression, leading everyone forward. "Let's go," to the leader of this place. In a flash, he arrives at their lair. Those within the organization, seeing the returning figure, stop what they are doing and bow. "Greetings, branch leader." The demon lord observes his surroundings, assessing the situation. "It seems that ambush had no effect on my lord." "That's excellent." A subordinate suddenly reports, "Branch leader, the general leader is currently receiving an esteemed guest and specifically requested the person in your custody." The demon lord uses voice transmission to speak with Chen Mo. "Improvise." Chen Mo replies seriously, "Understood." The group is led before the leader of the organization. The demon lord gracefully steps forward and speaks, "General leader, I've brought the Chen family brat back." The person sitting on the leather chair is a human clan body integration cultivator, the leader of the Zhuo organization. He laughs heartily, "Good, well done. You'll be rewarded. Step back for now. Second Master Su, let's get down to business. You can rest assured. Look." A nascent soul human clan cultivator, the second Master Su, is inexplicably present at this moment. He suddenly narrows his eyes dangerously. He stares intently at the woman before him, a chilling sensation running down his spine. The second master of the Su family immediately stands up, choking out, "You." The general leader, seeing this, hastily asks, "Second master, what's the matter?" He points at the demon lord and says with certainty, "This isn't your subordinate. He's the one abandoned by the Su family." The general leader flies into a rage, drawing his blade and pointing it at the demon lord, shouting, "You've got guts, brat, daring to impersonate my people. Did you think hiding your true appearance would fool everyone?" Under the interrogation of the two men before him, the demon lord remains unfazed, sneering, "Humph, I'm afraid that if you saw my true face, you wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sun." After reverting to his original form, he continues, "The Su family's ability to sense bloodlines is truly as disgusting as ever." The general leader, seeing his true face, is startled. You're the strongest demon lord of the demon clan, Wu Yong? You're still alive?" He turns to his side and questions, "Second Master Su, you just said this demon was from your Su family?" The second master immediately expresses his stance. "I despise that bastard child associated with the demon clan. He has no right to be considered a member of the Su family. He shouldn't tarnish the Su family's reputation." Chihua is about to angrily retort when the demon lord stops him. "Let him speak." Unhindered, the second master points his sword and declares, "Don't think that becoming some demon lord makes you noble. It doesn't change the fact that you're a bastard. If it weren't for your birth, my younger sister wouldn't have met such an end. It's all the fault of you, you jinxed bastard." The demon lord flinches at the mention of his mother, hastily asking, "What happened to my mother? What did your Su family do to her?" The second master roars, "Bastard, shut your mouth. You have no right to call my younger sister your mother. Today, no matter what, I will personally end your wretched life for my younger sister." The second master draws his sword, casting a spell as he shouts, "Wretch, die." With that, he directs sword energy towards the demon lord. The demon lord is fearless. He extends his hand and chants "Gather," drawing the energy into his palm. After a few seconds, having gathered sufficient energy, the demon lord pushes his hand forward, releasing it all outwards. The second master is horrified. The second master's spiritual swords, propelled by the demon lord's force, fly back and pin him against the wall. Immobilized, he still manages to curse, "You bastard! If you have the guts, kill me! Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." The demon lord ignores him, chuckling and looking up at him, saying softly, "You're my mother's older brother. I won't do that to you, but the grudge you've created for yourself. You'll bear it yourself. Chinemo has also freed himself from his chains. The demon lord looks at him, requesting softly, "Young Master Chin, for my sake, please spare his life." Chinemo replies without hesitation, "No problem." Seeing the Chin family young master approaching him, the second master can't help but scream in terror, "You damn Chin brat and you bastard, remember this." The general leader, who has been standing idly by, finally speaks up to assert his presence. "So what if you're the strongest demon lord? You barging into my territory is no different from surrendering yourself to death." "Ha ha ha!" Chi Hua, without waiting for his lord to respond, angrily retorts, "Insolent! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to my lord? You're truly courting death." Without needing the demon lord's command, he and the others charge forward. "You scum! We don't need our lord to act. We can kill you ourselves." The general leader smirks, "Fools! Slaves should act like slaves." He suddenly releases a flurry of chains towards them, chanting, "All of you, kneel before me." At this moment, the demon lord finally intervenes. He is utterly cold, his killing intent radiating like an azure from hell. "With me here, who dares force them to kneel?" As he speaks, the general leader is stunned, unable to pull back his chains. He is shocked. How is this possible? He can easily block my technique? The demon lord simply snaps his fingers. All the chain links instantly turn to dust. Chihuahua's group is immediately freed and hastily thanks him. "Thank you, my lord." The general leader's face turns purple with rage, his pride severely wounded by this counterattack in front of everyone. His voice hisses through gritted teeth. "What, my lord? A half-breed who was beaten and forced to flee by the 5 clans. And you think you're so powerful?" Finishing his sentence, he casts a spell, his body suddenly growing 100 times larger. He bellows in his amplified voice, "On the battlefield, those 5 old geezers couldn't kill you, not because you were strong, but because they were useless. Now I'll show you the true meaning of the 5 clans uniting." Following his summon, everyone is suddenly seemingly manipulated psychologically, a violent urge to kill arising within them. They gradually transform into grotesque monsters of various shapes. Under the general leader's control, they charge towards the demon lord's group, roaring for their lives. Seeing the lack of reaction from the demon lord's group, the general leader, thinking he has the upper hand, gloats, "Demon brat, kneel and beg for mercy now. And I might consider sparing your life. Your cultivation isn't bad. I'll grant you the status of a slave. Otherwise, prepare to be ground into mud." "Ha ha ha!" The demon lord looks at the small fry with boredom, yawning widely, yawn. He sets up a barrier to protect his people and steps forward, saying to the general leader, "Too much useless talk. Are we fighting or not?" Unable to detect any fluctuation in the demon lord's expression, the general leader is enraged. Gripping his chains, he shouts, putting on a brave face even when death is imminent. "Brat? I'll grant your wish then." He roars, "5 clans puppet formation. Kill him." The formation is immediately established following the general leader's roar. The demon lord calmly clasps his hands behind his back, watching the dazzling display of fireworks before him. In an instant, the green sparks in the sky simultaneously rush towards him with incredible speed. The result is a tremendous explosion with immense destructive power. The general leader hurriedly laughs, "Ha ha! Knew you couldn't measure up to me. Daring to defy me, you deserve to die." But before he can finish speaking, he chokes, as if seeing something terrifying. "You." The general leader laughs triumphantly, "Ha ha, overestimating yourself and daring to confront me, death is." Suddenly he notices something strange, his pupils contracting violently. "You." As the smoke clears, what greets him isn't the demon lord's corpse but the sight of him completely unharmed, sitting cross-legged in the air, a small fireball forming in his hand. The demon lord doesn't hold back his criticism. The 5 clans united truly possess remarkable power. "I wanted to broaden my horizons a bit, so I let you ramble on. You're no longer of any use." Without warning, he shoots the fireball towards the loudmouth. The general leader realizes what's happening, but it's too late. He can only stammer, What are you doing?" "Wait." The iron chains previously held in his hands, his crucial tools, now turn against him, latching onto his muscles. As if controlled, they tightly bind their master, causing the general leader's face to pale, Why aren't my iron chains obeying me? He despairingly watches the fireballs slowly approach, crying out, "Am I really going to die here?" Facing death, pride is meaningless. He cries out pathetically, "This insignificant one overestimated himself and deserves death. I beg Senior Demon Lord to spare my life. I'm willing to be your ox or horse, to serve you until my bones turn to dust." The Demon Lord hasn't had enough fun teasing him yet. He picks at his ear, pretending not to hear clearly, and deliberately asks, "Oh? Insignificant one? Who was it that wanted to be my grandfather?" "Just now?" The general leader hastily prostrates himself, kowtowing repeatedly, "This insignificant one is your grandson. Senior Demon Lord is my grandfather. I beg my grandfather to spare my life." The Demon Lord feigns disinterest. "Grandson, you say?" He snaps his fingers, obliterating the general leader's body. "I don't want a rotten grandson like you." Paying him no further attention, he walks forward, a red eye in the center of his forehead glowing brightly as he casts a spell. Immediately, a strange light appears, enveloping everyone below. They seemed to sense something and looked up. A moment later, everyone's vacant eyes returned to normal, and their faces were filled with confusion. The Demon Lord looked down from above and announced to the crowd, "The control spell cast upon you has been broken by me. You are free." Then he gently landed on the ground. The people, realizing what had happened, were extremely grateful. They cupped their hands towards him and said with a smile, "Thank you, Senior, for your help. I will never forget this great kindness. Your grace is like giving us a new life. From now on, if you have any orders, this junior is willing to go through fire and water, and will never refuse." If this junior is not mistaken, Senior is the Demon Lord Wuyong of the Demon Clan. "Your Lordship, it's really you. That's great. You weren't killed by those Noikat traitors." They approached him and asked eagerly, "Your Lordship, now we will attack them and make that impostor cat have no place to be buried." Wuyong calmly replied, "No rush. I still have unfinished business with my clan. This place can serve as a base for our human race." Those who didn't understand the situation gathered in small groups and whispered, "This is the strongest Demon Lord of the Demon Clan. People often say that the Demon Clan is cruel. But today, this Demon Lord saved us from slavery. I heard that Demon Lord Wuyong is half human. Perhaps that's why he is different from his kind. Regardless, he saved my life, and repaying kindness is what I should do." After their discussion, they hurried forward to bow to Wuyong. "This subordinate is grateful for Senior's life-saving grace. I have nothing to repay you with. But for anything Senior needs to do in the human realm, this subordinate is willing to give his all." Having unexpectedly gained a dozen more subordinates, Wuyong smiled brightly and agreed, "If that's the case, from now on, this place will be called the Five Clans Hall." The stone at the entrance was immediately engraved with the 3 words Five Clans Hall as confirmation. Wuyong chose the Five Clans Hall as his base while Chi Hua's group visited the various clans to investigate the whereabouts of the enemies who had ambushed him. After giving all the necessary instructions, he glanced at the 2 figures in the distance. Chenemo turned to him and said with a smile, "Demon Lord, the misunderstanding between me and Second Master Tu has been cleared up. He was also used by the Deep family, so he came to cause trouble with me." The Second Master looked very angry, frowning and cursing, "Humph, that bastard Deep Lu, wanting the 2 ancient families to kill each other, while the Deep family sits back and reaps the benefits. This time, when I return, I will definitely kill him first." "And of course," Wuyong calmly replied, "I don't care about your grudges." He turned to the Second Master and demanded, "Tutan, tell me everything you know about my mother." Tutan, as if struck by a sore spot, yelled, "How can you have the face to ask? Back then, when you and your damned father left, my younger sister was imprisoned in the Forbidden Grounds and suffered so much. Why didn't you come to save her? After the 5 Clans War, my elder brother and I returned triumphantly, but my younger sister disappeared. Her soul lamp flickered, and her chance of survival was slim. This is all because of you and your father." From that long speech, Wuyong grasped the key point and quickly asked, "My mother went missing in the Tu family's Forbidden Grounds. Take me there." The door that had long separated the gloomy Forbidden Grounds was opened. Wuyong quietly entered from outside. From afar, he could clearly see his mother's soul lamp on the platform in the distance. Wuyong frowned. It's Mother's soul lamp. Her soul's condition isn't good. Suddenly, Titan rushed in from behind, reproaching him with a disbelieving tone. You brat, what are you doing? You even dared to kill the elder guarding the gate. This is a serious matter. Big brother is coming. Before he could finish speaking, a strong gust of wind burst through the door, and a figure suddenly appeared. The dignified figure smirked and declared, anyone who trespasses into the two families' forbidden grounds, dies. It turned out to be none other than the third master of the human clan, the head of the two family, Tuvan, and also a human integration stage cultivator. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Titan intervened to defend his nephew. Big brother, he is my younger sister's son. Perhaps he has a way to find her. So I. Before he could finish, Tuvan punched him. He spoke condescendingly, shut up. Our two family has no demon clan bastards. Second brother, today you have committed a grave sin. After I deal with this demon, I will address your crime. He then turned to Wuyong and said in a raised voice, Scourge. You threatened my second brother and killed the gatekeeper elder. Today I, Tuvan, will make sure you are torn to shreds. Wuyong didn't take this old man seriously at all. He coldly mocked, besides my mother, the rest of the two family are just useless barking dogs. Suddenly, Titan, lying at his feet, realized something. Wuyong suddenly kicked Titan out of the forbidden grounds, not forgetting to curse, too much of a hindrance. Titan, kicked out, could do nothing but exclaim, damn it! He flew quite a distance before landing in the arms of Mother Earth with a thud, causing him to groan, ugh! At the same time, a terrifying explosion echoed from within the forbidden grounds, as if the battle between the two had begun. Titan finally regained his composure to think, this brat kicked me out. Could it be that he was afraid of implicating me? Inside, a summoned water dragon was menacingly heading towards Wuyong to attack. Tuvan cast an attack spell and said, damn demon, you should go to hell. The water dragon performed the two family's heavenly water one-color technique, holding a jade as it charged towards Wuyong. Wuyong was unfazed. He stood in front of his mother's soul lamp and sighed as if regretful. The two family's techniques are truly wasted in your hands. Then he drew an S-shaped line. The torrents of water, with their immense pressure, rushed towards him, yet were easily blocked. After completing his defense, he began to chant an attack spell, to family technique. 9 Heavens Silver River. As he recited, surging currents of water rose, forming a gigantic water dragon that charged straight at Tuvan. He was caught off guard and took the full brunt of the attack. Before the first attack ended, Wuyong snapped his fingers, casting another spell. The swirling water currents stacked upon each other, creating a terrifying pressure that slammed directly onto Tuvan. He was knocked down, unable to stand, and asked in disbelief, how do you know the higher level to family techniques? Wuyong didn't want to waste words on the fool. He conjured a water blade in his hand and said, you should ask yourself how incompetent you are to have only brought the two family techniques to such a weak level. He pressed the blade against his throat and declared, it's over. Yet this man hadn't shed a tear before seeing the coffin. He still sneered and said, over? It should be you who loses your life. Villains are quick to resort to dirty tricks, and Tuvan was no exception. Knowing he couldn't defeat the person before him, he shifted his target to Timat's soul lamp beside him. Wuyong immediately glanced over and noticed. He asked in a chillingly low voice, you want to kill your own sister? Tuvan laughed wickedly, my own sister, haha, that's right. He spoke as if representing justice. My own sister, for her selfish desires, tarnished the 1,000-year reputation of our two family, causing our family to be unable to hold our heads high in the human realm for hundreds of years. I gave her chance after chance, but what did she do? She disappointed me every time. Stupid, ignorant, falling into this state where her soul is about to be extinguished is entirely her own fault. Ha! Wuyong was not provoked. He looked down and spat out the words, my mother has no family like you. Tuvan sinisterly tried to bargain. Die obediently, and your mother's soul lamp will be able to burn until its last moment in the two family. He launched a sneak attack, firing several arrows from behind, momentarily startling Wuyong. Seeing his opponent fall, Tuvan rejoiced, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame your demon father for provoking the two family. Wuyong ignored that and persistently asked, where is my mother? He raised his hand to form a seal and replied, The whereabouts of our two family members are not the concern of a demon like you. You have no right to know. With that, he detonated the area where Woo-young was standing, attempting to obliterate him. Afterwards, Tuvan tightly gripped Mat's soul lamp, muttering incomprehensible words. Using the blood of her own son should be able to help her endure another 100 years beside the deep families. Ancestor. Tiamat, oh Tiamat. This is your last chance to atone for your sins. At that moment, a blood-red sword suddenly emerged from beneath his feet. The sword pierced directly upwards, catching Tuvan off guard and causing him to drop Tiamat's soul lamp. Fortunately, Woo-young had anticipated this and caught it perfectly. The rage within him now burned fiercely. He growled, accusing the cold-blooded man before him. So, my mother wasn't missing, but was being used by you to help someone else. Tuvan was shocked and terrified, clutching his severed arm, stammering, You were clearly killed by me. How are you still alive? Woo-young looked at him with utter contempt and asked, Not understanding is perfectly normal. I am the demon lord. How could a lowly human cultivator see through me? Tuvan, struck by a single blow he couldn't withstand, cried out, What are you going to do? Woo-young coldly repeated the words he had spoken earlier. To help my mother, then it's not too much for an elder brother like you to sacrifice a little blood. As he finished speaking, Tuvan's body was sliced by thousands of swift cuts. He withered, motionless and silent. His body was quickly used to sustain his mother's soul lamp. As if sensing something, the soul lamp's flame suddenly flared up intensely. Then, a horrifying scene appeared before Woo-young's eyes. His mother was tied and hanging on a cross. Behind her, numerous hands of evil spirits appeared, constantly clawing and sucking away the little remaining spiritual energy she had. Instantly, Woo-young felt his blood run cold. He couldn't believe his eyes and stood rooted to the spot, only able to whisper, Mother. After realizing what was happening, his aura erupted with rage. He roared in anguish, Deep family, you dared to use the cruel soul-devouring grand technique to steal my mother's primordial spirit. I want your entire deep family to pay with their lives. The vision ended abruptly, and the soul lamp returned to its previous state. However, following that, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared, pulling Woo-young directly into a strange vortex. A moment later, a gentle voice woke him up, Dung Air, get up. Before his eyes appeared the image of a beautiful woman, like a celestial being, her face full of worry as she scolded him, How many times have I told you, don't sleep in dangerous places like this? Mother is really angry this time. But Woo-young had now returned to his small childhood form. He smiled innocently and mischievously boasted, Mother, don't be angry. I didn't come here today to play or sleep. It's because of something very important. Mother, look at this. He then lightly tapped his foot on the ground. After that, his small body flew up, his hand firmly grasping a branch above. Woo-young happily said to his mother, Mother, this is a gift from Father and me. On the branch, which had been bare and lifeless, delicate peach blossoms suddenly bloomed. And in an instant, it became a tree full of fragrant flowers. From afar, Woo-young's excited voice could be heard, Mother, happy birthday. Tiamat was also very surprised and proud. She quickly flew up to receive him. Thank you, my good son. Mother is very happy. Mother and son shared a warm and joyful moment. She curiously looked around and then asked her son, But even with your father's magic instilled, a clever child can't do this without the activation technique. So when did you learn the development technique? Woo-young had been waiting for this question. He covered his nose, which was puffed up with pride, with his finger and declared, Not long ago, before father left. He taught me. I mastered it in 3 days. Tiamat couldn't help but pinch his nose and affectionately scolded him. Our Dung Air's arrogance is just like his father's. Their laughter filled the air with amusement. Ha ha ha. Suddenly she noticed someone approaching. Big brother, second brother, why are you here? Woo-young also quickly noticed and curiously asked her, Mother, who are they? The two figures landed in a nearby clearing. Tiamat hurriedly brought the boy down from the tall tree, smiling as she instructed, Dung Air, don't be afraid. They are your uncle and second uncle. Behave yourself. She turned to the two men and said, Big brother, second brother, long time no see. This is my son, Woo-young. Woo-young softly greeted, Uncle, second uncle. These two uninvited guests didn't even bother to respond to his greeting. They must have skipped life skills class to have such an arrogant attitude. Noticing their unusual behavior, Tamat was not afraid. Her eyes turned cold. She held her son tightly and said sternly, "Big brother, second brother, if you're here to make things difficult for Dung Air and me, then please leave." Only then did Tuvan open his golden mouth to speak. "Tamat, something has happened to the Tu family. If you still consider yourself a member of the Tu family, then come back with us." Tutan also anxiously added, "Little sister, you misunderstand, we—" Hearing this exchange, Wuyong understood the awkward relationship between them. He thought to himself, "Uncle, second uncle, my foot! I don't care. My mother won't go back with you." He softly called mother. Tamat was deep in thought. If it wasn't important, big brother and second brother wouldn't come here personally. She inquired, "What happened at home?" The two men then explained, "Recently, the Beast clan and the Demon clan suddenly started attacking our territories. We suspect the Deep and Shin families are behind it." Because Tutan was speaking when Tuvan interrupted, "This is urgent, there's no time for explanations. For now, come back with us first. After we resolve everything, you can decide whether to stay or leave." Tamat looked at her son in her arms and thought, if the Chin and Deep families are truly targeting the Tu family, without me there to defend it, the Tu family will be swallowed whole by them. I can't ignore this. But this trip will definitely be a long battle. I can't put Dung Air in danger. She gently said to her son, "Dung Air, mother has important business to attend to back at the Tu family. Can you go to your father?" The boy excitedly asked, "Mother, if you're going to fight the bad guys, Dung Air can also help you by calling father to come along." She landed on the ground. As she cast a teleportation spell, she instructed her son, "Dung Air, listen to me. After you see father, give him the message I've left in your hand. Also, you must promise mother that if I don't come looking for you, you absolutely must not come to the human realm to find me. Remember." Little Wuyong, with tears in his eyes, said, "Mother, I don't." Tamat firmly pushed him into the portal and reminded him, "Dung Air, remember what I said." The boy cried out desperately, "Mother!" The memory ended there. Wuyong woke up, holding his head in a daze. Why did I suddenly remember something that happened so long ago? Could it be the message she wanted to tell me? What is this place? Mother, you told me not to come to the human realm to find you, unless it was to protect me from harm. Now, who in the entire human realm can stop me? I will definitely find you. Mother, please don't let anything happen to you. The soul lamp suddenly left his hand, moving forward on its own. Wuyong immediately followed, full of suspicion. Is this leading me somewhere? He followed the soul lamp up the steps ahead. This place is a human altar. It looks like the sacred grounds of some sect. Have I left the Tu family's forbidden grounds? He noticed a figure amidst the altar, surrounded by a barrier created by large pillars. There's someone. Wuyong exclaimed in disbelief, "Mok Van. How is that possible? She's still alive?" As he walked closer to the woman, he suddenly noticed something in front of him. Wuyong crashed headfirst into the barrier. The demon lord's handsome face probably cried out in pain. He frantically pounded on the barrier, shouting, "Mok Van." Inside the barrier, the woman on the altar suddenly opened her eyes in confusion. I think I heard a familiar voice. She quickly looked around. Who's calling me? Strangely, she couldn't see Wuyong standing right in front of her. He continued shouting in confusion, "Mok Van, is it really you? Why are you in the human realm?" Before they could find each other, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down from above, momentarily blurring everything. During that time, large figures gradually appeared. Seeing the woman he loved enduring the lightning tribulation, Wuyong anxiously called out her name, "Mok Van." He shouted at the figures that had just appeared above, "What have you done to her?" In his rage, he unleashed a powerful demonic aura, attempting to destroy the place. The figures above clicked their tongues in annoyance. Where did this ignorant brat come from, daring to barge into this place? He's truly, the five of them said in unison with irritation, looking for death. Meanwhile, at the human realm's sacred ground, Tan Tan Mountain, on the saintess's altar, the woman Wuyong cared about was in a state of confusion. What just happened? Who was calling me? This person was the 12th saintess of the human clan, Mok Van. Another person rushed in to check on her. "Saintess, what happened?" "Why, The saintess stood in the middle of the altar, and everything around her seemed to shake violently. The other woman quickly noticed the pillars surrounding the altar, saintess, the heavenly protection pillars. Mokvan, standing in the middle of the altar, quickly cast talismans to form a seal. A sense of panic rose within her. The inscriptions on the heavenly protection pillars sealed the spiritual energy of the entire Tauntaun Mountain. Once they disappear, the spiritual energy will leak out, and Tauntaun Mountain will cease to exist. What's going on? The talismans, imbued with her spiritual energy, quickly flew to the heavenly protection pillars and kept them stable. The other woman rejoiced as if she had just escaped death, as expected of the saintess, if not for you, the spiritual energy of our sacred ground. Before she could finish, Mokvan realized something was wrong. The talismans that should have been firmly attached to the heavenly protection pillars were quickly coming undone. The situation was once again in peril. The others, witnessing this terrifying scene, couldn't contain their fear, trembling and stammering, "How is this possible?" In contrast to them, Mokvan, although still concerned, remained calmer. She clasped her hands, casting a spell that formed a bright orb before her chest. The orb turned out to be a method of rapid transmission. Her voice was immediately broadcast throughout Tauntaun Mountain. "All disciples, listen to my command. Meditate in place. Release your spiritual energy. Violators will be expelled from the mountain." Everyone in the sect quickly received the message. They all followed the saintess's instructions, sitting down and channeling their spiritual energy to combat the critical situation. Streaks of spiritual energy gradually appeared, scattered in the air. Mokvan, sensing the time was right, cast a spell to gather all the spiritual energy, calling out, "Guardians!" Spiritual energy from all directions flowed into her hands, then blazed intensely. The designated attendants also exerted all their strength, gritting their teeth to assist their saintess. However, the heavenly protection pillars showed no signs of improvement. Mokvan questioned everything. Even the combined power of the entire Tauntaun Mountain can't completely stop the disappearance of the inscriptions on the pillars. Where is this destructive power coming from? Could today's events be related to the voice that called out to me? That was below. Up above, Wuyong had taken quite a beating. The figures looked down at him and said loudly, "To think a half-human, half-demon brat like you could withstand the pressure of the five of us without turning to ashes. At a glance, he's only reached the Demon Lord realm in the Demon Clan. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to withstand it." Ignoring the chattering figures above, Wuyong continued to ponder. These six beings aren't deities, but the residual tribulation power left behind after Ascension. Mother's soul lamp led me here, probably wanting me to claim this power for myself. Suddenly, the figures attacked. However, he's just a demon hybrid. 1 foot is enough to crush him. Yet, when his enormous foot stomped down, Wuyong was nowhere to be seen. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" By the time he reacted, he had been frozen solid, encased in ice. Wuyong, now standing beside him, simply tapped the ice a few times. Instantly the ice shattered, sending pieces of the figure's body scattering across the ground. "Ice horse, shatter and gather," he said as he reached out to collect the blue energy, sighing, "This is your strongest skill." Not bad. After a moment, the energy transformed into a tranquil jade in his hand. A corner of it crumbled, signifying his absorption of this formidable power. With the first one acquired, Wuyong confidently addressed the remaining figures. "If you insist on quickly transferring all your remaining post-ascension cultivation to me, then I can't refuse." Wuyong spoke upwards, "Everyone. With the attitude of 'I've arrived, and your time is up,' he arrogantly said, "Please." The figures, insulted, were furious. They roared, "Ah, you hateful brat! Burn to ashes!" The figure with fire abilities immediately swept a wave of flames towards Wuyong. Wuyong, on the receiving end, waited until the flames were close before reacting. He waited for the opportune moment, then gently exhaled, deploying the burning fire reflecting technique, sending the flames back. The fire god was not yet ready to give up. He launched another attack. This time, hundreds of thousands of fiery weapons charged simultaneously. Wuyong remained where he was. He used the iron sand extinguishing slash technique, returning the weapons to the fire god, causing him considerable pain. The fire god, teaming up with the earth god, attacked together. They looked down and shouted furiously, "You brat, just you wait for eternal damnation." We will make your life a living hell. The two of them chanted spells simultaneously. As they commanded, sparks and grass tendrils crept towards Wuyong. Standing there, he felt that these two were truly severely lacking in intelligence to cooperate against him. Raising his hand to meet the attack, he taunted, "Confidence is a good thing. But blind confidence leads to failure." Wuyong simply spun around a few times. The attacks intertwined, leaving the two attackers in disarray, unsure of what to do. A terrifying blaze erupted, then gradually dissipated. Wuyong then recited a few lines of poetry for the opponent's utterly pathetic self-destruction. Before the withered tree, 10,000 trees bloom in spring, 30 years of fame, dust and earth. He stood silently for a moment. I guessed he was impressed by the other team's criticism. At the same time, Useless had broken through to the peak human cultivation level of the Great Ascension stage. He reached out his hand and commented, "The primordial soul gave me the physique to cultivate the cultivation techniques of other races, but I haven't had the opportunity to cultivate them yet." Unexpectedly, this time it helped my human race cultivation reach completion. However, after reaching completion, there's no sign of ascension tribulation. Perhaps it's also due to my primordial soul physique. I need to cultivate until the realms of all 5 races reach a proficient level. He suddenly remembered that soul lamp and couldn't hide his emotion. "Mother, thank you for giving your son such a precious gift. Wait for me, I'm coming to save you soon. Besides Mother, there's also Mon. That altar, where in the human race is it located? What exactly is going on with Mon?" As soon as he returned to the Su family's forbidden grounds, Su Qing questioned him, "You brat, where did you take my younger sister's soul lamp these past 3 days? Don't you know that my younger sister's soul lamp cannot leave the Su family's forbidden grounds?" Useless panicked. "What are you talking about? My mother's soul lamp can't leave the Su family's forbidden grounds?" Su Qing immediately nagged, There, look, the soul lamp is unstable now. Hurry up, quickly put it back on the shelf in the middle of the lake." Seeing Su Ma's soul lamp return to its original place, he calmed down. Good, nothing happened. The Su family's forbidden grounds are the place with the most flourishing spiritual energy in the Su family. After my younger sister went missing, although her soul was weak, it was nourished by the spiritual energy here, so it could prevent her soul from dispersing. Hearing Su Qing's explanation, Useless became certain. It seems that I can only temporarily leave Mother's soul lamp here. Besides me, no one can break this barrier. Mother, from now on, no one will be able to harm you. Su Qing suddenly came to his senses and asked him, "Where are you going?" "Where's my older brother?" His reply was only 2 cold words, "Dead." Leaving Su Qing still stunned and stammering something, Useless flew away. On the way, he kept wondering, strange, why can I only sense the faint remnants of her aura left at the Yi family, but I can't see her. She's been moved. It seems I can only find someone from the Yi family to ask for clarification. Seeing that he had arrived, he immediately launched thousands of sharp sword blades towards the ground where the Yi family governed and shouted, "You dare harm my mother? The Yi family's end has come." With a wave of his hand, the swords swiftly accelerated downwards. Useless iron sand consumption attacks slammed into the Yi family's barrier, creating explosions that shook the ground. After just a few seconds, the barrier brightened and then vanished. Useless couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, quick reaction." The Yi family disciples from below the ground all rushed up and questioned, "Which little beast dares to provoke the Yi family? Speak, which power sent you? How many of you are there? Our Yi family doesn't kill nameless pawns, state your name." Useless looked coldly at the group of brats and growled, "You're not worthy." Hearing this, those on the ground simultaneously cast spells and shouted, "Yi family soul locking formation, let this little beast's soul suffer for 300 years. Immediately, an extremely terrifying surge of spiritual power swirled in the air and gradually surrounded Useless. The Demon Lord title wasn't for show. Useless immediately opened his hand and used the newly acquired wood elemental skill, praising them but not excessively. Soul locking formation, very good. If your Yi family likes to use this soul-damaging technique against others, then I won't be polite either. He cast the 10,000 wood spring before the sick tree technique. Dense and sturdy branches erupted from his body, twisting and writhing like giant pythons, shattering the Yi family's formation. The experienced elder below seemed to be witnessing this for the first time and couldn't help but be terrified. He stammered, How is this possible? My magic treasure. Still enraged, Useless continued to control the roots, turning the previously loud-mouthed individuals into fertilizer, each one pierced through the stomach. They began to scream hopelessly, "Don't! What kind of monster is this?" Suddenly, a large flame erupted from the ground, rushing straight towards him. Useless nimbly cast Iron Horse enters dreams in ice, summoning a ferocious ice horse. He had sent those unfortunate people to play in the ice house. At that moment, someone suddenly appeared and shouted, "Flying dragon in the sky!" His fire dragon and Useless ice horse immediately clashed. The collision of the two powerful forces created an extremely large explosion in the air above the Yi family. You demon, you're still not dead." The speaker was Yi Lu, the eldest son of the Yi family head, one of the Tam great human families, and one of the people on the battlefield who secretly attacked. The combined form of Useless. Seeing his old enemy appear, Useless just sneered and provoked him. "Very surprised? You shouldn't be. After all, even someone like you wouldn't dare fight head-on. Only daring to collude with those useless people to ambush me from behind. Still living well?" Yi Lu was enraged by these words and immediately summoned fire energy in his palm, saying, "Brat, no matter what methods you use, victory makes one a king, defeat makes one a bandit. I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. You were severely injured by the ultimate techniques of the five of us back then. In such a short time, you probably haven't fully recovered, have you? This time, I'll directly extract your soul and let the Yi family's soul-devouring technique consume you." Looking at the dancing flames before his eyes, Useless also became serious. "You play with fire, right? Then let me show you what mastery means." He softly chanted a spell, Fixed Formation. A series of sparks suddenly appeared, suspended in midair. It took only a few seconds for them to all move around him. A dragon immediately appeared, its oppressive presence filling the sky with the burning sky rattan face technique. It only waited for Useless to shout, "Go!" The dragon's flames flew like lightning towards the still-stunned Yi Lu. Only then did he panic and stammer, "No, impossible, why isn't the fire obeying me? How could you recover so quickly after being so severely injured, and become so strong?" Useless felt a little tired of talking and replied, "Why should I tell a dying man?" The flames quickly burned Yi Lu's left arm, causing him to scream in pain, "Ah, my arm!" The fearless fool of the five was called Yi Lu. Even injured like this, he still managed to curse Useless, "You beast." Useless found the barking quite annoying. He coldly threatened him, "You make another sound, and I'll cripple your other arm." Seeing that his opponent had obediently shut up, he continued to ask, "Where has your Yi family hidden my mother?" Yi Lu thought he had regained the upper hand, furrowed his brows, and said in a superior tone, "So you need my help. Do you think I'll tell you?" Useless didn't waste words on the fool. He summoned fire into his palm, looking at him as if he were looking at a corpse, and said, "Then forget it." Instantly Yi Lu was struck with a painful blow as Useless' spirit sword pierced him from above. He cried out, "Ah, I'll talk. Suma was taken by the family head to Mount Qingxingshan for the final preparations of the Jia ritual, 3 days from now. Seeing Useless continue to question, "Anything else?" Yi Lu, fearing death, knelt down, "I've said everything, please spare me." Useless asked one more question, "Last question, I have no grudges with your clan, why did you want to collude with the demon race traitors to kill me?" Suddenly Yi Lu's face drained of all color, and he stammered in utter terror, No, I don't know, I can't say." Before his fear could subside, an explosion erupted from his dantian, taking his life. The explosion shook the entire Yi family, surprising everyone. Witnessing the scene, Useless couldn't help but think in shock, the secret restriction on the 5 races joining forces to kill me is this strong? Just mentioning it caused his soul origin and body to self-destruct. A communication stone appeared. Chihua appeared from the communication stone with an anxious expression, reporting, "Your lordship, it's bad. Our people have seen the human race saintess, who looks exactly like Demon Lord Moen. She has been captured by the human emperor and taken to the imperial palace. The human emperor is infatuated with the saintess's beauty and wants to force her to marry him today." After hearing this, Useless couldn't help but crush the stone. He flew towards the imperial palace at lightning speed to confront the situation. At this time, in the distant imperial palace, everything seemed peaceful. Inside the bedchamber, The audacious dog emperor sat arrogantly on an ornate chair, looking down at the saintess below. A voice echoed through the chamber. The human race saintess has arrived. The emperor, with an extremely perverted expression, exclaimed, beautiful, truly as beautiful as a celestial being. Emoan, however, only coldly concealed her anger and spoke, you, as the human emperor, violate the ancestral will by laying your hands on the saintess of Qingxingshan. Are you not afraid of divine punishment? Hearing this, the emperor laughed loudly. Divine punishment? No matter what, I am the true dragon emperor. Even if the heavens punish, they will punish those who desire to have my saintess consort. Your Qingxingshan spiritual energy is now completely depleted. A saintess like you can't even resist the specially made soul shackles of our imperial family, let alone divine punishment. Just be obedient and become my consort. Facing the filthy hand placed on her chin, Emoan still gave a cold smile. You're truly ridiculous. You think that because everyone at Qingxingshan is severely injured from guarding the heavenly protection pillar, you can do whatever you want? He replied, what do you mean? The inscriptions on the heavenly protection pillar have disappeared. It's just an ordinary pillar now. Can it still condense spiritual energy? Emoan looked at the emperor before her as if he were a fool. The imperial family is truly utterly foolish to let you succeed the throne. The most important thing about Qingxingshan is not the heavenly protection pillar, but the saintess. As long as the saintess lives, the inscriptions will restore themselves, and the spiritual energy will naturally return. The saintess didn't die, she only reincarnated. And you will pay a heavy price for what you do today. It seemed someone's pride had been hurt. The dog emperor immediately slapped Emoan and cursed, bitch, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Emoan felt the sting and gritted her teeth, thinking, I'm almost able to unlock the soul's shackles. Even if I don't have enough true energy now, at worst, I'll perish together with this dog emperor. The emperor grabbed the chains on her body. He pulled her forcefully towards him and said, a woman like you, who doesn't know what's good for her, doesn't need an auspicious time for the ceremony. I'll take you now. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out in the bedchamber, startling both of them. The dog emperor turned around in alarm and shouted, who's there? His answer was a bolt of righteous lightning that descended from the sky, striking the bedchamber directly. The figure within the lightning successfully snatched the woman from his grasp. Useless appeared like a god beside Emoan, gently asking her, Emoan? Emoan just stared at him blankly, murmuring, your voice, you're the one who appeared in my dreams. The emperor, forced to witness this romantic scene, struggled and yelled, who are you, brat? Let go of my consort, and I might let you keep your corpse intact. Congratulations to the emperor for returning to the logout screen, because now Useless' eyes were filled with killing intent. He growled, you dare to have designs on my wife? I will destroy your soul. Hearing this, Emoan thought, wife? Did he mistake me for someone else? The emperor was still unaware of the danger. He thought he was hearing a joke and burst out laughing. So it's a man. The saintess of Qingxingshan, the human race saintess, is your wife? Ha ha ha, this is the biggest joke in the world. Useless turned to look at the woman beside him, thinking, the saintess of Qingxingshan. The Emoan before his eyes truly didn't have a trace of demonic energy. She was human, exactly like the person he saw in the illusion of his mother's soul lamp. Suddenly, Emoan sensed something and shouted at him, be careful. Useless activated his national husband mode and softly reassured her, don't worry, it's fine. A shield immediately appeared, enveloping the two of them, perfectly blocking all the sneak attacks of the dog emperor. Useless looked at the small fries before him and sneered, the Imperial Guards only have this much ability? It's best not to embarrass yourselves further. He snapped his fingers, causing the shield to emit several streaks of spiritual energy. They rushed towards the group in the distance, the electrical surges sending them straight back to their previous lives. The Emperor finally knew fear. He grimly asked, to have such cultivation, who are you? Useless didn't bother with much talk, the dead don't need to know who I am. After saying that, a stream of spiritual energy gathered at his fingertip. It shot straight towards the Emperor. The Emperor, it turned out, was all bark and no bite. He stood frozen, not daring to move, watching his impending doom approach. Suddenly, a yin-yang circle appeared, blocking Useless' attack. His spirit sword was deflected by the formation, sparing the Emperor's life. Following this, more and more yin-yang formation circles appeared, surrounding Useless and Mo1. They seemed to be able to redirect attacks, so Useless' spirit sword now surrounded them. Mo1 seemed to suddenly awaken and exclaimed, "It's bad, the Imperial family's best skill is the soul-locking 8 trigrams formation." Useless quickly observed and analyzed. This formation is a bit strange. A man suddenly appeared, clapping his hands in praise. As expected of the saintess of Qingxingshan, you even know the Imperial family's strongest trump card. Useless paid no attention and grabbed Mo1's hand. He gently placed her hand on his chest, his other arm wrapping around her slender waist. Faced with this sudden intimate contact, Mo1 could only gasp but couldn't speak. The dog Emperor seemed furious now. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Stop talking nonsense, separate them from me. Only I can touch my consort." The national teacher replied, "Your command is my will," and quickly stepped forward. The ring on his hand flickered with a faint purple light. In the next second, despite still being held by Useless, Mo1 was instantly transported to the national teacher's side. Feeling the loss in his hand, Useless became enraged. He tried punching the yin-yang circle, but, no matter how powerful his punch was, it couldn't penetrate. Useless was slightly surprised. This formation can actually suppress all the human race cultivation within me. I can't even break a small barrier. At this time, the national teacher calmly advised, "Don't waste your energy." Trapped by the soul-locking 8 trigrams formation, even a great Ascension stage cultivator would find it difficult to escape. He smiled smugly and said, "Brat, accept your fate." The dog Emperor, finally holding the chain in his hand, was overjoyed. He cursed, "Little thief, you don't know your place, daring to fight with me for a woman. You truly don't know how to spell death." Mo1, standing beside him, was pulled closer and angrily shouted, "Dog Emperor, let me go." He didn't bother to listen to her anymore. His hand reached up to grip her chin tightly, his voice rough and vulgar, "Beauty, you can curse me all you want, I really enjoy this defiant side of you." Mo1 struggled, ignoring the Emperor laughing like an orangutan beside her. She thought, "That person transferred a mysterious power into my hand, helping me escape the control of the soul's shackles. Who is he? He could still help me within the soul-locking 8 trigrams formation." When her eyes turned back, she met Useless' gaze, silently watching her from behind. The Emperor pulled her away and said to the national teacher, "I want to consummate my marriage with my consort. Take care of this brat cleanly for me." The national teacher replied with interest, "Your command is my will." After saying that, he clasped his hands and cast a spell, murmuring, "The soul-locking 8 trigrams formation hasn't been used in over 1,000 years. Being able to die here is your honor." Seeing Useless firmly bound by his chains in the center of the room, he said softly, "Don't worry, brat. Soul-locking 8 trigrams, descend tribulation." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of spiritual energy was channeled into the chains. Useless in the center immediately felt as if he were being torn into 100 pieces as he received the force from the chains on his body. The national teacher remained innocently insane, laughing harmlessly and saying, "For 1,000 years, you're the first person who could break into the Imperial Palace and cause such chaos. Unexpectedly, you couldn't even withstand a single blow from the soul-locking 8 trigrams formation. How boring." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, "You're not wrong, I indeed couldn't withstand a single blow." His face paled in fear. He spun around and exclaimed, "What?" Before his eyes now was nothing but a mass of blood-red demonic energy. The chains, one by one, snapped under the force of that thing. The surrounding yin-yang formations couldn't escape the fate of shattering. Simultaneously, the national teacher standing nearby suffered the backlash from the formation, painfully vomiting blood. "No, impossible! The cultivation on your body was clearly completely suppressed by me." Useless, like an azure from hell, approached him, looking down from above, his voice low as he denied the national teacher's thoughts. "You're wrong, your formation only suppressed the human part of my cultivation." As he was lifted into the air by his neck, the national teacher realized in horror, You also have the cultivation techniques of other races. How is that possible? How can one person cultivate 2 types of cultivation techniques?" Useless growled, correcting him, "Still wrong, not just two types. In another scene, in a bedchamber in a corner of the imperial palace, the emperor, with a lustful expression, threw Mo1 onto the bed, chuckling, "Consort. I'm coming to love you now." Suddenly, the soul shackles grew hot. The emperor quickly grabbed them, praising with interest. As expected of the saintess of Qin Shan, you can actually escape the soul shackles restrictions with the little remaining cultivation. You have. Mo1, filled with resentment, radiated spiritual energy around her body and shouted, "The humiliation you've inflicted upon Qin Shan today, you must die for it." The dog emperor wasn't a pushover either. He radiated the imperial aura and spoke arrogantly, "Consort, you've aroused my excitement. I'll play with you for 3 days and 3 nights." Seeing that this man was serious, she immediately clasped her hands and formed a seal, "Divine Fire Thunder Bullets." She shouted, "Annihilate!" The fire bullets shot forward. Seeing that she could still attack, he was quite alarmed and hurriedly dodged. Then came an earth-shattering explosion. The imperial palace carpenters would have their hands full with repairs. After the collapse, Mo1 also fell powerlessly. She thought, "With my remaining true energy, I can't withstand the backlash from the divine fire thunder bullets. My meridians are damaged." Fortunately, as she looked at the smoking rubble before her and sighed in relief, she suddenly stopped. She was horrified. "Wait a minute." Mo1's voice trembled as she asked the figure of the emperor behind the smoke and dust, "You're still not dead?" Suddenly, a fire dragon was summoned. The dragon exhaled a stream of scorching air, then coiled its body around the emperor. Only then did he become truly enraged. He roared in a low voice, "A half-dead bitch dares to injure me. I'll make you wish you were dead." The fire dragon spat out flames that flew towards Mo1, binding her to the bed. Looking at the helpless girl, unable to escape, he felt satisfied and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." Not stopping there, he roughly grabbed her hair, forcing her to look up, and spat out vulgar remarks. "This face of the saintess is truly perfect for me to trample upon." Mo1 still stubbornly swung her hand, trying to stop him. But it seemed she was exhausted, and her attacks slowed down considerably. The emperor caught her outstretched arm, furious. "Bitch, you've harmed me again and again. If you like it rough, I'll fulfill your wish. This hand dared to injure me, then there's no need to keep it." With that, he decisively increased his force, breaking her arm. Then, he roughly threw her onto the king-size bed. Knowing she couldn't escape, Mo1 still smiled brightly, mocking him. To be made so miserable by a crippled cultivator, the emperor is truly laughable. Hearing this, he reached out and choked her. Completely consumed by lust, he lost all reason and grinned. "Bitch, you still dare to insult me? Then let me let you die happily. You won't. Even if you want to die, you have to let me play you to death first." Mo1 was completely despairing. She closed her eyes and thought, "I didn't expect this life to end so quickly. My past life memories haven't even recovered yet, but oh well." Suddenly, the gem on her arm glowed brightly as she shouted, "Qin Xing Dissolution Grand Technique." Seeing the miraculous change in the woman's body, the emperor was startled. He hurriedly retreated, exclaiming, "The bitch can actually self-destruct." Just then, a figure rushed in with an urgent voice. "No! Useless!" Having escaped the national teacher, rushed over and embraced Mo1, silently shouting, "Stop!" He quickly channeled spiritual energy into her arm where the self-destructing gem was. Realizing who had come, Mo1 couldn't help but choke up. "You." Useless reassured her, "I'm sorry, I came late and made you suffer." After a while of channeling spiritual energy, Useless continued to envelop her in icy energy. Mo1's entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of ice. She struggled to speak to him. Finally, "You," cough. Seeing that she couldn't even finish a sentence, Useless said with heartache, "You're very weak now, don't talk or think about anything. Just rest. Wait until I've dealt with these complicated matters, then we'll talk." Mo1 had no other choice but to reply, "Okay." The emperor was extremely surprised to see him appear. He roared furiously, "You scoundrel, how are you here? What do you want to do, my imperial preceptor?" Vo Dung waved his hand, neutralizing his attack. Moments later, he asked coldly, "How do you want to die?" After that, he radiated immense spiritual power from his back, causing the emperor, who couldn't understand what was happening, to stammer, "This is." Blazing flames with immense destructive power flew towards him in a surprise attack. Everyone has their limits, so the Emperor immediately summoned a fire dragon, which spewed out thousands upon thousands of sparks. As he formed hand seals, he cursed. That bitch, I spared her life to play with her later, but you, I will grind you to dust. Kill him for me. The fire dragon's flames were truly formidable. In a short time, they engulfed the entire structure of the house. Suddenly, strange tentacles emerged from the flames. Like sturdy thorny vines, they reached out and bound the fire dragon, conveniently muzzling it as well. Seeing this, the dog emperor was dumbfounded, his face a picture of utter stupidity. Looking at the fire dragon now tightly bound by his vines, Vodung sneered, "Only this much ability?" Standing protectively in front of Macvan, he said coolly, "Without this dragon, what else can you do? Destroy your protective aura first." As soon as he finished speaking, the thorny vines tightened. The fire dragon suddenly thrashed about as if in great pain. Cracks gradually appeared on its body. Very quickly, the fire dragon dissipated into smoke, accompanied by the terrified scream of the dog emperor. He coughed up blood and cried out in shock, "My dragon chi!" Before he could recover from his panic, Vodung appeared before him like a ghost, making him jump. "Ah, you!" He grabbed the emperor's wrist tightly. In his fury, the strength in his grip increased. Through gritted teeth, he said, "The pain my wife suffered, I will make you pay back tenfold." With that, he crushed the emperor's wrist, causing him to scream in agony. Suddenly, the emperor's aura shifted. He gritted his teeth, "You beast! How dare you injure me like this? I will cast you down to the 18th level of hell, never to rise again." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his spiritual power. Golden auras gradually appeared around him, and a powerful column of energy shot up into the sky, piercing through all 7 times 7, 49 layers of clouds. As if in response, similar columns of energy appeared one after another in other parts of the imperial palace. When it was complete, people recognized it as the 8 trigram soul sealing formation, encompassing the entire palace. At this moment, the emperor had broken through to the human race's great ascension stage. Despite being the first to notice, she panicked slightly. The dog emperor actually hid his great ascension cultivation. With the support of the palace formation, even a great power would likely die here. Thinking this, she immediately warned Vodung, "Hey, this soul sealing formation isn't on the same level as before. Forget it, let's go." However, the dog emperor seemed to have truly turned evil. He laughed hideously, "Go? Ha ha ha, you're not going anywhere. Daring to push me to this point, I will make you ants know the consequences of provoking the heavens." As he spoke, the ground beneath Vodung's feet trembled and cracked severely. "Vodung!" After ensuring Macvan's safety behind him, he raised his voice in challenge, "I also want to see just how capable the so-called heavenly might is." The emperor chanted an incantation, "Void return great formation, divine soldiers and generals." Following his command to kill, the divine soldiers charged. Vodung attacked. Immediately, Vodung swung the heavy sword in his hand, delivering powerful blows in return. However, the divine soldiers seemed immortal, constantly regenerating their bodies. While parrying, Vodung analyzed, "Stronger than the previous formation, it can suppress all my current techniques and cultivation." The emperor, who created the formation, clapped his hands and laughed, "Haha, being suppressed by the void return great formation, only able to fight to the death with swords, how does it feel?" Vodung mocked him, "Relying on these shrimp soldiers and crab generals can actually tire me to death? The human emperor is such a naive fool." The emperor decided to unleash his final move, "If you want to die so quickly, I will grant your wish. Void return soul separation technique." The divine soldiers surrounded Vodung, creating a glowing formation beneath his feet. After the divine soldiers' strange movements, Vodung's soul was truly separated from his body. Seeing that the situation was not good at all, Macvan desperately tried to break the barrier and get out. But this action caused her to suffer a backlash and cough up blood. The emperor sneered, "It's you. Ha ha ha, I thought who was so bold as to defy heaven, it turns out to be you, a demonic hybrid of the demon race. No wonder you could break the Imperial Preceptor's 8 trigram soul sealing formation, but against the void return great formation, you still need more practice." Vodung trembled slightly. He recognized me just by looking at my soul form. "This seems a bit troublesome," he said. "I have never met you before." I didn't expect the human emperor to admire me so much. The emperor replied, "Humph, if the Yi family hadn't come to me, you little devil wouldn't have caught my eye. But since the 5 races joined forces and still let you escape, let me deal with you for them. Just conveniently crushing a little demon as well." He slowly lured him into the trap. "So you also know that the 5 races betrayed me?" Seeing that he seemed desperate, the emperor gloated. "What? You still want to know at this point? You're about to die in my void return great formation anyway." Suddenly, a fierce force flew through the dog emperor's glabella. The demonic technique, soul reaping, was executed swiftly. The dog emperor Bang Hong thought, "What happened? Didn't I already pull out his soul? How could he escape the restraints of my void return great formation?" Through the dog emperor's divine sense, Vodung saw the past memories, and realized, the reason for killing me, Yi Lubin didn't tell the emperor. It was just a transaction. In that case, this dog emperor is no longer useful. No need to waste any more time. After that, he immediately pulled the emperor's soul out of his body. He screamed in pain. "What do you want to do, you little devil?" Vodung quickly possessed the emperor's body. He smirked. "The physical cultivation of the demon race is inherently weak. This soul separation formation of yours conveniently removes the soul, which has been struggling with me all this time. How can a small human formation suppress my majestic soul?" With a single punch, Vodung successfully sent the emperor to meet his maker. With the dissipation of the imperial palace leader's soul, the void return formation shattered into pieces. Vodung didn't care much. He was busy examining his new body, the body of a human great ascension stage cultivator. "My soul's power is suppressed, but my physical cultivation has increased 3-fold. Not bad." Suddenly, a gentle but suspicious voice came from behind him. "Who are you, really?" He hurriedly approached Mac Van. "Your true chi is severely injured. Let me help you." Before he could finish, she interrupted him. "It's useless. Even if you force it, you can't save me. A saintess's injured true chi can only be healed by returning to Tan Tan Mountain." Hearing this, he hurriedly embraced her dying body and whispered, "Excuse me." After some flying and maneuvering, Vodung arrived at the destination. He sighed inwardly. "So this is Tan Tan Mountain. It was the soul lamp that led me here, and it was the Yi family head who brought my mother here. There's no trace of my mother's or the Yi family head's aura. Could it be that I have to wait for 3 days?" Suddenly, he sensed something. "Wait, that's not right." From within the hazy mist, he saw thousands of hungry, glowing red eyes staring at him. Gradually, soulless figures emerged from the darkness. He was stunned. These are the cultivators of Tan Tan Mountain. Seeing them rushing towards him, intent on killing, he concluded, they're being controlled. Starving and devoid of humanity, they charged with red eyes. "Kill!" Vodung channeled his true chi and radiated spiritual power. Carrying Mac Van, despite her severe injuries, on his back, he stepped through the crowd, determined, "It seems I can't find out anything here." So he had to fight back, flinging the crowd away. Vodung's simple but powerful moves quickly cleared a path to the altar. He briefly turned his head to check on Mac Van. She wasn't wrong about the severity of her injuries. "With my previous cultivation, it's impossible to heal her. But now that we're at Tan Tan Mountain, her body can automatically absorb spiritual chi to recover. Mac Van is likely human. How can she be revived here? Moreover, how can a demon become human? I'll ask her when she wakes up." He carried her up to the altar. Looking at the desolate, empty altar, he observed silently, "I didn't sense any aura when I first set foot here. It turns out it's hidden within the altar." At this moment, Mac Van suddenly spoke. "An outsider has intruded upon the altar." Vodung asked her, "Are you awake? Or are you planning to play along?" She softly agreed. "All right," she said to him, "please remove the restraints on them." He reminded her, "Are you sure? You're in this condition." She frowned slightly and pleaded with him, "Please." Thus, the hero couldn't resist the beauty's plea, and Vodung immediately complied. The crowd still rushed forward, intent on killing. Mac Van calmly formed hand seals. After a few seconds, she projected a formation onto them and shouted, "Break!" A wave of purifying energy shot out, causing the crowd to tremble violently. Despite being severely injured, the saintess lived up to her name, as she was still capable of using her meager spiritual energy to purify the entire vast altar. The redness in their eyes disappeared. They looked at each other in confusion. What happened? Why are we here? I remember we were fighting with the human emperor. It's the saintess. Perhaps due to the backlash, Mac Van coughed up blood in pain. She then collapsed forward, unable to support herself. But what awaited her was not pain, but the familiar warm embrace of that man. He said, I told you. Why are you wasting your spiritual energy? It's too much of a strain. Although his words were scolding, Vodung honestly transmitted his spiritual energy to help her hold on. Mac Van unconsciously leaned against him. This scene, in the eyes of the people of Tauntaun Mountain, was a different matter altogether. They roared indignantly, Audacious fiend! Release the saintess immediately! How dare you defile the saintess? Let her go, or face the consequences. Facing their barking, Vodung simply asked coldly, Where were you all when your saintess was injured? The brainless crowd ignored his question and interrogated him. Where did this man come from, daring to ascend the sacred mountain? The saintess's injuries must be your doing. Right. Release the saintess or else. A strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes, immediately immobilizing the crowd. They didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? His eyes are terrifying. Just a glance feels like a blade at my throat. Vodung thought, the spiritual energy here is so dense. It's best to let her absorb it and recover. Thinking this, he scooped her up, much to her and the crowd's surprise. The crowd, truly blind as bats, decided to charge, Audacious fiend. He reached his limit and cursed softly, annoying. He unleashed his inner strength, blasting away the clinging pests. Knowing the girl in his arms was about to complain, he preemptively cut her off. Don't say anything. Recover first. Mac Van replied, All right. She formed a small sphere of energy in her dantian with her hands. Sitting in the middle of the altar, the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered and flowed into her body. Vodung watched over her thoughtfully. The Yi family head is truly capable of doing such things. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. While the two were peacefully sitting on the altar, the crowd below had gathered into a huddle again. Don't you see? The spiritual energy on the mountain isn't attacking this person. Only the saintess can absorb spiritual energy, but even with the saintess's protection, one should still be attacked by the spiritual energy. Who is this person? Coincidentally, Vodung had a question of his own. But why does this place feel so familiar? Could it be the remnants of my cultivation after ascending, absorbed by my mother soul lamp? And left here? Suddenly, Mac Van's breathing became erratic. Vodung noticed and asked, What's wrong? Mac Van slowly opened her eyes, looked at him, and voiced her doubts. Who are you, really? Why did you appear in my mindscape before, and today, here, able to withstand the attack of the mountains? Spiritual energy? He felt wronged and hurriedly explained, It's me, Vodung. You are my wife. We spent 500 years together in the demon realm. Not long after, I was betrayed by other races and you died saving me. She fell into deep thought as she listened to him. The saintess's body is the vessel for the inherited cultivation techniques and memories of Tauntaun Mountain. After the saintess's primordial spirit merges with the body, she then spoke, the first awakening will either be the saintess's cultivation and memories, or past life memories. My primordial spirit has only recently inherited this body. My past life memories haven't fully recovered yet. I'm not sure if I'm your wife or not. Vodung felt like he had grasped a lifeline, primordial spirit. So, Mac Van, you're not truly dead. Seeing him approaching like a hungry wolf, Mac Van couldn't help but be startled. Let go. Before she could finish, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck them. Mac Van fainted from the blow. Vodung's face paled with worry. He clearly sensed something terrible had just happened. The people guarding outside the altar were also startled. Saintess. What happened to the saintess? As if to answer them, a figure in the sky laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. The cultivation of the Tauntaun Mountain saintess is mine. They immediately gritted their teeth. Who is it? A swaying tassel appeared in the wind. An 8-person palanquin appeared. Behind the curtain was a person named Deep Han. She murmured dreamily, This remaining inherited cultivation after ascension, it's truly wonderful. The people of Tauntaun Mountain, once again acting before thinking, immediately flew towards her, audacious. How dare you touch our saintess? Are you courting death? Before they could reach the palanquin, they were shattered by Deep Han's people. Sitting in the palanquin, she softly commanded, "These small fries, deal with them." They responded with "As you command," and charged at the people below, unleashing dangerous demon-slaying techniques. The people of Tauntaun Mountain were also ready, vowing to protect the saintess to the death. Perhaps suddenly bored, Deep Han abruptly attacked. "Since you are so devoted to the saintess, I will let you reunite with her in the underworld." She unleashed the thousand thread slash, sending a massive surge of spiritual energy downwards. At that moment, a surge of crimson spiritual energy flew towards them. It blocked the attack, saving the Tauntaun Mountain cultivators' lives. This surprised Deep Han. She exclaimed softly, "One side is using their own cultivation to protect the saintess, while the other wants to besiege me?" Vodung angrily demanded, "Where did you bury my mother, Demon Empress?" She laughed falsely, "Little brat, you killed my son, Yi Lu, and took the opportunity to destroy my Yi family. You should go down to the Yellow Springs and meet your mother. Before killing your mother, I'll take the inherited cultivation of the Tauntaun Mountain Saintess." Ha ha! After that, she unhesitatingly absorbed the spiritual energy bit by bit. Feeling the power, she laughed joyfully, "Ha ha! This inheritance is truly extraordinary." Phew! Vodung couldn't care less and turned back to transmit spiritual energy, desperately trying to save Mac Van. Hold on. At this time, Deep Han cruelly announced from above, "I've absorbed the inheritance. Don't waste your efforts anymore. Just slowly accept your deaths and accompany each other in the Yellow Springs." A wave of power began to descend upon the Tauntaun Mountain people. Vodung hurriedly erected a barrier to block the incoming force from above. His body was nearing its limit, but he still managed to create a blood sword from his own blood, slowly saying to Mac Van, "I will avenge you." Deep Han was quite puzzled, finding his actions baffling. This little brat is wasting so much energy to save the saintess. Does he want to die? He flew upwards, his voice filled with rage. "Demon woman, take this." The sword thrust forward. Deep Han didn't take it seriously and scoffed, "Child's play." Yet the sword pierced through her protective barrier. And so, Vodung successfully broke through her barrier. Deep Han wasn't worried in the slightest. "You only broke my protective barrier. This sword is far from being able to injure me. Break for me." As she commanded, the blood sword slowly shattered. She laughed loudly, "Ha ha! The sword shatters in my hand." Suddenly she stopped, looking at her bleeding palm in surprise. "What?" Vodung finally spoke, "I forgot to tell you, my demonic sword doesn't like to kill people, but it loves to torment others." Deep Han was still in a daze. "Why can't I stop the bleeding? This demon must be playing tricks. Once I cripple his hands, it will recover." Vodung saw through her intentions and warned, "Cut off my hands? Useless. The blood in your body won't stop. My sword can't be stopped." Deep Han naturally didn't believe him. "You think I believe that?" He provoked her further, "Just try it. The faster you lose blood, the faster you die. I'm not joking with you." Deep Han was furious but couldn't do anything. She laughed menacingly, "Ha ha! Well done, demon! Truly ruthless. Then let's see if you dare to lay a hand on your own mother." Vodung's pupils suddenly constricted violently, because the person before him was his long-lost mother, who was now gently holding a dagger and calling him, "My son." Vodung was clearly affected. His trembling sword hand betrayed his emotions. Deep Han continued her act, "My son, this body is now your mother's. Do you still want that disgusting demonic sword to continue sucking blood until it drains your mother dry?" Vodung didn't say a word, raising his sword to cast a spell. Deep Han, seeing this, gloated, "Truly my obedient and filial son." He couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "What do you want in exchange for my mother's safety?" She had been waiting for this, replying, "Throw your sword over here." Without hesitation, he threw the sword over. Receiving the blood sword, she was overjoyed. "This sword can be beneficial to me. Wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger?" She laughed loudly again, "Truly the good son I raised." But as soon as she picked up the sword, it instantly transformed into a snake with glowing eyes, lunging to bite her. Deep Han angrily roared, "Ah! You! This demon dared to trick me!" Her soul was pulled out of Tiamat's body by the snake spirit in an instant. She began to struggle. "I'm finished. That demonic sword just absorbed too much blood from this body. The two of them are working together to expel my primordial spirit. This demon is more cunning than I thought. It wasn't easy to seize Tiamat's body. I can't fail now. Thinking this, she put the dagger in her hand against Tiamat's neck to threaten Vodung. Demon! If you don't stop, I will perish together with your mother's body. Ha ha! What can you do against me now? Suddenly, Vodung approached Deep Han. Before she could finish her sentence, he commanded the snake spirit to completely pull her soul out of his mother's body, surprising her. What? She screamed. Demon! Do you want to kill your mother? Useless stood in front of his mother, not even looking at her as he spoke. You think you've absorbed the saintess's inherited cultivation? Hearing this, Yixian seemed incredulous, her voice rising. I clearly drained the saintess's cultivation. Why, how can she still? He then had to explain to this fool. It's very simple, the so-called saintess's cultivation that you absorbed. As he spoke, the saintess slowly rose from the rubble. Waiting for this moment, Useless continued, was actually this deity's power. Yixian screamed, more bitter than chili peppers, you devil. You pretended to be weak from the very beginning just so I would absorb your cultivation, draw my blood, and then easily separate your mother's body from my primordial spirit. Useless replied cheerfully, that's right, it's a pity you realized it too late. Finishing his words, he waved his hand, performing the spirit separation technique. Boom! A thunderous explosion occurred in the air. Su Mo finally returned to the arms of her dependable son. Useless hurriedly checked her pulse. The possession time wasn't long. Mother's consciousness is currently just in a temporary slumber. Fortunately, we made it in time. Mo also appeared at this time, asking, how is it? Did you save your mother? He handed his mother over to her. Please take care of her for me. On the other side, the snake spirit was tightly coiling around Yixian. Useless stepped forward and tightly gripped her slender neck. Then he commanded, Snake, eat her legs first. The snake spirit obeyed, slithering down and tearing apart her two legs. The sudden pain caused her to scream uncontrollably. Not yet satisfied, he ordered it to eat her hands. After that, he threw her hard onto the ground. While she was still in a daze from her failure, asking herself, how could this be? Useless used the soul-searching technique to extract her soul. He thought, as expected, the Yi family's collusion with the beast and demon races to attack the Su family that year was initially to lure my mother back and then seize the opportunity to possess her. Wait a minute. Yixian's body twisted violently, her expression filled with panic. The later memories seemed to be related to my father and me. This strange phenomenon made Useless exclaim, what? This ability that causes the original body to dissipate like this. It's like something is preventing Yi Lu from revealing the secret. Who is stopping me from finding the truth? It seems I'll have to wait until Mother wakes up to learn everything. He suddenly turned around. A strange halo appeared where his mother and Mo1 were standing. A sudden heavenly tribulation descended, catching Useless off guard. Mother! Mo1 said to him softly, this is the heavenly lightning tribulation for Ascension. Could it be that your mother is at the peak of the great Ascension stage and has to undergo the tribulation to ascend? He replied to her, although my mother's cultivation is complete, her consciousness hasn't returned yet. Her body was possessed by the demon empress, and now she's too weak to withstand these 9 heavenly lightning strikes. She said worriedly, if that's the case, your mother's soul will be scattered. Useless said firmly, I won't let that happen. Please help me retrieve the Holy Mountain's spiritual chi for protection. I will withstand these 9 tribulation lightning strikes. Very quickly, the lightning tribulation in the sky took shape. Bolts of lightning rushed downwards, piercing through the layers of defensive spiritual chi of the Holy Mountain and advancing towards Su Mo. Mo1 stood in front, trying to gather the spiritual chi of the Holy Mountain to resist. She gently formed a hand seal and shouted, Seal! A surge of spiritual power radiated out, enveloping all 3 of them. But the heavenly tribulation was powerful. It relentlessly wore down the shield above the Holy Mountain. Though blood trickled from the corner of Mo1's mouth, she still persevered, even if I have to exhaust all my cultivation. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation broke through the shield. She remained stubborn. I must buy him some time. She deployed the life protection formation to confront the powerful lightning tribulation above. But it seemed the power of the unawakened saintess was limited. Mo1 suffered backlash, her entire body instantly racked with pain. At the same time, her formation shattered. She still disregarded her own life. The lightning tribulation will descend soon. I must quickly complete the grand formation. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulders. That's enough. Useless primordial spirit appeared beside her. He reminded her, don't waste your vital energy anymore, you'll die. Emowen was truly startled by him. You're using your primordial spirit to withstand the lightning tribulation? Are you crazy? You're the one who will have their souls scattered. He gently held her hand and reassured her, don't worry, my primordial spirit can borrow the power of heaven and earth, it won't be harmed. While you are helping me withstand the 7 heavenly tribulations, I've already stabilized her primordial spirit. She'll wake up soon. Thank you? My mother is still not favored by the heavens. The 8th and 9th strikes are coming at the same time. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 terrifying dragons appeared coiled in the sky above the tribulation. Useless paid them little attention, slowly gathering his spiritual power, his primordial spirit of the beginning. Then, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, he created a formation. Heaven and earth returned to the beginning. Thus, he single-handedly borrowed the power of an entire region to resist the 2 formidable lightning tribulations in the sky. After a period of stalemate, the lightning tribulation finally descended. Useless immediately rushed up to withstand it. He created a large surge of spiritual power, enveloping his entire body. Now it was a clash between 2 newly emerged titans, the Ascension tribulation and the giant primordial spirit sword. Because both were ferocious forces, the collision affected an area hundreds of miles around the holy mountain. Finally, the heavens opened wide. The light from the Ascension passage finally appeared, signaling that the lightning tribulation had been successfully overcome. Su-Emo slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the young man in front of her, a familiar feeling washed over her, and she choked up, Son. Are you my son? Useless was also moved, showing a rare, satisfied smile. Mother, it's me. She gently touched his mature face and sighed. My Yonger has grown so big. Let me see. Su-Emo couldn't hide her emotions at this moment. She could only listen to him call her mother while holding back her tears. The two looked at each other for a long time, as if to make up for the lost time that couldn't be retrieved. Suddenly, Su-Emo placed something in his hand and instructed, Yonger, go to these 5 places. You will find what you seek. Before following the ascension light from the heavenly gate, she still reminded him, Yonger, you must protect yourself. Mother will be waiting for you in the immortal realm. The young man's image seemed to return to his childhood, choked with sobs, unable to hold on to his mother's hand, only able to helplessly call out mother repeatedly. Memories buried deep within his heart suddenly resurfaced. He was sitting in his father's lap, his voice childish, Father, I want to go find mother. His father sternly admonished him. Yonger, don't make a fuss. Have you forgotten what your mother said before sending you back? He replied, I haven't forgotten. I just miss her. Don't you miss mother, father? He answered him, How could I not? But we are of the demon race, and we can't fight the human race right now. If we bring your mother with us, it will be even more difficult. Hearing this, Yonger obediently said, I know. I'll listen to mother and wait for her to return. But unexpectedly, a huge incident occurred afterwards, and our family couldn't reunite. First, my father hastily ascended, then was ostracized by the entire clan. To survive, I could only cultivate, later becoming the strongest demon lord of the demon race. But was betrayed and assassinated by traitors and external enemies. He whispered, Mother, please wait for me. Your son will see you soon. In his palm was a small map marked with the locations of the 5 races. The Su family Forbidden Grounds, the demon race's Yao City, the demon race's Wangu, the beast race's Futu, and the demon race's Lingshan. He pondered, I've already been to the Su family Forbidden Grounds, but her soul lamp directed me to the place where humans ascend. Could the other 4 places help me restore my cultivation? If so, then I'll just go. Besides, before ascending to the immortal realm, I must take revenge. Emowen beside him suddenly coughed, interrupting Useless' train of thought. He hurriedly called her name. She replied with difficulty, Cough, I'm fine. He frowned comfortingly. You injured your internal organs while withstanding the lightning tribulation. Let me heal you. She sighed helplessly. Don't waste your vital energy. The saintess's physique can only heal itself. He couldn't help but remind her, your injuries this time are not light. If you only rely on yourself, I fear they will be underestimated. Suddenly, the primordial stone materialized. Useless immediately disregarded the previous matter and asked Chihua, "What is it?" Chihua immediately reported, "Your lordship, the demon race is about to hold the Centennial Demon Calamity Assembly, inviting the 4 great races to participate. We are the 5th great race, so naturally we must attend." He asked back, "Where is it being held?" Chihua obediently replied, "At the Yao Pond of the demon race, your lordship." Hearing this, he instructed, "Arrange for the inner guards to provide protection. I will depart upon my return." Chihua obeyed, "Yes, your lordship." Then he turned to Moen, half coaxing, half pleading, "Come with me to the demon race. There's the Yao Pond city of water that can help you." Moen hesitated. "Not to mention whether it will be effective or not, how can the demon race allow me to enter?" He ignored her concerns, picking her up and stubbornly deciding, "The Yao Pond can revive the dead, we have to try to know. As for your identity, there's no need to worry." Moen couldn't help but exclaim, "You're so overbearing. Put me down. The holy mountain is undergoing a great change. I must stay within the mountain to stabilize it. Let me go." Cough, cough. Useless was forced to threaten her, "Do you really not want to go with me? I'll destroy the holy mountain. I mean what I say." She couldn't say anything more, only resorting to cursing, "You really are a devil, unreasonable." To him, these words sounded like praise. He laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, not a single word wrong. This deity is the great devil." The Yao Pond of the demon race was holding the Grand Demon Assembly. The weather here was icy year-round, and the demon race resided in a place surrounded by high mountains, creating a truly beautiful scenery. Under the blanket of white snow covering all paths, 2 figures leaned on each other, taking each step towards their destination. Useless spoke, "The water of the Yao Pond can heal ordinary injuries. But for the lightning tribulation you endured, you'll need the water from the 7 great springs to be effective. The springs here are meant for the human race, which happens to be advantageous for your physique. Let's go, we'll buy an estate with a spring to treat your injuries." They quickly chose one, and Useless said, "This estate has rich spiritual energy. Let's choose this one." They went inside together and met the manager. "Are you the steward here? We want to buy this estate." The old man brushed them off, replying, get out quickly. Where did these stray cats and dogs come from, demanding to buy something? Your meager cultivation isn't even enough to carry my shoes." Useless thought to himself, "Because I had to suppress my cultivation to conceal my identity, I didn't expect to be looked down upon like this." Suddenly, another person appeared, and the manager's attitude did a complete 180, greeting the newcomer with a smile. "Oh, my lord, you've arrived. I've already prepared this estate for you. Please come this way, my lord." He then turned back and glared at Useless and Moen. "Why haven't you 2 left yet? Let me tell you, this estate already belongs to Lord Demon Marshal." He stood aggressively in front of the lord and said, "This isn't a place for lowly humans like you. Get out of here." Suddenly, a pained cry rang out. The person who had just slapped him questioned aggressively, "You blind fool, daring to raise your voice in front of his lordship. Do you want to die?" Then the person knelt and saluted, "Your lordship, your subordinate arrived late." The manager's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. Lord Demon Marshal is actually bowing to this person. Useless pretended to hesitate, "You arrived just in time." However, this manager. The Demon Marshal, sensing the anger in Useless' words, stepped forward and kicked the manager again, scolding him fiercely. "This blind fool dared to offend his lordship. Your subordinate will deal with him right here." The manager was also quick-witted, hastily kneeling down and kowtowing to apologize. "My lord, spare my life. It was this dog's eyes that couldn't recognize a great person. Didn't recognize Mount Tai. My lord, please spare this lowly one's life." Moen interjected, "Forget it, this kind of person is just spouting nonsense. There's no need to be harsh." Useless turned to her and replied gently, "My wife is indeed magnanimous." "Then let him go." He hurriedly replied, "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you, my lord." The Demon Marshal gave him a warning glance. "About today, some things shouldn't be said, so don't say them. Understand?" He hastily replied. this lowly one understands. Inwardly, he was sweating bullets. I wonder why this great lord likes to conceal his identity like this. Sigh, I must be more careful in the future. Useless said to the demon marshal. There are still 2 days until the Grand Demon Assembly. Go and investigate whether those 4 people have arrived. The demon marshal immediately obeyed. After he left, Useless turned to Emowen. The Yao Pond of the demon race breaks its seal every day, only for 2 time periods, a total of 4 hours. Your injuries shouldn't be prolonged. You must enter the pond for treatment quickly, my lady. Hearing this, Emowen puffed out her cheeks and scolded. Dare call me my lady again. Get lost. Having no other choice, Useless, fearing the wrath of his wife, could only yield. All right, I'll listen to you, saintess. After driving away that shameless person, Emowen undressed with peace of mind. She immersed herself in the lake. She was a bit surprised. I didn't expect the Yao Pond of the demon race to have such a healing effect. The pain in my internal organs has already lessened significantly. Useless stood with his back to her, waiting for a while before speaking. How is it? Feeling better? Hearing her soft he sighed. That's good, just a little pity. Emowen wondered, pity about what? He said, it's a pity that the Yao Pond's water can only heal physical injuries. It can't restore your primordial spirit's memories. Seeing his apparent sadness, she added a few words of explanation. After the injuries on my body heal, the memories of my primordial spirit will gradually return. Useless was overjoyed. Forgetting that she was undressed, he turned around abruptly. Really? And then he received a swift slipper to the face from his wife, who, embarrassed and angry, yelled, Ah! Who allowed you to turn around? With just a splash of water from Emowen's location, Useless went straight to counting stars. The sky quickly darkened, and the two went out together. He still seemed regretful. I really didn't mean to. I swear I didn't see anything. Emowen paid no attention. Continuing to scold, You're still talking? Suddenly, he reached out and grasped her hand firmly. His voice softened somewhat. I was wrong. Don't be angry anymore. 100 years ago, you wanted to attend the Grand Demon Assembly to see the sight of the Yao Pond's water forming into snow lotuses. Unfortunately, I was in seclusion that year and only get to see it today. The local people also poured into the streets to watch the festival, chattering excitedly. A sight seen only once a century. It's truly worth living 100 years for. Just being able to admire this with one's soulmate. It promises 100 years of mutual love. The two stood together under the brilliant lights of the festival, their hearts feeling a warm current flowing through them, thinking wistfully, if I were truly his wife. This guy wouldn't be so bad, huh? Useless was also preoccupied with various worries. Mother said there was a strange phenomenon in the Yao Pond of the demon race. Should I wait until 2 days after the Grand Demon Assembly for it to appear? Among the 7 great springs, I only saw 5. Perhaps the secret is related to the 2 dragon and phoenix races. Emowen, look quickly! When he called her, everyone was also exclaiming, It's starting! It's starting! In the distance, amidst the Yao Pond, pristine white ice flows gradually rose up, freezing together. They connected, winding throughout the Yao Pond. And from those ice flows, sparkling, pure snow lotuses bloomed, truly dazzling. Useless and Emowen exclaimed, How could this be? Oh, it's so beautiful! Realizing she had interrupted him, she quickly asked, What's wrong? He replied, No matter how beautiful the scenery in the world is, it's not as beautiful as your smile. Caught off guard by the sudden flirtation, she didn't know how to react, so she could only turn and leave, scolding, smooth talker. Suddenly someone appeared. Little lady, why are you leaving in such a hurry? No beautiful scenery can compare to a beautiful woman. How about letting this king keep you company for a while? Useless, seeing this idiot flirting with his wife, was furious. He thought to himself, another one who wants to die. Emowen looked at the perverts and considered, my injuries are better, but it would be difficult to deal with all of them at once. It's best to escape. Meanwhile, the shameless group continued to tease, Little lady, come and play. I guarantee you'll like this king. Before he could gloat further, a shoe accurately planted a kiss on his arrogant snout. Useless walked forward in mock surprise, the strong smell of tea emanating from him as he spoke. Oh dear, look at my shoe! It's so dirty! I stepped on something. Serves you right for being trampled underfoot. The humiliated ninth dragon prince furiously roared, Humph! You stinking brat, where did you come from, daring to step on the head of your grandpa dragon king? Someone, come and skin this brat alive for me. As soon as he finished speaking, his men fell like wheat, causing the dragon king to panic. Useless treated him like air, gently pulling Mowen along as he said, The path is clear, let's go, my lady. Being ignored, the ninth dragon prince exploded instantly. He growled, Want to leave? Are you delusional? Whoever this king wants, even the heavenly king himself can't stop me. With that, he extended his claw towards Mowen. Little lady, come here quickly. This dog-provoking action naturally infuriated Useless, who calmly cast the iron horse freezing over, entering a dream technique. Seeing that Mowen still wanted to speak, he stepped forward to fight and reassured her, Don't move, you'll dirty your hands. The ninth dragon prince, his tail grabbed, was mortified. He panicked, thinking, How can the third sister's true fire of our dragon race be frozen by a mere human? Moreover, why can't I move? How strong is this human's power? He yelled, Brat, release this king quickly or else. Useless tightened his grip, annoyed, Shut up and die. With a wave of his hand, the ice on the dragon's body quickly spread along the ninth dragon prince's body, transforming him, still clueless, into a block of eternal ice. Leaving the ice block there, he led Mowen away. My lady, what do you think of your husband's ice sculpting skills? Hearing her disdainful ugly as hell, he simply replied gently, Then I'll practice more. He paid no attention to the two people behind them gossiping. They're about to be in big trouble. These two humans are quite capable, taking down the dragon prince in just a few moves. Who doesn't know how powerful the dragon race is? Causing trouble on the demon race's territory, even if they're powerful humans. They're in for a big problem. Mowen couldn't help but worry. We're in the demon race's territory, isn't this a bit too much? He replied confidently, It's fine. If I give them an inch, they'll take a mile. But you should remember, don't even mention a group of dragons, even the entire demon race, I wouldn't care. At this time, the demon marshal appeared to report, Your lordship, I finally found you. He immediately asked, Is something urgent? He received some piping hot information. Your subordinate has investigated. The 4 people your lordship is looking for haven't arrived. Moreover, strangely, the number of demons who came to this assembly isn't even half the usual amount. Just then, a group of people rushed in frantically. Your lordship, it's bad. The Dragon Emperor and the Dragon race have brought their entire clan to surround our estate. They say they want revenge for you freezing the Dragon Prince. Mowen had to advise, This place isn't suitable for staying. Let's return to the human race. But Useless didn't seem to think so. No, your injuries need 3 more days of soaking to recover. Leaving now would be a waste of effort. Hearing her say her injuries weren't important, he immediately denied it. Your injuries are the most important thing. A subordinate reported, Your lordship, how about your subordinate gathers the beast men to help you resist the dragon race? That's right, your lordship, your subordinate will contact our comrades right away. Useless stopped them. No, you all stay hidden. Wait for my signal before acting. Now go! They said in unison, We obey, your lordship. Be careful. Mowen was curious. What are you planning to do? He slyly asked, Do you trust me? She retorted exasperatedly, You know the answer, why ask? So, he pressed his advantage. Not bothering to explain, simply telling her, If you trust me, then come with me to meet those dragons. The two walked out side by side. Before they had taken more than a few steps, the impatient crowd outside shouted, Dragon Emperor, those are the 2 humans. The Dragon Emperor put on an air of arrogance, pointing directly at the 2 newcomers. You are the clan leader of the 5 human races and the saintess of the human race, correct? Useless confirmed, That's right. May I ask why your dragon race has come here in such a mighty force to find us? The Dragon Emperor was not polite. Why? Humph, you dared to touch the dragon royalty, and you still try to deny it? Useless smirked as if realizing something. Oh, you're talking about that lecherous fellow? I didn't expect your dragon race to have such a degenerate. Or is your entire dragon race like that? Instantly, his words sparked fury within the Dragon Emperor. Both sides immediately clashed. Watching him roar, Who gave you the guts to do this, useless? Finding it amusing. Useless mocked, flying into a rage out of embarrassment? Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Mowen reminded Useless, if you want to fight, count me in. He cautiously told her, don't be hasty. There's a greater power approaching. Let's first see if the other party is friend or foe before we act. The dragons couldn't bear it any longer and charged, you insignificant humans. Today, no matter how noble your status within the human race, since you've killed someone from our dragon race, you must pay the price. Dragon brethren, listen to my command. Kill them. We obey, Dragon Emperor. Kill. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky at this critical moment, causing the surrounding air to stagnate for a moment. Along with it, a delicate voice rang out, who dares kill him? After the lightning dissipated, the Phoenix Empress, Confronting, descended majestically. The Dragon Emperor looked at her, his voice deep. Confronting, what do you mean by this? She simply replied, Dragon Emperor, grant me a favor, will you? He was unconvinced. What? Just a lowly human can have such great face. Suddenly, she intimately took Useless' hand, lying without blinking. He is the fiancé of this Confronting. Is this face big enough? Everyone started clamoring. What? Did I hear that wrong? The Phoenix Empress is marrying a human? Is she crazy? Don't the stupid Phoenix race prioritize pure bloodlines above all else? But Confronting kept swinging his arm, refusing to let go. Despite their bewilderment, Confronting winked coquettishly. You understand. Having no other choice, Useless transmitted his thoughts to Mowen. This Phoenix woman is very suspicious. Let's calmly see what other tricks she has up her sleeve. The 9th Dragon Prince angrily spoke. Fine, then this Emperor will give you, Confronting, some face. However, there's a give and take. The leadership of this assembly. Confronting finished his sentence. Will naturally be held by your dragon race. Hearing the immense benefit, the Dragon Emperor stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. Then he turned and withdrew his troops gracefully. Let's go. The soldiers, who had barely had a chance to warm up, could only retreat in confusion. They asked the Dragon Emperor, are we just letting that human go? He replied, you fools, you useless things. This Emperor wants to borrow a knife to kill someone. Do you think the Phoenix race will allow their Empress to marry a human? This Emperor wants to use this incident to divide them. Sit back and watch the show. Hee. A subordinate, chilled to the bone, reminded him, the Dragon Emperor is truly brilliant, but the death of the 19th prince, which was met with the Dragon Emperor's enraged retort. TSK, losing to a measly human, he deserved to die. He glanced at the people behind him, thinking smugly, she even dragged herself into the play. She's truly crazy. After the old Dragon Emperor left, Useless pushed Confronting's hand off him. Empress, the dragons are gone. Can you tell us your purpose in helping us? She stepped back slightly, bowing politely. Great Demon Lord, although this is our first meeting, this Confronting has long admired you. Useless was puzzled. My identity is merely a human, the clan leader of the 5 races. How did you come to know of me? She replied, I saw you 100 years ago. At that time you, to me... He sensed something was amiss, worried about what might come next. He hastily interrupted, stop, the more you say, the more wrong you become. We're both straightforward people. Tell me your true purpose. Confronting, cut off mid-sentence, maintained her businesslike smile, replying, our clan's Yao Pond is more effective for the saintess's injuries. Please follow me this way. Mowen frowned. Indeed, the chi of the Yao Pond here feels somewhat off. It must have been tampered with by those dragons. Useless found it rather interesting. And he said, the Phoenix Empress seems to have something she wants to ask of us. Let's go and see. They followed the Phoenix Empress to the inner Yao Pond. This time, Useless sat a distance from the pond, not forgetting to turn his back as he spoke. Mowen, is the Yao Pond here effective? Mowen was undressing by the pond. She quickly removed all her clothes. Then she lay down on a rock by the shore, closing her eyes in enjoyment, and replied, after a few times, my injuries have greatly eased. Hearing this, he was also a bit more relieved. However, someone couldn't help but yell, you human brat, dare steal my Confronting? He rushed towards Useless, shouting, you're dead. But Wudong blocked the sharp sword with just 2 fingers. Imowen heard a doubtful voice. "What's wrong?" He calmly replied, "It's nothing." She turned her head to avoid being distracted. The humiliated man was furious, his neck strained. "Brat, let go of my sword, now. Let's fight to the death." He chuckled and asked, "With this piece of scrap metal?" With a slight movement, he shattered the man's sword as easily as breaking a piece of cake. The man trembled and stammered, You broke my treasured sword?" Wudong coldly stated the truth. "A fight to the death? You're not qualified." He raised his hand, creating a whirlwind that swept the man high into the sky, causing him to yell as he experienced the thrill. At this moment, Confronting hurriedly approached. "Please, Demon Lord, show mercy. That person is my childhood friend. He acted rashly and disturbed you too. I apologize on his behalf." Seeing this, he withdrew his hand and said, "I won't hurt him. He's just a bit noisy. Leave him be." Then he walked away as the man fell to the ground with a thud, wailing, "Ouch, ouch, it hurts." Confronting gratefully said, "Thank you, Demon Lord, for your mercy." She didn't know he had secretly taken something from her. The man fearfully called out, "Ting Ting, that brat." This enraged her. Dragging him like a pig, she scolded, "Shut your mouth. If this happens again, I won't need him to act. I'll take your life myself." 2 hours later, in a secluded place, Wudong was analyzing what he had taken from Confronting. In her memories, there was a scene of her sitting with the Dragon Emperor, discussing something. The Dragon Emperor cheerfully asked, "Have you gained their trust yet?" Receiving a disappointed shake of the head, he declared, "Everyone is eventually seduced by the Almighty." Confronting angrily smashed a jade cup. "Longjio, wash your mouth out." He calmly replied, "How ridiculous, our enemy is that Demon Lord." She excused herself, "I'm only responsible for bringing him there." Hearing this, Longjio exploded, "Don't say it's not your concern. If we don't eliminate that Demon Lord, our entire demon race will be in danger." Seeing this, Wudong noticed someone approaching. He quickly erased what he was viewing, thinking with slight annoyance, "Here we go again." She was quite skillful, talking to people as people, talking to ghosts as ghosts. She approached, softly apologizing, "That was just an accident. I didn't manage things well. I hope the Demon Lord will forgive me." He replied, "You really enjoy acting, don't you?" Confronting's face paled, and she hurriedly said, "What does the Demon Lord mean? I didn't intend to deceive you." Wudong didn't bother listening. "If I'm not mistaken, you offered us the use of Dao Pond, forming a deal, and tomorrow you'll go with us to the Dao Pond forbidden area, correct? But I'm warning you, if you try to harm my people, I won't let you off the hook." She fearfully stopped him. "Wait, Demon Lord. Confronting will tell you everything. I only hope you'll spare the Phoenix clan." Intrigued, Wudong finally stopped and said, "Oh? Tell me." So, the next day, at the Dao Pond Forbidden Area's Sea Market lookout, all 3 of them arrived. Confronting led them and explained, "The demon race's combat power increases greatly here, while the combat power of the other 4 races is reduced. Being the Holy Maiden, Imowen was a little overwhelmed, the demonic energy is so strong." Wudong, noticing this, worried, "She is inherently holy energy, which opposes demonic energy. I think it's best." She quickly interrupted, "Didn't we agree to advance and retreat together?" Cowed by his wife, Wudong quietly said, "But still." Then, seeing the people running towards them, he decided, "Very well, we'll finish this quickly." The Dragon Emperor scurried over, then pretended to stroke his white beard. "Confronting, you truly haven't disappointed us. Demon Lord Wudong, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Wudong cheerfully replied, "I merely pursue the great path of longevity. Anniversaries of death are better left to you." Then, looking meaningfully towards Confronting, he asked with relish, "What do you say, Confronting? Shall we begin?" Confronting yelled, "Attack!" Behind her, a chorus of voices roared, "Understood, Your Highness." "Kill!" Her clansmen rushed forward, relentlessly attacking. The Dragon Emperor realized too late, and he raged, "Confronting, you dared to collude with the human clan, betraying the entire demon race?" Confronting revealed her true form and retorted unflinchingly, "It's not that I betrayed the demon race, but that you are untrustworthy." The Dragon Emperor had no more words. "Humph, very well. From now on, There will be no Phoenix clan, only our dragon clan reigning supreme. Ha ha ha, Confronting, embrace your death. Water surged from all directions like a flash flood. His blood technique swept through, slaughtering the Phoenix clan members. Confronting laughed triumphantly. From now on, your dragon clan belongs to our Phoenix clan. This 9 gates poison barrier is our Phoenix clan's forbidden technique, specifically designed to counter the Ghost clan. Long Geo ordered, "Humph, to the victor goes the spoils. Kill them all." But at that moment, someone unleashed a technique. The holy light Great Dharma barrier appeared, shattering the forbidden technique. The Dragon Emperor was shocked. What? It broke the Ghost clan's secret technique just like that. Wudong pointed towards Mon behind him, proudly introducing his wife. It's just child's play. How could it trouble our human clan's holy maiden? As for the Ghost clan's secret technique, then don't blame me for using this method to punish you lot. Finishing his words, he formed a poisonous spiderweb seal behind his back. Following his incantation, the Ghost clan's secret technique, Black Mist Entrapment, was unleashed. The spiderweb stretched out, enveloping the opposing group. The soldiers on the other side frantically tried to escape the poisonous net, but they didn't know what to do. The Dragon Emperor's eyes widened in fear, and he screamed in terror, "You, a human-demon hybrid, how do you know the Ghost clan's secret technique? Who are you?" Wudong flicked his hand, pulling him closer. He growled, "You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to scheme against me for a little profit. Killing you today is completely justified." A beam of light flashed. The Dao Pond Forbidden Area's sea market lookout had a connection directly to the sky. The loud-mouthed dragon hadn't given up. It tightly coiled around his arm. Mon and Confronting rushed over. "Wudong! Demon Lord!" Confronting said with a worried expression, "This is bad. This is the 3 steps kill, the Snake clan's deadliest poison. Anyone who touches it will die within 3 steps. Mon was equally panicked. "Let me use holy light energy to detoxify you." Wudong refused. "No, this poison will backfire on you. This assassination trick again? Don't you have anything else besides these petty tricks?" After the smoke cleared, the Snake clan's holy maiden, Wu Xianyu, appeared, sneering, "Hee, even if it's an old trick, it works," Long Jiu solemnly declared. "The Snake clan's holy maiden herself has acted. If we could kill you once, we can kill you countless times. Die." With that, both sides clashed. 2 spiritual beasts revealed their enormous true forms, battling in the air. It was a magnificent sight for any witness. Fengling made arrangements. "I will hold them off. You 2 quickly find a way to detoxify the poison." Wudong now felt a distinct change in his arm, and he frowned slightly. Mon noticed this and said, "It's not good, the poison is spreading." She formed a hand seal and chanted the frost seal spell. As she was about to heal him, he suddenly stopped her. "Wait." She was about to scold him. "You." But this infuriating man said, "My lady's frost seal is truly powerful." My arm almost froze. Mon was speechless. This is not the time for jokes. Wudong extended his hand. "I'm serious. Look." The poison on his arm miraculously disappeared. Wu Xianyu felt a deep pain within her body without understanding why. "Ah, my primordial spirit. How can you, a demon, break my 3 steps kill?" he replied. 2 equivalent skills neutralize each other's effects. He withdrew his blood sword. Then, striking a cool pose, he said, "In that case, I might as well kill myself." The Dragon Emperor seemed incredulous. "What about your accomplices? Why haven't they appeared yet?" Wu Xianyu still didn't believe she would lose. She quickly regained her confidence. "Demon, last time we were careless and let you escape, but not today. I will quickly cast the Demon Clan's secret technique, Heaven Extinguishes Earth Demon." All the demons there suddenly changed. Even the Dragon Emperor wasn't immune to this secret formation. He angrily cursed, "You treacherous woman! You dare to scheme against my Dragon Clan?" Confronting couldn't help but curse as well. "Wu Xianyu, are you crazy? Daring to sacrifice the lives of so many demons for this formation?" Wudong gritted his teeth and cast the demon-dispelling spiritual energy immortal technique. "It's just a demon tower. Watch me destroy it." His arrow, imbued with power, flew straight towards the demon energy tower high above. The demons suddenly awoke from their trance. What just happened? Wu Xianyu was persistent. "Don't think this is all. I still have a trump card. Then, as the demon energy tower was activated, the 3 steps destruction advanced stage released a concentrated poison. Suddenly, Emowen cast the demon clan's secret technique, Thunder King Barrier, shattering her plan. This left her in disbelief. What? Wudong had reached her. He tightly gripped her throat and threatened, I'll ask you one question. What's your purpose in joining forces to kill me? She struggled to answer. Because, you are the 5 clans' Star of Slaughter, you will bring about the destruction of the 5 clans. He fell silent for a few seconds. What is the 5 clans' Star of Slaughter? She laughed maniacally. Ha ha, you've been tricked. At that moment, Feng Ting's urgent voice rang out, Demon Lord. Holy Maiden. He quickly turned to look and realized Emowen had been trapped in a teleportation formation. Wudong knew it was too late. He growled, to infiltrate the demon clan's barrier. Only a teleportation formation can do that. Was it Noikat? Wu Xianyu laughed triumphantly. You've realized it too late. Seeing her body burning in his hand, he remained calm. Oh? Is that so? She gloated, Demon, we're not as stupid as the Yi family of the human clan. We've prepared your death. Ha ha ha, just wait to be devoured by the 10,000 demons tower. Wudong stared at the demon tower, lost in thought. The 10,000 demons assembly wanted to hoist themselves by their own petard, but you rats didn't dare face me directly. Resorting to these tricks, he said to Feng Ting, leave this place to me. I can buy you time to escape. I promise you, take the Phoenix clan and my subordinates and leave quickly. She hurriedly replied, Demon Lord, can you handle this demon tower alone? What about the Holy Maiden? Suddenly, the Dragon Emperor interrupted, Hey, Feng Ting. Demon, if there's a way, quickly help me escape these bonds. The two ignored him as if he were air, continuing their conversation. Let's go. This place will be completely devoured by the demon tower in half a demon cycle. Feng Ting replied, Please take care, Demon Lord. Watching everyone gradually leave, Longjiu panicked and shouted, Feng Ting, don't go. Take me with you. Wudong smiled, thinking to himself, even without the memories of my past life, it's still the same. The night before, in the Phoenix clan's Dao Pond. In the quiet night, Emowen and Wudong sat together, talking. She began, My injuries have healed. Even if the 5 clans join forces, it will only result in mutual destruction. Why would a demon, for no reason, let me go? He added, Emowen, this is my affair. Emowen smiled, her eyes carrying a hint of mockery. You call me wife all the time. Are those just jokes? Seeing this, Wudong frowned, stunned. You have your memories returned? She replied, Not all of them, but I recognize you. As soon as Emowen finished speaking, Wudong embraced her, joyfully shouting, Emowen! That's wonderful. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well back then. After a moment, she quickly pushed him away. If we are husband and wife, we live and die together. Moreover, there's the matter of the demon clan's betrayal. I must take revenge myself. Wudong looked at her and said, All right, I can never win an argument against you. Seeing Wudong smile and hold her hand, she glanced at him with a slightly unhappy expression. He, unfazed, held her hand, gathering energy in his other fingertips. I used 3 parts of my primordial spirit to protect you. This is the biggest concession I can make. She exclaimed, All right. Returning to the present, Wudong looked upwards with great determination, thinking to himself, Emowen, wait for me. Once I'm done with the demon clan forbidden area, I'll come find you immediately. From above, an enormous tower, enveloped in fiery red energy, descended. After a few moments, the entire tower landed on the ground. Wu Xianyu emerged from the tower. She looked at him, smiling triumphantly. Even if the demon tower can deal with the Dragon Emperor and not kill you, once the demon tower's forbidden area is activated, there will be ascended power protecting you, demon. You're definitely dead. Ha ha. Wudong flew upwards. A fiery red energy sphere enveloped him, seemingly absorbing all the surrounding spiritual energy. He looked ahead, at the towers constantly flying around. He frowned, thinking to himself, is this the true forbidden area of the demon clan that she mentioned? Based on what I experienced in the Su clan's forbidden area, it can't be this peaceful. There must be a trap. As if sensing something, His eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Below him, a small, bull-like monster was furiously stabbing at his leg with a knife. Yeah. You dare sneak in here? You deserve to die. But it had no effect on him. Wudong, annoyed, kicked it away. This mosquito bite actually has some force. Wudong frowned, glancing downwards. He raised his hand, brimming with energy, and smiled, thinking, each tower has a guardian demon beast. If I destroy all these towers, I can obtain the full power of the demon clan's forbidden area. Suddenly, from another direction, a different demon beast, wielding an axe, charged towards him, roaring furiously, "Thief! You must die!" Wudong didn't respond. He stood still, extending his hand to attack the demon beast. Killing like this is too efficient. With a simple move, the demon beast instantly turned into smoke. Then, he raised his hand again, unleashing a stronger attack, 10,000 lightning tribulations. From above, intensely violent lightning bolts struck the ground. They then attacked the towers. After striking the demon beasts within the towers, a surge of power emanated from them. It then converged towards his body. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy smoke emanated from the towers. Wudong, with a contemplative expression, thought, "Oh, it can block the power of my 10,000 lightning tribulations. It seems the Tower Guardian's cultivation isn't weak." Elsewhere, a door suddenly opened. A half-human, half-snake woman appeared, looking at him and angrily shouting, "Thief! The aura on your body. What is your relationship with that scoundrel, Suemo?" Wudong leaned on his hand, looking at her and boldly asking, "Huh? Who are you calling a thief?" She replied, "The thief I'm talking about is, of course, Su." But before she could finish, she suddenly remembered something and looked at him angrily. "Huh? You dare destroy my property? You ungrateful wretch, you're the man who abandoned me. You deserve to die." With a furious expression, she attacked him with her long tail. Wudong frowned, dodging quickly. He looked at her, thinking, judging by this snake woman's appearance, she might know my parents. Mother said the truth could be found in the forbidden area. Perhaps from this woman's mouth. He raised his hand, and a gigantic hand appeared before him. Wudong looked at her with a smug expression. "My parents are renowned figures in this world. You're just a nobody, don't try to extort me." He extended his hand to control the giant hand, which quickly grabbed the snake woman's tail, causing her to panic. But in an instant, Wudong's giant hand was dispelled. She began to unleash her power, smiling triumphantly. "A nobody? Ha, if it weren't for me back then. How could your heartless father have escaped the heavenly punishment and ascended in one step?" Wudong pointed at himself, smiling and asking, "Heavenly punishment? My father is the dignified demon emperor of the demon clan. Did his ascension rely on a snake like you?" At the same time, he thought, that old man's ascension was indeed dangerous. There must be something hidden here. The snake woman crossed her arms, looking at him with an arrogant air. "Boy, heavenly punishment is not a heavenly tribulation. Besides, there's no need to waste words on you. You'll die soon enough." Suddenly, Wudong was surrounded by a dark power, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping, "Snake venom? But I clearly didn't remove the barrier. Since when? Could it have been from the very beginning?" The snake woman, now in a gigantic form, looked down at him with a scornful smile. "That's right, from the moment you laid eyes on me. The snake venom has spread throughout this place." Faced with her smugness, he thought, does she really think I'm poison? I just happen to want to ask about the truth as well. Wudong frowned and looked up, asking, "Since I'm going to die anyway, can you tell me what the heavenly punishment is? Why was it aimed at my father?" She turned away, dismissively replying, "Why should you know this secret? You're already dead." Suddenly, Wudong calmly stood up, dusting off his clothes, and casually replied, "Then if I don't die, can you tell me?" This stopped her in her tracks, her face filled with shock. Feeling tricked, the snake woman turned around and pointed at him furiously. No one has ever survived my poison. What are you?" Suddenly, Wudong vanished before her eyes. He quickly moved behind her, saying, "Don't understand how I got here first. Answer my question first." He stomped hard on her tail with his foot, using his power. The force of the blow made her cry out in pain, "Ah, my tail!" Wudong's action only further enraged the snake woman. her eyes filled with murderous intent as she lunged at him. Die! Die! Wudong, not only unafraid, but with a calm expression, pointed his sword forward and quickly unleashed his power. Human clan cultivation technique, splitting strike, sinking sand, iron defense. Moments later, he appeared behind her, his hand gripping her neck. Will you talk or not? Without letting her speak, he unleashed his power, a brilliant golden light radiating outwards. From her mouth, the soul of a white snake slowly emerged. Wudong quickly grabbed the white snake. At the same time, the snake woman's body vanished. He held the white snake in his hand, his eyes tearing up. Humph! No primordial spirit, no memories, no way to learn the truth. However, the snake woman's cultivation before Ascension wasn't bad. This snake venom is far more potent than Wu Xianyu's. Next, Wudong unleashed his power again, an energy resembling lightning bolts radiating outwards. He closed his eyes, gathering energy in his palm. As he stopped channeling his power, two energies, one gold and one pink, rushed towards him from both sides. It was a man and a woman. They stood before him, extending their hands in respectful gratitude. The woman spoke, "Well done, well done! We've long disliked that old woman. Kid, you did a great job." Surprised by their appearance, he exclaimed, "Are the two seniors the predecessors of Long Jiu, the Dragon Emperor, and Feng Ting of the Phoenix clan?" The tall, muscular man standing on the cloud said, "Indeed, it's been 1,000 years." The woman beside him added, "1,000 years. But Feng Ting clearly had her spiritual roots destroyed back then. It's truly baffling." Wudong looked at them, thinking, 1,000 years ago? My parents had just become a couple then. They couldn't have known about the conspiracies that would happen later. Suddenly, the tall man leaned down and asked, "Kid, your life path indicates you're a human-demon hybrid?" The woman beside him smiled and added, "A human-demon hybrid. Could you be the child of Tianya and Su Mo?" Wudong was astonished. He looked at them and asked for confirmation. "Do the two seniors know my parents?" The woman replied, "If I hadn't reached the Ascension stage that year, I would have personally gone to congratulate them and offer my assistance." The man beside her added, "Me too. The union of different races would anger the heavens and incur heavenly punishment. Being unable to help was the biggest regret." Hearing them, he curiously asked, "Seniors, what exactly is this heavenly punishment?" The woman looked at him, her expression serious as she explained, "Heavenly punishment is the rule set by the Almighty after Ascension." The muscular man added, "The true meaning can only be understood after one ascends." After listening, he exclaimed in surprise and thanked them. "So that's how it is. Thank you, both of you." Suddenly, both of them stepped towards him and grabbed his hands, causing his face to pale. He exclaimed in alarm, "Seniors?" The man looked at him, smiling. "Didn't you come here to obtain the cultivation we left behind after ascending? Then take it all." The woman beside him added, "To this day, I still regret not being able to help your parents back then. Now that I've met you, consider this making up for it." After they finished speaking, they quickly transformed themselves into two different energies: the Dragon Clan's Long Ting Tian cultivation, and the Phoenix Clan's Nia Pang Chong cultivation. They simultaneously flowed into Wudong's hands. He looked at the power in his hands, his expression still filled with disbelief, as expected of the Almighty of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The energy of these two cultivation techniques can actually raise my demon clan cultivation to the highest level. After receiving the power, he looked upwards, expressing his gratitude. "If this junior has the chance to meet the two seniors again after ascending, I will definitely repay your great kindness." From above, a fiery red energy, resembling flames, soared through the sky, forming a swirling vortex. Wudong frowned, stretching his body in preparation to dash forward. He then proceeded straight into the center of the vortex. Outside, Feng Ting and the demon marshal were looking towards the hole, anxiously awaiting him. Upon seeing him appear, they both rushed forward, shouting, "Demon Lord! Your Highness!" He looked at them seriously and asked, "Have you found anything?" At the same time, he thought, hearing from the Phoenix clan senior, Feng Ting is indeed not simple. The demon marshal bowed respectfully and replied, "Reporting to your Highness, except for Wu Xianyu's unknown whereabouts, the other three are in seclusion within their clans." Foam Ting looked at him, and added, Demon Lord, according to our Phoenix Clan's investigation, the Snake Clan secretly relocated their territory during the battle with the other 5 clans. Wudong looked at the energy emanating from his hand, his expression suspicious, guessing, they indeed had a plan all along. The primordial spirit energy of Mo1 that I protected clearly doesn't indicate a location in the Demon Clan, but rather the Beast Clan? After he finished channeling his power, he looked at it with suspicion. Soon after, Wudong departed. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct them, if there's any movement from Wu Xianyu of the Demon Clan, inform me. I have matters to attend to, excuse me. At the death row prison of the Beast Clan, the largest sacrificial ceremony of the Beast Clan, the priest Du Chu, an old man with platinum hair and a cane, walked and spoke. I'm not annoyed. Why did you have to make me come all the way here, especially to visit this death row inmate? Wu Xianyu followed behind. Inside the prison, Mo1 was unconscious, her body immersed in a large tub, her limbs chained and bound. Wu Xianyu looked at Mo1's sorry state, a triumphant smile on her face. That fool surnamed Wei is infatuated with this woman. I had to come personally to see if he'd taken anyone out. The silver-haired woman beside her, her expression filled with indignation, asked, Isn't this distrusting our Beast Clan's guarding abilities? Wu Xianyu paid no attention to the silver-haired woman's mood. She approached Mo1, caressing her face. It's not that I don't trust you, but this woman is not simple. Last time, she even escaped death with that demon. But before she could finish, the platinum-haired woman shouted her demands. Learning from the last incident, we have to keep her alive to lure that demon and eliminate them all. Wu Xianyu rushed forward from behind, covering her ears and angrily scolding the Beast Clan member. You're always showing off. Your Beast Clan's constant yelling gives me a headache. The platinum-haired woman retorted, It's better than your Snake Clan, constantly wriggling around, an eyesore. They both left, Wu Xianyu asking as they walked, Tell me, didn't your Beast King say anything? The woman beside her replied, You talk as if you've met our Beast King before. As they walked away, Mo1's eyes slowly opened. In another space, Mo1 sat calmly on a chair, her hand resting on the table, her expression contemplative. From another direction, an adorable little girl, holding a twig, approached her. Sister, show me your magic. Mo1 extended her hand towards the little girl, exclaiming in surprise, You really called me sister? The little girl, holding the flower, smiled brightly and replied, This king can call you whatever this king wants. If you don't listen, this king will. Before she could finish, someone suddenly appeared, crashing into the wall behind them. Looking at the person before her, Mo1 cried out in alarm, Wudong? Wudong tumbled to the ground. But he quickly got up, looking at Mo1 with a worried expression. I finally found you. Are you alright? Seeing Wudong reach out to touch her, Mo1 quickly recoiled, her expression annoyed. Don't touch me. You've gone too far with this joke. The little girl rushed over, standing between them, and asked crossly, This king's puppet technique is flawless. Even the high priest and the snake woman couldn't see through it. How did you break it? Mo1 calmly replied, I didn't break it. I just knew that the person in front of me wasn't Wudong. As soon as she answered, the little girl suddenly knelt down, crying uncontrollably, Liar! You wouldn't tell this king the secret. Wah wah wah! Wudong prepared to approach. He looked at her and asked, Wife, why did you make a child cry? He moved forward and embraced her waist, both of them gazing at each other with deep affection. Mo1 softly called his name, Dong-ge. He replied, It's good that you're all right. Before their display of affection, the little girl rushed over, stood between them with a face full of anger, pointed at both of them, and shouted, Hey! Do you two think this king is heir? And you, how did you silently break the barrier that this king set up? Wuyong smiled in response, Others can't do it, but it's as easy as turning my hand for this venerable one. Regarding this point, you should be clearer than anyone. Shouldn't you, Beast King Senior? Hearing this, the little girl's eyes were not very happy. She crossed her arms and looked at them, saying, This king certainly hasn't forgotten the humiliation of losing to a brat 100 years ago. Seeing this, Wuyong began to unleash his power, looking a little arrogant. Speaking of the humiliation of that year, let this venerable one take you on. As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl suddenly approached and hugged his leg, pleading, "Master." Seeing the little girl's actions, his eyes widened, his expression extremely stunned. "What's going on?" Emowen, standing next to him, put her hand on her chin. Her expression slightly contemplative. "Sai, it seems like there are two souls residing in Beast King Senior's body, occasionally switching places." After hearing her words, Woo-young looked towards the little girl and asked, "Two souls? Isn't it a deliberate act to deceive people?" The little girl looked at him, smiled, and quickly replied, "If Master doesn't believe it, you can use the soul-searching technique on this disciple." "Please, Master." He touched the little girl's head and agreed, "All right." He glanced towards the girl who made the suggestion, to avoid being tricked. "Emowen, you come and protect me." She nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Emowen stretched out her hand and unleashed her power towards him and the little girl. A bright yellow light surrounded both of their bodies. After a while, the little girl quickly separated into two souls. On the left-hand side was a soul with an unfriendly personality. The right side was the opposite. Smiling cheerfully and calling him, "Master," he looked at the little girl with extremely surprised eyes and asked, "Why do you have two souls?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "There's such a technique?" The soul on the left-hand side, upon hearing this, became extremely angry, looked at him indignantly, and shouted, "If it weren't for you, how could this king have fallen to such a state? After losing to you, this king was ambushed by a thief and nearly lost my soul. To ensure that my flesh and primordial spirit wouldn't disappear, this king performed the soul-summoning technique from another world. The two primordial souls immediately expanded powerfully. The thief who ambushed me didn't have time to escape. The thief easily broke through the rear lines of the Beast clan. Only one person is the most likely." Seeing this, the soul on the right-hand side put her hand on her chin and thought, her expression extremely contemplative. "Who else could it be? It's 100% that sanctimonious Grand Priest." The soul on the left pointed her finger, and added, "Even though I know it's her, this king still has no proof. Acting rashly would harm both sides, and it would also cause internal strife within the Beast clan, giving an opportunity to other clans." After hearing the whole story, Woo-young crossed his arms and looked at them, asking, "So you want to borrow this venerable one's hand to eliminate this traitor?" The soul on the left replied, "This king will help you switch the bait, protect the saintess from the Grand Priest, which can be considered a gesture of alliance." The soul on the right-hand side approached him and pleaded, "Master, you also have a grudge against the Grand Priest, we are on the same side." He tilted his head towards the soul on the right and asked, "Why did you think of joining forces with someone who was once your enemy like me? Also, since when did I have a disciple?" The little girl replied, "Because Master is the only expert in this world who possesses the primordial divine soul." Upon hearing this, his eyes suddenly became suspicious, and he thought to himself, "How does she know the secret of my primordial divine soul?" Suddenly, a dark energy began to spread from somewhere. One of the souls, seeing this, cried out, "Heavenly tribulation? It's over, the forbidden grounds of the Beast clan." Upon hearing this, Woo-young quickly took Emowen's hand and suggested, "We should go out and have a look too." As if sensing something bad, Emowen, with a worried face, looked at Woo-young. "Qingxing Mountain seems to have something going on. No, I have to go back quickly." His eyes sharpened upon hearing this, and he suggested, "I'll go with you." At the same time, he thought to himself, "Demon Lord, heavenly tribulation descending. The forbidden grounds of the demon clan have been leveled. That brat, heavenly tribulation, has destroyed the Su family's forbidden grounds. My little sister's soul lamp." Next, he took out a stone. Suddenly, his face became more serious, and he thought to himself, "Protected by my divine soul power, nothing has happened to her. It's just that 2 consecutive days. 3 days of heavenly tribulation, all aimed at the forbidden grounds of the various clans. This is definitely not a coincidence." Seeing his constantly changing expression, Emowen, who was behind him, asked, "What do you want to do, Woo-young?" Woo-young quickly turned around, took her hand, and replied, "I can only use 1/3 of my primordial spirit to protect you, so no matter where we are, we can know each other's safety and provide timely assistance." Emowen looked down at Woo-young's hand holding hers, her face thoughtful. You said that if you received the power of the 5 clans' forbidden grounds, now that the heavenly tribulation has descended, the power of the forbidden grounds is likely to have been broken. You must quickly seize the time. I'll return to Qingxing Mountain once. If I can stabilize the situation, I'll come back to find you. Hearing this, he quickly moved closer and gently kissed Mo Wen's forehead. All right. Be careful yourself. High in the sky at this time, 2 beams of light, one red and one white, were flying side by side. He landed on the ground and exclaimed, "Ahead is the forbidden grounds of the Beast Clan. This is the heavenly tribulation." Ahead was a giant Beast Clan member, holding a hammer. It was slamming it into the ground, creating a considerable tremor. The little girl who accompanied him landed on the beast's body and shouted, "Ancestral Mighty One, give me the strength to resist the heavenly power." Suddenly, at this moment, a member of the Beast Clan appeared in the sky. She pointed a long staff towards the Beast King and ordered, "Beast King, you can go in peace." Seeing this, he quickly rushed forward and angrily said, "You sneakily attack the Beast King every day. Do you really have no shame, Grand Priest?" Upon seeing his appearance, the Grand Priest's face turned slightly pale, and she said unhappily, "Devil, you didn't die in the forbidden grounds of the Demon Clan. And you dare to come here on your own?" Wu Yong looked up and replied, "Ha, under the vast sky, there's nothing this venerable one doesn't dare to do." Elsewhere, Yu Xianyu looked at him with a very smug expression. She used her tail to hold Mo Wen's effigy and asked, "Oh, so do you dare to let the woman in your heart die for you?" The Grand Priest, standing next to her, added, "Devil, obediently submit to death, and we will spare your woman. Otherwise, you can only die together." Wu Yong smiled contemptuously at them and replied, "You two also consider yourselves my enemies. I originally wanted to deal with you slowly, but unfortunately, the timing is too poor. Sigh, it's too convenient for you." At the same time, he thought to himself, this Beast King's puppet-making skill is really lifelike. It's just a pity it can't fool me. Without waiting for their response, he quickly stretched out his hand and launched an attack towards them. 5 Clans' Poisonous Heart. Facing Wu Yong's poisonous power, Yu Xianyu immediately turned pale and screamed, "What? This is the ancestral snake venom." The Grand Priest at this time still stubbornly looked at him and threatened, You. How can you ignore your own woman?" As soon as her words finished, he immediately rushed in front of her and grabbed the staff in her hand. "Just relying on the likes of you, you dare to capture this venerable one's wife? Being schemed against by you lot from the beginning is the real insult to me." Following that, a bright golden energy lit up. Wu Yong smiled triumphantly. Suddenly, bats appeared from nowhere. Wu Yong didn't have time to react, so he panicked and covered his face with his hands, shouting, "Ay!" At this moment, the Grand Priest's face suddenly darkened, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she looked towards him. Ha, devil, your biggest weakness is not your woman, but your arrogance. Today I will let you die at the hands of the strongest of our Beast Clan." Yu Xianyu looked at the bats rushing towards her. Despite already being pale, she became even paler and exclaimed, "What?" The bats transformed into a fierce flame that surrounded the Grand Priest. She struggled to escape, constantly screaming, "Ay!" From behind, the little girl's voice cried out for help, "Master, save me!" He was startled and turned to look. Before his eyes was the image of the little girl sitting on the head of the monster. Wu Yong's sword blocked the monster's axe. With his appearance, the little girl looked up and exclaimed joyfully, "Master will definitely come to save me." But he still didn't seem to care, using his hand to control his sword. "My sword control won't last much longer. During this time, let's make a deal." The little girl looked at him and added, "Master, your power is not just that, you can definitely solve this." Wu Yong slowly turned around, his expression somewhat depressed, and asked, "Just because I can solve it doesn't mean I will help you. I'll help you deal with the heavenly tribulation, and the great ascension cultivation of your Beast Clan's forbidden grounds will belong to me. How about it?" Seeing this, the little girl reached towards him with a dissatisfied expression and shouted, "Sob, sob, sob, Master, how can you?" After asking, he turned to leave. "Then you solve it yourself, there's nothing to look forward to in the future. Just be evil." Then the little girl stomped her foot and stood up. The little girl looked at him, her expression extremely angry, and shouted, "As long as we can stop this heavenly tribulation, this deal, the four kings agree." Hearing this, he turned around and happily agreed, "That's more like it." Wu Yong turned back, rushed over, grabbed the little girl's arm, and pulled her up. Faced with his sudden action, the little girl was extremely panicked and scared, constantly screaming, "Hey! Master, what are you going to do?" He had a cold expression, pushed the little girl towards the other side with his hand, and calmly replied, "You fight too pathetically, this venerable one will demonstrate a little what it means to defy the heavens." Next, Wu Yong began to unleash his power and attack the monster. Suddenly, a huge fire sword appeared from the monster's hand. The monster attacked the ground with the sword, accompanied by a loud voice exclaiming, "Demonic beasts, be extinguished!" High above, the little girl watched with a very smug expression. "Whoa, so powerful, as expected of my master. Humph, if it weren't for the four kings' primordial souls not having recovered yet. It wouldn't be your turn, little brat. This king is worried that if we repel the heavenly tribulation once, it will come again." But before she could finish her words, a giant hand appeared in the sky, piercing through the dark clouds and seemingly wanting to absorb all the surrounding spiritual energy. The little girl continued to observe. As if realizing something, she exclaimed in panic, "Ah! That's not right. Could it be that Master wants to chase after it?" Wu Yong continued to unleash his attacks. From the techniques he unleashed, a golden dragon appeared and charged towards the monster. At the same time, his phoenix also appeared. The Dragon Clan's Saint Manifestation and the Phoenix Clan's Saint Manifestation simultaneously charged towards the large hands piercing through the dark clouds in the sky. The power he generated crashed down to the ground, creating a considerable tremor. After a few minutes, everything finally returned to its original peaceful appearance. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the heavenly tribulation disappeared. At this time, the little girl began to approach him from above, her expression slightly worried, and asked, "Master, how could you kill the messenger of the heavenly tribulation?" The second soul in the little girl's body angrily shouted, "Are you crazy, you brat? When the time comes, all 5 clans will be buried with you." Wu Yong turned around and calmly replied, "Don't you understand yet? The heavenly tribulation is merely the suppression imposed by the ascended powerhouses on the 5 clans' cultivation. As long as we are strong enough, they can't take anything from us." Wu Yong stretched out his hand and shouted, "The great Ascension cultivation of the Beast Clan, this venerable one will take it." The specter of the monster appeared. Yan Shou looked at him and smiled happily, a worthy successor. He offered, "I will help you." Next, Wu Yong used his own power to send the monster into a vortex, transporting it through another dimension. Next, pieces of armor suddenly appeared from his body, emitting a tremendously powerful energy. Afterwards, Wu Yong looked at the stone emitting a gentle power in his hand and wondered to himself, "I've settled things on this side, I wonder how the Ghost Clan and Demon Clan are doing?" He looked at the image of Chihua that appeared and asked, "How is the situation with the people we deployed to monitor the 5 clans? How is the heavenly tribulation today?" He stretched out his hand respectfully and reporting back to your lordship, the Human Clan and Demon Clan's bases have been destroyed. The other 3 clans have managed to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Your lordship, when the heavenly tribulation descended, the Soul Clan was protected by the Soul King's power, but the Demon Clan's heavenly tribulation was actually blocked by the Forbidden Grounds itself. Hearing his answer, he asked in confusion, "Oh, isn't the Demon Clan led by Wei Ji? Didn't he take action?" Upon hearing his question, his expression immediately became furious, and he shouted, "That traitor Wei Ji! Ever since he learned that your lordship is seeking revenge on us, he's been hiding in his Wangba territory, not daring to show his face. We can't find him to vent our anger either." Wu Yong's expression remained unchanged, and he added, "You are no match for him, no need to seek your own death, this venerable one will personally deal with him." The conversation ended, he clenched his fists, his expression filled with anger, and he wondered to himself, it doesn't matter what Wei Ji is plotting, but when did the Demon Clan's Forbidden Grounds gain enough power to withstand the heavenly tribulation? Sensing the increasingly negative emotion surrounding him, the little girl timidly called out to him, "Master?" A loud explosion suddenly occurred in the forest, accompanied by flames gradually spreading around. Hearing this, the little girl quickly turned to look towards the forest and shouted, "What happened? Isn't that the Grand Priest's territory?" Without waiting for him to say anything more, the little girl quickly rushed towards the source of the explosion. "Master, I'll go take a look." Wu Yong tightly gripped the stone in his hand. Feng Ding and Su Qing appeared, filled with anger. She looked towards him and shouted, "Demon Lord, the heavenly tribulation is over," but the Serpent Clan's territory suddenly exploded for no reason. "Like this, do we need to investigate?" Su Qing, standing next to Feng Ding, added angrily, "Brat, my little sister's lamp is fine, but ye, after the heavenly tribulation suddenly. Will the Su family be alright?" His eyes narrowed, his expression filled with suspicion, and he calculated in his mind. 3 places in a row now, and they are all territories arranged for my brats. This is definitely not a coincidence. Wu Yong looked at the two of them with a very serious expression and suggested, "Phoenix Emperor, the investigation of the Serpent Clan's territory will be entrusted to you. As for the Su family, as long as my mother's soul lamp is still lit, nothing will happen to the Su family that day." Feng Ding replied seriously, "I'll contact you after the investigation." Su Qing, standing next to him, couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking so much about, brat?" Wu Yong didn't answer, his hand gripping the stone even tighter. On the little girl's side, she looked at the people in the explosion area, constantly giving orders and helping everyone evacuate. A moment later, Wu Yong also landed and looked at the little girl, asking, "What have you investigated?" The little girl replied, expressing her doubts and suspicions. "What haven't I investigated? This explosion happened suddenly, and the explosion range was concentrated within the Grand Priest's territory. It's really strange." Wu Yong asked further, "Let me ask you, where was the Serpent Clan Queen who surrendered to the Beast Clan arranged?" The little girl replied, "You. This king placed her in the East Guest area, making it convenient for this king to monitor the Serpent Clan's actions." Seeing the little girl's enthusiasm, he was very satisfied. He patted her head and praised, "Good job. Now take this venerable one to the guest area." Looking at his actions, the little girl's eyes immediately lit up. "Master, have you accepted me as your disciple? I'll take you there right away." Immediately afterwards, they both left at the same time. While walking, the little girl still didn't forget to ask again, "Master, have you accepted me?" He denied, "Not yet." Both of them landed on a large rock. As soon as they landed, the little girl sighed in disappointment. "Sigh, so much for happiness, this is Yu's place." Both of them walked towards Yu's residence. Wu Yong walked ahead and reached out to open the door. The little girl followed closely behind, asking in confusion, "Yu was killed by you, why are you still coming to her place?" He didn't answer but stretched out his hand, unleashing his power before the little girl's confusion. Wu Yong quickly created a sphere that enveloped both of them to protect them from the attacking energy. He looked at the power in front of him, and thought to himself, "Oh? Bound by my demonic energy, yet still able to move. It seems the power doesn't belong to that woman." Realizing the situation before her, the little girl unleashed her attack, "Dangerous beast," then looked at him worriedly and asked, "Master, are you alright? I didn't expect that snake woman to be so insidious, daring to scheme against us." He tightly gripped the power, his expression completely calm as he replied, "It's fine, it's just that the power of this clear light sword came from the same source as the heavenly tribulation." After a few seconds, the power immediately dissipated. The little girl reached out, retrieved her beast, and looked at him with a smile, asking, "There shouldn't be any more traps inside, right, Master?" "What you said? About Yu and the power of the heavenly tribulation being connected?" They both walked together. Seeing the magnificent scene before her, the little girl couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Whoa!" She pointed at the massive rock beside her and asked curiously, "It seems like this stone can't be shrunk and put into storage spaces like Qiankun bags. When did you create this thing?" Wu Yong didn't answer, he gently touched the large rocks, using his energy to sense them. He thought to himself, these explosions happening one after another without a clear reason. "I'm afraid that it is meant to destroy these ownerless stones. This would mean these stones hold the information I seek." Then, he continued to perform the retrospection technique. Looking at Yuxianyu's appearance in his mind, he thought to himself, they just didn't expect Yuxianyu to leave the Serpent Clan's territory and bring this stone to the Beast Clan's territory. That's why they keep appearing here. Returning to the past, Yuxianyu knelt before a table, clasping her hands in sincere prayer. Senior, your junior Yuxianyu sincerely offers her birthday wishes. A shapeless dark shadow replied, Wu Yan's child must die. After the deed is done, you and those who kill him can receive the power of the 5 clans. Otherwise, your souls will be annihilated. Remember. After hearing this, Yuxianyu bowed her head respectfully and obeyed. Your junior understands. Returning to the present, Wu Yong's eyes widened in surprise as he sensed something. He thought to himself, I don't know who this shadowy figure is, but listening to him. Could he be my father's enemy? The little girl standing next to him touched the stone sphere and asked, Master, what makes that shadowy figure so boastful? Can he really give them the power of the 5 clans? Suddenly, the sphere emitted a purple light like a cosmic black hole, sucking the little girl's hand inside. Caught off guard, the little girl screamed in terror, What? Master, save me! Wu Yong's eyes narrowed. He performed his technique, the clone technique. The little girl looked at him, her expression filled with fear, and screamed, Master! His hand was sucked in by the light emanating from the stone. A moment later, he sat cross-legged, looking towards the stone sphere emitting a strange red light. Wu Yong stared at it, thinking to himself, I'll use half of my primordial spirit power to enter and see what secrets it holds. Through the mirror, Emowen appeared with a worried expression and asked, Why has half of your primordial spirit power disappeared? He replied, Don't worry, I haven't. But before he could finish his sentence, Emowen suddenly coughed up blood, spitting out fresh red blood. Witnessing the scene before him, he anxiously asked in panic, Emowen, what happened? Then, he quickly stretched out his hand, focusing all his energy to send a signal, a primordial spirit signal. His power shone directly onto the stone. From the light of the power, he opened up a new space. At the monolith's secret realm, the little girl knelt at Wu Yong's feet, rubbing her head and complaining in dissatisfaction, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wu Yong still didn't seem to care. He looked at the large door in front of him and thought to himself, It seems we can't get out by going up, we can only try to see if we can open this door. The little girl, upon seeing something, quickly stood up and smiled, Master, look at this. This is what affected the power of this king's demon clan. A faint light emanated from afar. The little girl stared at the door and asked curiously, There are 5 holes here, do they represent the power of the 5 clans? If we gather all 5 powers, can we open this door? We don't have the power of the 5 clans, do we? He approached, touched the door with his hand to sense it. Isn't it the power of the 5 clans? Who said we don't have it? Then, Wu Yong used his fingers to place them into each small slot on the door. As he placed his hand in, a bright golden light flashed. Primordial Divine Soul, the secret key of the 5 clans. Activating the secret realm. Immediately afterwards, a blue energy emanated from the door and shot upwards. A blue energy continuously radiated around. The little girl, witnessing this, looked at him with an admiring gaze, as expected of Master's primordial divine soul. As if sensing something, his eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed in surprise, Emowen. Suddenly, the energy pillar emanating from the large column tried to suck both of them in. While being sucked in, the little girl cried out continuously, Whoa! It's happening again! Wu Yong didn't react. He frowned and thought to himself, Half of my primordial spirit has gone to Emowen's side. Now I can only quickly finish investigating and return. Inside the Zhai Wuhui. Around them were countless circles resembling cosmic black holes. The little girl looked around and said, The aura emanating from these 9 doors is not to be underestimated. It seems choosing a path isn't simple. Ah! This is the aura emanating from my world. Then the little girl approached a circle. Faced with the little girl's reaction and knowledge, Wu Yong looked at her with suspicious eyes and asked, Who are you, really? What do you mean by saying it's related to your world? The little girl's face suddenly became a bit melancholic, and she replied, Master, it's a long story, I have to start from when I left the 9-layer spirit realm. The 9-layer spirit realm is formed by 9 cultivation worlds, from low to high. The spiritual energy within heaven and earth becomes increasingly richer. The power of cultivators becomes stronger, and cultivators can rely on Ascension to reach higher worlds. My world is the 5th layer, Master is on the 3rd layer, so my cultivation is higher than Master's. He continued to ask, so why didn't you ascend to a higher layer? What are you doing running down to a lower layer? The little girl replied, sigh, it's because I calculated that in the future. The 9 layers spirit realm will be ruled by a cultivator with the power of the primordial divine soul, thus encountering the heavenly tribulation from the heavy heaven. Leading to shattered bones and flesh, a strand of divine soul broke off and escaped to this world. Wu Yong's eyes darkened a bit, he glanced at her with a hint of wariness and asked, is the person you're looking for me? Then, because the heavenly secrets were revealed, did it lead to all the trouble I'm having today? If so, do you still want me to take you as my disciple and protect you? Seeing that he seemed to be starting to distrust her, the little girl replied with a slightly worried expression, Master, I'm very useful, look at this, wow. This is indeed a simulated world within my 9 layers spirit realm. Perhaps we can find more clues here to return there. Wu Yong added, that's the only way. Both of them walked into a strange fog, and the little girl asked, Master, if I make a contribution this time, will you accept me? He replied, let's see how you perform first. At Qingxing Mountain. In the middle of the battlefield, a bright red power shone down from above. It was Wu Yong. He landed next to Emowen. As soon as he landed, he called her name, Emowen. Seeing her kneeling, her body covered in injuries, his expression immediately became extremely worried, and he asked, how did you get injured like this? Emowen looked up at him and replied, Qingxing Mountain's aura hasn't fully recovered yet, so the Ghost Clan took this opportunity to invade. Originally, Qingxing Mountain's spiritual energy restrains ghostly energy, but I don't know what secret method the Ghost Clan used, but they were able to pollute the spiritual energy, allowing their ghostly energy to invade. This is cough cough. Behind him was the appearance of countless black flags. They floated in the air, accompanied by a very challenging voice. If the demon lord Wu Yong has arrived, do you dare to fight this king? He didn't answer, but quickly used the soul-mending technique to heal Emowen's injuries. After the initialization was complete, he immediately stood up straight, raised his hand, and declared, this barrier I've set up can help you heal Qingxing Mountain's spiritual energy. You can safely sit down and heal your internal injuries, while I go meet those Ghost Clan members who dare to hurt you. Upon hearing this, Emowen immediately became very worried. She grabbed his hand and suggested, but you only have half of your primordial soul power now, let me fight alongside you. Wu Yong looked at her and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I have techniques that counter the Ghost Clan, just trust your husband's strength. I'll be back soon. After that, he quickly rushed off. Meanwhile, Emowen, sitting within the barrier, didn't waste a single moment to recover her strength, thinking to herself, I must recover quickly to be able to help him. Outside, Wu Yong reached out his hand behind him, looked at the Ghost Clan members, and calmly taunted, are the Ghost Clan's methods always so sneaky and underhanded? Next, without letting them answer or react, he quickly attacked the Ghost Clan members. This venerable one reveals himself. A loud explosion rang out. The Ghost Clan member now revealed his true form. He held a knife, swung his hand and smiled smugly, no no no, and at Wu Yong, you were killed by this king once before. Yet you still dare to be so arrogant, really. What a fearless fool! The Ghost Clan member attacked Wu Yong. He stretched out his hand, frowning cautiously. A thread from his sleeve simultaneously shot out. They moved forward, coiling around each other, forming a knot. Seeing this, the Ghost Clan member laughed mockingly, ha ha ha, the strongest demon lord or whatever, you don't even understand the principle of haste makes waste. Facing his mocking laughter, he calmly replied, do you know what it means to want to draw a tiger but end up with a dog? It's a fake. Hearing his words, he became furious and shouted, what? You! Soon, his body was wrapped by his cloth. He struggled to break free. His mouth kept asking, how? Why can't my ghostly transformation demon be summoned? Ah! Wait, Demon Lord, I have information to tell you. He replied, tell me quickly. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. The Ghost Clan member said, got you. Even if I'm not the Ghost King or anything, as long as I can control the Ghost Clan's immortal binding book. Even if you are a great Luo golden immortal, you will be captured by me, ha ha ha. Bright red thorns suddenly appeared around his body, wrapping around him. His lifeless eyes couldn't comprehend what was happening before him. The thorns wrapped around his body, tightening more and more. He added smugly, I heard your cultivation is high, but I want to see if draining your cultivation will help me break through to the soul. King Realm, why is this cultivation so endless? Why can't I stop absorbing it? I don't want it anymore. But the more he absorbed his cultivation, the more uncomfortable he became. The Ghost Clan member clutched his throat in extreme pain. At this time, Wuyong slowly removed the thorns wrapped around the Ghost Clan member's body. He turned his head and smiled, his face completely calm. Playing games with you for so long. I only managed to find this small piece of information from your soul. What a waste of this venerable one's time. Then he pulled hard, causing the thorn to snap in two. Looking at the Ghost Clan member's demonic energy around him, he frowned and thought to himself, this fake is just a pawn. The orders he received were just to use Mo1 to lure me to Qingxing Mountain. He appeared again, crossing his arms and looking at him, smiling with an extremely arrogant look. Demon Lord Wuyong, are you well? Wuyong floated in the air. He looked towards the Ghost Clan members, and asked, why do all the Ghost Clan kings like to hide their heads and reveal their tails? At the same time, he thought to himself, I feel like the entire Qingxing Mountain has been set up. The real Ghost King attack is definitely not here. Faced with his mocking words, the Ghost Clan member wasn't angry. He stretched out his hand and began to unleash his power, replying, Demon Lord Wuyong, a righteous person doesn't speak in riddles. I came here today only to make a deal with you. Seeing this, he also unleashed his own power. Oh? You and I have an unending feud. What kind of deal is this? Then Wuyong attacked the Ghost Clan member. His flames rushed towards the Ghost Clan's flags, burning and forming a large circle. He still remained indifferent, standing very calmly. His flames grew larger and larger, then gradually transformed into a fire tornado, wrapping around the Ghost Clan's flags and pulling them along, causing them to gradually burn to ashes. At the same time, his voice rang out, what if this deal concerns the Holy Maiden of the Holy Mountain, the one the Demon Lord loves most? Wuyong looked towards Mo1 sitting inside the barrier and wondered to himself, what's going on? Why is the chi in Mo1's body leaking out of control? Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, the Ghost Clan member quickly unleashed his attack, Soul Urging Formation. Next, the Ghost Clan's formation surrounded Mo1's barrier, merging with Wuyong's formation. Seeing Mo1 gradually recovering faster, he wondered to himself in surprise, this formation isn't meant to harm Mo1, but to help her? On the Ghost Clan's side, he was merging with his clones and looked at him, saying, Qingxing Mountain is now just an empty shell, everything relies on the Holy Maiden's consumed primordial spirit to maintain. So how long can the Holy Maiden's primordial spirit last? Wuyong glanced at him, tell me about the deal. At the same time, he thought to himself, Mo1's current situation is indeed problematic, let's hear what the other party's purpose is first. The Ghost Clan member looked at him and smiled, stating the terms of the deal. I can use the Ghost Clan's soul separation grand method to extract your wife's primordial spirit from the Holy Maiden's body and revive her. In return, the Demon Lord Wuyong needs to join me in eliminating our common enemy. What do you think? Wuyong propped his hand up and asked, common enemy? As soon as he mentioned the enemy, he roared in anger, that bastard Wei Ji. He tricked us into joining forces to kill someone. And then he became a great power. Now he has invaded the territory of our demon clan. Damn him! Witnessing his furious expression, he asked, oh, if that's the case, does the Ghost Clan king want to kill a small fry from the demon clan, but needs to rely on someone else's hand? At the same time, he thought to himself, someone as cunning as Qingjian, how could he be tricked by Wei Ji? It seems like this is another trap, luring the tiger out of the mountains. He replied angrily, humph, Wei Ji is different now. He has obtained the remaining cultivation from all the great powers of the demon clan. He frowned, thinking to himself, the great Ascension cultivation can only be obtained within the forbidden grounds of the demon clan. Suddenly, he approached him, extended his hand, and bowed his head in greeting. Noi has now broken through to the level of a demon god. Only you and I can eliminate him. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him. Vo Dung didn't refuse, and agreed, replying, all right, once it's done, don't forget your promise. Seeing him agree to the deal, he quickly dashed off like an arrow. This is urgent. I'll lead the way. Let's go. Vo Dung approached Mac Van and instructed her, I'm going to break the deadlock. Mac Van, you act according to the circumstances, but absolutely do not put yourself in danger. She looked up and replied, be careful, husband. After he left, a swarm of 10,000 ghosts swooped down, rushing towards Mac Van's barrier. Where Vo Dung's clone was, the little girl was holding his hand, pulling him along while pointing forward. Master, this mountain is my territory, let your disciple lead the way. Suddenly, large flames appeared, surrounding the little girl's territory. Next, a dragon appeared with the form of a lion, continuously breathing fire. Seeing her territory being burned, the little girl cried out, ah, my home. Seeing the little girl's appearance, the dragon immediately charged towards her. Seeing this, Vo Dung quickly raised his sword, preparing to attack. Suddenly, the little girl rushed forward and grabbed his hand, stopping him. Master, don't attack. Wherever the dragon charged, the surrounding earth, rocks, and mountains cracked and crumbled. It stood before Vo Dung and the little girl, and large question marks appeared in its mind. The little girl, unafraid, reached out and touched the dragon's face. Ah! I thought I was really in my own world, but it turns out it's just an illusion. What a pity. He stood beside her, looking at her with an extremely puzzled expression. The little girl looked at the dragon affectionately and said, oh dear, so naughty, making such a fuss. I'll have to spend time rebuilding my house again. The dragon gradually shrunk in size. Witnessing the scene before him, Vo Dung put his hand behind his back and asked with a smile, is this the spirit beast you nurture? The little girl, while stroking her natal spirit, replied, no, master, this is my natal spirit. Vo Dung repeated her words in surprise, natal spirit? The little girl replied, a natal spirit is like a cultivator's second life. If the main body is severely injured or dies, it will go berserk. During that time, the natal spirit's soul will fly away. The little girl added, a natal spirit cannot be killed by other cultivators, so the main body can be resurrected by relying on the natal spirit's cultivation. The natal spirit's soul began to absorb the surrounding yang qi, then breathed out a large flame. The flame rushed towards the mountain. Observing the scene through the illusory image, the little girl puffed out her cheeks, feigning anger. I knew it. Now I have to help that guy clean up the mess again. He watched as the natal spirit continuously grew larger, and then gradually returned to its original form. He looked at her questioningly and asked, isn't it true that a natal spirit cannot be killed? The little girl replied, that's right, but when a natal spirit goes into a rage, spiritual power can easily leak out, which allows those who have never cultivated a physical body to gain some of it. Over the long years, a natal spirit cannot be killed, but it has to endure being surrounded and slaughtered. Boo-hoo-hoo. My poor baby. The little girl's eyes looked sadly towards the natal spirit. Vo Dung raised his hand and created a magic array, bloodlight duplicate shadow array. Seeing this, the little girl shouted with a very sad expression, stopping him, Master, it's useless. This place is an illusion, our power is useless here. Through the illusion, on the natal spirit's side, a man in white exclaimed in surprise, what? The little girl was also surprised. Huh? Faced with Vo Dung's energy flowing through the illusionary world, the group of people panicked. What's going on? There's an invisible force at work. Could it be that the main body of this spirit isn't dead? Once it returns to its main body, we won't be able to take a detour anymore. Run! They then quickly evacuated and fled. Looking through the illusion, he frowned and thought to himself, just half of my cultivation base is indeed a strain, but this incident has proven that this illusion can't stop me. The little girl quickly lowered herself down, her expression full of joy as she chirped her thanks. Thank you, Master, for saving my natal spirit. Master, you are truly amazing. How did you repel all that trash outside the illusion? He pointed his finger at the little girl's head and replied with a smile, I will tell you the method and give you a moment to comprehend it. Whether you succeed or not depends on you. Hearing this, the little girl looked at him with determined eyes and replied, the demon lord truly has many tricks, this king will not lose to you. Then, both of them simultaneously looked towards the distant mountain, thinking to themselves, I can finally go out, but I wonder what my main body is like outside. The scene shifted to the outside. A horrifying voice rang out, "Kill!" A group of people were charging head-on and fighting each other. From afar, the Ghost Tribe and Vo Dung were rushing towards them. One of them shouted, "Noi Cat, you scoundrel, you dare bully my Ghost Tribe! Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place." High above, the man in purple looked towards them and thought to himself, "Humph, the traitor Noi Cat has actually arrived." The man in purple extended his hand, looking at them with extremely sinister eyes, and said, "Hee, Ghost King, you've already arrived, no need to keep up the act." The Ghost King glanced at Vo Dung and shouted, "Indeed." Then he raised his hand, turning towards Vo Dung in a stance ready to attack. Vo Dung frowned, looking forward, thinking to himself, "Just a small Ghost King's spirit body, how can it break through my protective aura?" But he quickly realized something was wrong. Sensing something unusual, Vo Dung quickly checked his spiritual power. The Ghost Tribe below looked up at him and exclaimed, "Ah, it's the esteemed demon Lord Vo Dung. Let this king send you to your final resting place." He extended his hand forward, preparing to unleash his magic. The Ghost King smiled, his face gradually becoming extremely grotesque. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly raised his hands and shouted, "Immortal Trapping Grand Formation, activate! Ghost Tribe Immortal Prison!" A terrifying dark energy radiated from around him. And dark souls followed, surrounding Vo Dung. Yet Vo Dung remained unafraid. He looked at the Ghost King, smiled disdainfully, and sighed, "Just this tattered net wants to make things difficult for this lord?" Sigh. Then, he quickly unleashed his own power, Demon Spirit Manifest Saint. The flames around his body grew larger and radiated outwards. He then gradually controlled the Ghost King's dark energy. The Ghost King's dark souls were gradually burned by his flames. He looked at him with disdain and said, "Humph, defeated subordinate, you are no longer the Demon Lord." Then, the Demon Tribe approached from afar, joining forces with the Ghost Tribe to attack him. Demon Spirit Manifest Saint. Looking at the magic array, Demon Dragon Soul Shadow Charge. Surrounding him, not only was he not afraid, but his expression was extremely calm. Vo Dung rested his chin on his hand and smiled in admiration. Is this the strongest fusion secret technique between the Demon Tribe and the Ghost Tribe? Vo Dung's eyes gradually darkened. He looked towards them, killing intent radiating from his body. "It seems your collusion isn't just a recent development, huh?" The Ghost King floated in the air, looking down at him arrogantly and mockingly. "Demon Lord Vo Dung truly has a keen eye. This kind of formation is specifically designed to kill powerful beings like you." The Demon Tribe beside him added, "Why waste words with him? Just kill him directly, I still have urgent matters to attend to." At this time, on the Ghost King's side, he frowned and glanced at him, secretly scorning in his mind, a good-for-nothing who only cares about women. If I didn't see that he still had some use. Suddenly, the Ghost King turned to the 10,000 ghosts and suggested with a smile, "The 10,000 ghosts workforce has already sent the person you wanted to the demon territory. According to our initial agreement, leave this place to me." Faced with the Ghost King's proposal, his expression remained indifferent, crossing his arms and replying, "Humph, consider yourself sensible." Then, the 10,000 ghosts turned their gaze towards Vo Dung, smiling with a provocative disdain. "Vo Dung, you will never be able to defeat me." He then extended his hand and began to control his magic array. "However many times you can live, I can kill you that many times." He became increasingly complacent, laughing loudly, "Mac Van is mine now, haha." Yet, in the face of the 10,000 ghosts' words, Vo Dung simply sighed dejectedly, resting his hand on his chin. Haze. Faced with his indifference and lack of concern, the Ghost King couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Demon Lord Vo Dung still hasn't given up, unwilling to die? Even if the person you love most is taken by your rival, you don't care anymore?" Vo Dung remained the same, sitting amidst his own magic array, outside of which was the attack from the Ghost Tribe and Demon Tribe's formation. Yet he remained extremely calm and indifferent, replying, "You're about to find out the reason I'm here. Right, there's still a little something that needs fixing." Finally, after a while, he suddenly raised his hand and began to gather the surrounding spiritual energy into his palm. "That Noi Cat was never my rival, he's not worthy. He escaped from their formation, standing proudly facing the Ghost King. Seeing him safe and sound without any injuries, the Ghost King exclaimed in surprise, how could you resist our strongest devouring technique? Vo Dung didn't care much. Faster than lightning, he appeared right behind the Ghost King. His voice carried a hint of disdain as he asked, strongest? Don't make me laugh. Where is this place? If you want to keep your life, Ghost King, you better bring out your true trump card. After a few seconds of his presence, the Ghost King finally reacted. He jumped back in shock, exclaiming, since when? The Ghost King's eyes gradually turned white, and he laughed loudly, asking, is this my true power now? Vo Dung frowned and glanced at him, standing proudly and replying, from the moment your clone broke through my protective aura, I released my spiritual power to investigate the entire Ghost tribe. It seems your power today is indeed absorbed from the cultivation base of the Ghost tribe's Forbidden Grounds ascended mighty figures. It's a pity your body is too weak. Absorbing too much powerful cultivation base has turned you into this monstrous form. Knowing that he had been exposed, the Ghost King lowered his head slightly and smiled sinisterly. A small sacrifice in exchange for this heaven-destroying power. If it were you, you wouldn't be able to resist either. Now, under this king's power, die. Half of his body transformed into a skeleton. At the same time, a massive skeleton appeared behind him, holding a huge scythe in its hand. Black smoke radiated from the giant skeleton, which was the soul-locking grand technique. Seeing the formation, Vo Dung's eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise, and he thought to himself, such a powerful soul-locking technique, it can actually trap me. The giant skeleton charged towards him with the scythe in hand, shouting, Demon Lord Vo Dung, become a vengeful ghost under this king's blade. In the sky, the dark clouds gradually dispersed. An extremely powerful force attacked downwards, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter and fly throughout the space. Mac Van was still cultivating to recover her energy. She was surrounded like an iron ball, with dark energy swirling below. The 10,000 ghosts appeared from above and landed. He looked at her, smiling sinisterly, Mac Van, you are finally mine. Mac Van opened her eyes and looked at him with an extremely furious expression, Demon Tribe traitor, you are not worthy of speaking my name. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but become angry, looking at her and shouting, shut up. I am the Demon Lord of the Demon Tribe now. The one who betrayed the Demon Tribe. Even the 5 tribes, is that bastard Vo Dung. I killed him on behalf of the heavens. Seeing the 10,000 ghosts trying to slander Vo Dung, her face darkened even more. How could Vo Dung betray the 5 tribes? The 10,000 ghosts shouted, that heavenly slaughter, but after saying 3 words he felt that he had said too much and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Thinking to himself, this is bad, I almost revealed a heavenly secret and will be punished by heaven. No one can talk about Vo Dung's matter. He turned pale, but also sighed in relief for stopping himself in time. Then he quickly changed the subject, Mac Van, don't interfere in that bastard's matters. Anyway, he will definitely die this time. You and I. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mac Van, if we're not talking about Vo Dung, then there's nothing to talk about between us. Her expression darkened, and she lowered her head, filled with fury. A blue energy radiated outwards. Along with it came a loud explosion. From the release of spiritual power, smoke billowed. The 10,000 ghosts quickly raised his hand to shield his face. Mac Van finally recovered. She floated in the air and extended her hand forward, beginning to deploy a formation. Countless large swords appeared around her. At the same time, she declared, you have harmed Vo Dung time and time again, today I will not spare you. The 10,000 ghosts' face darkened. The more he heard her mention him, the more enraged he became, shouting angrily, Vo Dung! Vo Dung! Why do you keep talking about that mongrel? Clearly we are the pure-blooded demon tribe, clearly I knew you first. How am I any worse than that bastard? His anger grew, and demonic energy surged around him. Mac Van replied, you are inferior in every way, Vo Dung. Then she unleashed her magic, Azure Saint Demon slaying formation. Seeing the swords rushing towards him, he quickly raised his hands to prepare his defense. Fine. If I can't win your heart, then I want to win your body. But before he could start, he suddenly coughed up blood. Looking up at the magic array above with its immense spiritual power, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What? This blood-colored barrier is that Kid Vodung's power? Since when did you two merge your cultivation bases?" As soon as he finished speaking, a massive surge of spiritual power from the magic array struck the 10,000 ghosts' body directly. After the attack ended, black smoke emerged from the 10,000 ghosts' eyes and mouth. Mac Van observed carefully, frowning as she thought to herself, "This unusual aura, this isn't the power of the demon tribe?" Once again, Mac Van continued to attack him, shouting, "Exterminate the demon!" As soon as she finished speaking, a thick black smoke appeared behind him. His spiritual power was continuously being absorbed. The 10,000 ghosts looked at her and shouted angrily, "Despicable tricks!" Suddenly, the smoke behind him transformed into energy and secretly attacked her. Despite this, she quickly reacted, deploying magic to block the energy. But soon, her magic array was broken. He looked at her, smiling smugly. "Do you have any more tricks? Use them all. I want to see how many tricks that useless bastard left you." Without hesitation, she quickly reached out and summoned the fire sword. Emowen grabbed the sword, then cast the spell, Soul Sword Chi. Without a wasted movement, she slashed the sword into the center of the myriad ghost's body. He wasn't affected at all. The myriad ghost's body even split into two. He laughed loudly, looking at her with a perverted gaze. "Ha ha ha, that brat even gave you the life-saving soul origin creation. Sword, no wonder you're so devoted to him. Ha ha ha, but now I have an immortal body. As long as you change your mind, I will protect you." After that, he cast the spell, Delusional Heart. His spiritual energy surged upwards. His body continuously split into multiple copies. With a smug expression, he said, "You refuse the toast and drink the forfeit. Then don't blame me for using force." Seeing the situation becoming dire, Emowen's face started to bead with sweat. She frowned, thinking to herself, "Not good, if what he said is true, even the soul sword can't kill him. And the more people there are." She quickly reached out to summon the soul sword. But the sword didn't appear. Seeing that she couldn't summon it, a sense of unease flashed in her heart, and she thought to herself, "What's wrong with the soul sword? Could something have happened to Wu Yong?" As if he knew what was happening on her side, his clones rushed towards her simultaneously. He was overjoyed, laughing heartily. "That useless brat Wu Yong is finally gone. Ha ha ha, Emowen, you're finally mine." Suddenly, a huge stone ball appeared in the distance, rolling towards Emowen. The myriad ghost clones looked up in surprise, looking at each other and asking, "This is the treasure the senior immortal left for me. It was clearly in the secret chamber. Why is it here? I clearly have an immortal body. Why haven't the other 5 clones revived yet? What's going on?" The stone ball gradually cracked. From within, the figures of Wu Yong and the little girl gradually appeared. Seeing that they had returned, the little girl quickly exclaimed, "Master is so amazing. Using your method, we really came back. We're really back." Wu Yong paid no attention to the voice beside him. He hurriedly walked towards Emowen. Then, he quickly grabbed her hand, anxiously asking, "Emowen, why is your spiritual energy so depleted? Are you injured?" As soon as she saw him, her eyes softened. She looked up at him and replied, then asked, "I'm fine, you came back just in time. The soul sword you gave me suddenly disappeared. Did something happen to your main body?" Wu Yong was stunned, stammering, "I." But before he could finish, the myriad ghosts behind him yelled, "Wu Yong, you bastard, why aren't you dead yet?" Hearing this, the little girl's eyes turned fierce, and she turned to the myriad ghosts and shouted, "How dare you touch my master and mistress? You're courting death." A dark energy constantly emanated from the myriad ghost's body. He and his clones looked at them, smiling and saying in unison, "Trying to use my technique against me? Ha ha, how naive, you only know." But before he could finish, a pack of wolves rushed towards him. One of them bit off his head. The little girl was delighted. She folded her arms and turned to Wu Yong to boast, "Master, look, your disciple." But before she could finish, Wu Yong frowned and exclaimed, "Something's wrong." Suddenly he grabbed the little girl's collar and pulled her back, her face full of surprise. Then, Wu Yong reached out and attacked the myriad ghosts floating in front of him, shouting, "Kill!" Seeing his smug look, he thought to himself, "This power feels familiar. very similar to the obstacle I encountered in the giant stone's secret realm. Could it be? He frowned, his eyes showing a hint of worry. Sensing the crux of the matter, the little girl beside him exclaimed in panic, "Master, behind this demon is a huge stone. That stone is supplying him with energy." Wu Yong didn't reply. He looked at the myriad ghosts and thought to himself, it seems that this large stone is the reason for his immortal body. Very well, let me see what this so-called immortal is capable of. After finishing his calculations, Wu Yong started to raise his hand, unleashing his power. At the same time, he assigned tasks to Mo-Wen and Meng Bao. Mo-Wen, aren't you worried about my main body? Go check on the situation there, leave this place to me. Meng Bao, protect your mistress, if she gets even slightly hurt, I'll expel you from my sect. Meng Bao stepped forward and took Mo-Wen's hand. The little girl quickly ran ahead to lead the way, while also reassuring Mo-Wen, "Mistress, don't worry, with me here, not a single hair on your head will be harmed." She turned her head to look at Wu Yong, who was fighting the myriad ghosts, and softly instructed, "Be careful." Back to the two of them. The myriad ghosts with dark wings were rushing towards him. He looked at Wu Yong with a smug expression and exclaimed, "Demonic race bastard, die!" Suddenly, Wu Yong smirked, thinking to himself, "Too weak. Ghost Clan Forbidden Grounds, Heavenly Khan." Recalling his battle with the Ghost Clan, a monster rushed forward and shielded him. It was the Myriad Beast's armor. The Ghost Clan member above looked at him and asked, "Ghost Clan's secret technique?" Wu Yong looked up and smiled, replying, "The Ghost King's eyesight is not bad." The Ghost King pointed his scythe at him and shouted, "Humans, demons, beasts, all are useless. In the end, I still have to clean up a 5-race calamity like you." Wu Yong's body was now covered by the Myriad Beast's armor. The Ghost King didn't care, quickly raising his hand to prepare to cast a spell. "Even if my king's ghost shadow path can't temporarily break through your defense, in your completely soul-locked state, can you still block this fatal blow?" Soul-devouring technique. From within the flags behind him, skeletons slowly emerged. They slowly advanced towards him, then slowly pierced through the armor. Next, they approached him, constantly biting and tearing at his Myriad Beast's armor. The Ghost King floating in the air laughed triumphantly. "Nah nah nah nah, Demon Lord Wu Yong, the biggest calamity of the 5 races, His Majesty will finally bring you." But his joy was short-lived as he suddenly coughed up blood. The Ghost King looked at the blood he just vomited in surprise. "Cough, cough. What's going on? My internal organs feel like they're being burned." On the opposite side, Wu Yong frowned and glanced at him. Several other illusions of him were merging into his body. Wu Yong snapped his fingers. On the Ghost King's side, his skeleton suddenly used the scythe to slice across his body. The Ghost King was startled, asking himself in his mind, "What just happened? Why am I being so locked by the skeletons I released?" He looked straight at Wu Yong, both angry and surprised, shouting, "Why can't I kill you? How could you escape the strongest soul-locking technique of our Ghost Clan?" "Why?" Wu Yong's expression remained unchanged. He stretched out his hand, unleashing power as he asked, "And why were you able to take the cultivation left behind by the ascended powerhouses in the Ghost Clan Forbidden Grounds from your own people?" "It's simple. I told you from the beginning, you're too weak, you can't fundamentally utilize the true power of this cultivation level." At this moment, the Ghost King's skeleton appeared behind Wu Yong. Faced with Wu Yong's words, he still didn't believe it, angrily shouting, "You nonsense!" Wu Yong's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura radiated from him. He raised his hand to control his spiritual energy, saying, "If you don't believe me, I'll let you broaden your horizons." Immediately afterwards, a terrifying power emanated from the skeleton's eyes and mouth. Wu Yong cast a spell, shouting, "Supreme Ghost Clan Secret Technique. Soul Refining Technique." He was enveloped in flames of spiritual energy. The skeleton also changed completely, its skin and flesh gradually forming. A moment later, the spirit body was fully formed. He knelt behind Wu Yong, bowing respectfully, "Master Demon Lord." Witnessing this astonishing scene, the Ghost King was extremely panicked, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible! This is something only a god can do. How can you regenerate flesh and bone for a spirit body?" Seeing that he was still not subdued, Wu Yong frowned and asked angrily, Still don't believe me? Wu Yong quickly reached out, preparing to cast the formation and asked, then how about I let you, the Ghost King, experience it for yourself? Upon hearing this, the Ghost King was stunned and exclaimed, What? Wu Yong quickly cast the soul technique. Then, the Ghost King's soul gradually separated from his body. He screamed incessantly, No. Feeling his soul about to be incinerated, the Ghost King screamed in fear, I believe in the Demon Lord's power, don't try any more. Wu Yong calmly replied, Oh. Wu Yong manipulated his hand, and his green flames gradually turned bright orange. It's not your turn to say no, after all, the grudge of you four plotting against us hasn't been settled yet. From the skeleton's scythe, carrying Wu Yong's power, the skeleton quickly attacked the Ghost King's body with its scythe. Witnessing this scene, the Ghost King screamed, Ay! My body. He turned his head to look at Wu Yong, his eyes burning with rage, and roared, You demon, don't be so smug, even if you kill us all, the immortals will avenge us. Wu Yong didn't reply, his face darkening, a chilling murderous aura radiating from him. The Ghost King's soul was now wrapped and squeezed by Wu Yong's power. Soon, his soul exploded. The formed skeleton stretched out its hand to shield Wu Yong and said, Protect, Master, be careful. After casting the spell, Wu Yong's face also paled slightly. He frowned, thinking to himself, Just as I predicted, someone whose own strength is insufficient can't withstand the soul-refining technique. Once it fails, it will backfire on the caster. Wu Yong looked at the spirit body and made a request. Your body and soul are still not completely stable. From now on you should continue cultivating in the Ghost Clan Forbidden Grounds. The spirit body frowned, extended his hand, and bowed his head in obedience. I obey, Master. Wu Yong glanced behind him, thinking to himself, Mowen, they're here. It seems that my soul origin has backfired, leading to instability, making her worried. Then, he unleashed his spiritual energy, pointed at the spirit body and added, I have added the secret techniques of the 5 races to your soul origin, which can double the effectiveness of your cultivation. The spirit body bowed his head again in gratitude. Thank you, Master. After listening to Wu Yong's instructions, the spirit body quickly jumped into the Ghost Clan Forbidden Grounds. Wu Yong stood watching the spirit body's movements, his expression contemplative. A moment later, Mo1 and Meng Bao appeared behind him simultaneously. Wu Yong turned around in surprise and exclaimed, You're here. Mo1 looked at his body and suggested, Your primordial spirit seems to be injured. Quickly find a place, I'll help you heal. Meng Bao, standing beside her, also urged, Master, quickly let Mistress help you heal, otherwise she'll worry herself to death. Hearing this, his eyes softened. Wu Yong took her hand and carefully asked, Mo1, your current saintess body will only continue to consume your primordial spirit until your soul is completely destroyed. Therefore, I will now extract your primordial spirit and reshape your body using your own primordial spirit. Do you trust me? Mo1 replied with a melancholic expression, Of course I trust you, but forcibly extracting my primordial spirit, before the saintess's body can be replenished by the next soul body, there will be no one to protect the Holy Town Mountain. After listening, he suggested, About that then let my disciple's spirit body temporarily enter the saintess's body to act as a bridge. Mo1 turned around with a hesitant expression. This is too much for Meng Bao. Seeing this, Meng Bao confidently affirmed, Mistress, don't worry, my soul origin power is on the same level as yours. This level of consumption is just a drop in the bucket for me. Hearing this, Wu Yong smiled. He reached out and touched Meng Bao's forehead, teasing, You agree so readily, the biggest reason is still because you don't want to share a body with the Beast King anymore, right? The little girl laughed cheerfully and replied, Hee hee, Master knows me best, I finally have my own body. The Beast King within her body also nodded in agreement. I agree as well. Then, he turned to Mo1 and affirmed, Your primordial spirit is being consumed every minute, now there's a way for you to be truly reborn, I must do it. She looked at him and agreed without hesitation. All right, but you must promise me that nothing will happen to you. Wu Yong smiled with satisfaction, Then, he began to unleash his spiritual energy. No more delay, let's begin. Beast King, please assist me with the technique. The 3 of them held hands. Meng Bao said, Leave it to me. Back to reality, he was currently battling the myriad ghosts. He remembered what he had to do before, which made his expression even more determined. He thought to himself, to save Meng Bao, I took the form of a clone and entered the giant stone's secret realm. I experienced the illusions in the secret realm, and coincidentally saved Mo1 from danger after breaking through the secret realm. Now in the demon clan Forbidden Grounds. It's time to deal with this traitor. His face suddenly darkened, then he raised his hand and began to unleash his spiritual energy. Ha! The myriad ghost's clawed hand gradually froze. Then it gradually spread up to his neck. Yet, he wasn't afraid at all, even mocking and looking down. Such a small amount of ice wants to freeze me? A bit naive. Break. Wu Yong wasn't in a hurry. He slowly unleashed his spiritual energy, smiling smugly. Don't worry, the good part is just beginning. Suddenly, the ice on half of the myriad ghost's body melted, replaced by a blazing red flame. He exclaimed in bewilderment, Huh? Then 2 spirit beasts, one cold and one hot, appeared, entwined with each other. His body was divided into 2 halves, one hot and one cold. The pain constantly spread throughout his body, causing him to scream in agony. AAA. What kind of demonic technique is this? Wu Yong floated in the air, controlling his spiritual energy as he replied, Demon clan and human clan secret techniques are just appetizers, clearing the way. I, with this ghost soul sword, will eliminate harm for the people. Wu Yong attacked the myriad ghosts with his sword. He screamed in agony, Why can't I revive? Then, he saw a black stream of dark energy flying past and pleaded, Senior, don't go. Save me. Witnessing his reaction, Wu Yong frowned in disdain, thinking to himself, Ha, what kind of immortal senior is this, so cowardly, actually wanting to run? His eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand, unleashing his spiritual energy. The flames merged with the black energy. Then it transformed into a sword and plunged straight into the stone. It was the terrifying heat of the flames, combined with the stone, and lava slowly flowed down. Then it transformed into a blazing red power, advancing towards the myriad ghosts from behind. Feeling the immense spiritual energy flowing into his body, he laughed smugly, Ha ha ha, I knew Senior would give me more power. But soon, the overwhelming power caused his body to split apart. The myriad ghosts screamed in agony, my primordial spirit, I don't want to die. Then, he and the dark energy merged into one, transforming into energy orbs. They gradually split into countless different orbs. Then, all the energy orbs rushed towards Wu Yong simultaneously. He frowned and reached out to grab the orbs. Since you're so kind as to offer equipment, there's no reason for me not to accept it. Then, Wu Yong sat in a meditative posture, controlling the energy orbs flying around him. Wu Yong held them in his hands, carefully observing them, while thinking to himself, This magical treasure is not from this world. It seems that the 5 people called immortal seniors who instigated Noi Cat relied on this object to communicate. First, put them away, then use this magical treasure to find their owner and settle the score. Alright, finally, only the cultivation left behind by the ascended powerhouses of the Ghost Clan Forbidden Grounds remains. Wu Yong smiled, looked forward, and said Noi Cat thought he could rule the demon clan by killing Ta. He's so foolish, he doesn't even know how to open the true demon clan Forbidden Grounds. The mark on his forehead suddenly glowed. Wu Yong closed his eyes, raised his hands in front of him, and began to unleash his spiritual energy. His power quickly radiated outwards, rushing towards a nearby stone. Soon, large, heavy cracks appeared on the huge stone. After creating a hole, his spiritual energy began to seep inside. Wu Yong quickly followed, thinking to himself, Before I was ambushed by Noi Cat's group, although I knew how to enter the demon clan Forbidden Grounds, my cultivation level at the time wasn't enough to open it. I didn't expect it to be such a desolate place after entering now. On a high platform, an old man was diligently cultivating with his head bowed. Upon seeing him, Wu Yong's eyes immediately lit up, and he thought to himself, Is this my father? But as he stepped forward, the man instantly disappeared. And just a few seconds later, he suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yong. He was the demon clan's original demon god, Wu Nai, Wu Yong's father. Suddenly, Wu Nai rushed forward and hugged Wu Yong, exclaiming joyfully, Son, you're finally here. Faced with his father's enthusiasm, he quickly pushed his father away and shouted, cough, cough, Dad, you're going to crush your son to death. Wu Nai folded his arms, glanced at his beloved son, and complained, Son, I'm telling you, why did you come so late? I'm bored to death here. Every day I just beat up my neighbors for fun. But they can't fight back, it's not fun at all. Hearing this, his face became serious, and he asked, Dad, the neighbors you mentioned, aren't they the cultivation levels left behind by the demon clan powerhouses? At the same time, he thought to himself, indeed, there's nothing here except the manifestations of the cultivation energy left behind by my father after his ascension. Could it be? His father pointed to the side and answered, That's right, what else could there be in this forbidden ground besides that? Hearing this, he added, Well, you're the same now. Upon hearing this, Wu Nai became furious. He raised his hand and punched his son's head, shouting, You brat! You haven't learned any respect after all this time. Your father directly collected all the cultivation here and handed it over to you, just to save you some effort and prevent you from fighting over it. You won't find such a good father even if you light a lantern. Not bad, although you arrived a bit late, your cultivation level doesn't disappoint this old man. But in just a moment, he changed his tune faster than flipping a pancake. Wu Nai smiled and praised Wu Yong. And when he was praised by his father, he happily rubbed his head with his hand. Although he was smiling on the outside, he was extremely sad inside. He thought sorrowfully, Dad, after you ascended, so many things have happened to me. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, and he raised his head and asked, Dad, what did you and Mother hide from me back then? Wu Nai patted his shoulder and instructed. My good son, finding your mother is the most important thing. Yong-er, the struggles in this world that you've ended are no longer important. As for matters related to the 9 layers spiritual realm, I don't know anymore. Just wait until you ascend, and when our family is reunited I'll tell you. Wu Yong softly called out, Dad. Even so, he still smiled, his body gradually fading. Son, ascend quickly. Oh, right, remember to bring your wife along. That Moen girl isn't bad either, you have to let your mother take a good look at her. After his father disappeared, Wu Yong began to absorb the cultivation, Demon Clan cultivation Demon God Peak. At the same time, he thought to himself, Father, Mother, your son will follow you soon. In another space, in the black sky, meteorites floated in the air. Suddenly, a meteorite fell to the ground. The next day, a pair of feet walked over and crushed the meteorite. All the chess pieces on the 3rd floor have been eliminated. That damn brat. That child of destiny dared to push us into eternal damnation. Alright, I'll treat you well. He raised his hand and began to control the remaining meteorites. Another dark figure approached, speaking angrily, Go prepare, we must kill him on the 4th floor. You and I can't bear the consequences of failure. Soon, the dark figures disappeared. At the 9 layers spiritual realm, 4th floor, Kentian realm, the immortal execution orders fell simultaneously. A person who caught an immortal execution order excitedly exclaimed, I'd been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as that guy dares to come up, I'll immediately annihilate his soul. Another person held the immortal execution order, his expression smug. If heaven and earth are useless, then only the righteous law of the land can act on behalf of heaven. Another person was no exception, he smiled arrogantly and confidently. The reward for killing this child of destiny is something that even 3,000 years of cultivation can't compare to. No one can snatch this merit from me. Entire clan, listen to my command, go to the Ascension passage and set up the heavenly net. On the other side, Matt looked up at the starry sky and exclaimed, The immortal execution orders have been issued, the entire Kentian realm has become Yong-er's enemy. Wu Yong's father, standing beside her, reassured her, My wife, don't worry. When Yong-er comes to this world, he will surely feel the love of his parents. I will let him experience what it means to have a father like an immortal, pure-blooded demon clan Moen. Along with the new city's myriad races women, and the outsider Meng Bao. They stood majestically, looking towards Wu Yong. Meng Bao, standing next to Wu Yong, looked up at him with admiration. Demon Lord is truly resourceful. He smiled and replied, All right. Then he turned to Moen, held her hand, and reminded her, Moen, from now on, you are truly yourself. She nodded in agreement. I won't leave you again. Wu Yong looked up, his eyes hesitant. Mo and I. But before he could finish, Meng Bao asked, Master, after the saintess soul body takes over, can I go up and find you? The Ascension summons from the sky. Huge and violent lightning bolts constantly struck the ground. Mo Wen's eyes became curious as she looked at him and asked, Husband, you want to ascend now? Meng Bao also exclaimed, I've never seen such a grand ascension formation. Suddenly, Wu Yong turned around, he reached out and gently caressed her face, his expression becoming melancholic, thinking to himself, based on what Noi Cat's 5 people said, what awaits me after ascending will only be a larger siege. I can't let Mo Wen repeat the mistake of dying for me. Above, half of his soul descended and said, I've already greeted Phoenix Emperor in the demon realm, and also given instructions to the 5 races. Let's begin. After reminding him, the soul quickly flew into his body to merge. Immediately afterwards, his body radiated an incredibly powerful spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was then simultaneously transmitted to Mo Wen and Meng Bao. Beast Clan's Beast King, Human Clan's Saintess, Demon Clan's Phoenix Emperor, Ghost Clan's Ghost King. Wu Yong then landed, he gently stroked Mo Wen's head and carefully instructed, Newly appointed Demon Lord of the Demon Clan, my wife Mo Wen, please lend me a hand. She looked at him, her eyes filled with longing and regret. This time, you wait for me, I'll come find you. 5 races heaven-defying formation. Appear. Wu Yong also departed at the same time. Below, Mo Wen shouted with determination, I'll wait for you. 103 Ascension Lightning Tribulations. Wu Yong blocked the energy attacking him with his sword while shouting, So what if there are more? Who in this world can stop me? Then, an incredibly bright light shone down from the sky. At the Child of Destiny's ascension to Kintian realm. As Wu Yong flew upwards, he thought to himself, if these higher-ups want to corner me to death, then they would have known about the commotion of my ascension long ago. The enemy is in the dark, I'm in the light, and the energy consumption during ascension is too great. I can't confront them directly for long, I have to think of a way. At Kintian realm lower 9 gates. The young men walked and chatted. Who knows, the orders of the Central World Clan are always obeyed. So why don't they come themselves? Speaking of country bumpkins, you don't even understand this? The blue-haired man frowned and asked, which unlucky bastard is ascending, requiring all of us from the lower 9 gates to kill him? The young man beside him replied, cultivators from the Central World Clan and above have too much pressure from their own power, and can't descend to our realm. As they approached, they saw a blazing red power surrounding the gate. Seeing this, the young men shouted, He's here, he's here! Prepare immediately! Stay focused, don't let the other faction steal it. The first merit of Kintian realm is ours. From above, incredibly powerful energies continued to strike down. The 3 young men raised their hands together to attack, shouting in unison, Crucial point, full power! The Emperor was high above, silently observing the young men, thinking to himself, within expectations good. In a moment we'll see what this so-called immortal realm can do. Then, the Emperor suddenly jumped down, and stood behind the young men. The Emperor knelt down, several swords stabbed into his back, and there were many wounds on his face. Upon seeing him, a young man clutching his injured arm said angrily, I didn't expect a lower realm ascension cultivator to be able to kill so many of us. The short-haired young man beside him added, Is this lower realm full of this kind of cultivator? Then we can. Stop talking so much, take the bodies to the 3 great clans of the middle layer and report the results. On the ground below were several other unconscious young men. That's right, with such heavy losses, we should go and ask for a bigger reward. They continued to chatter. At this moment, Wu Yong was rushing forward, thinking to himself, entangling with these small fries here is pointless. I'll just discard this ordinary human body and rebuild my physical body. Using 30% of my soul origin cultivation, this is the result. After finding a suitable location, he quickly set up a formation, soul refining technique. Then he sat in the middle. A moment later he smiled, knelt down, and propped himself up with his hands, thinking to himself, the true strength of the powerhouses in this realm is still unknown. I still need to continue increasing my cultivation. Suddenly, an aura flew across the sky. Wu Yong sensed it, looked up, and exclaimed in his mind, that aura? It's Dad! Then, he quickly left. A moment later he landed. Wu Yong frowned as he looked at the spiritual energy flowing through the space. Wu Yong reached out and attacked forward, thinking to himself, it seems that using lower realm techniques can't break this restriction. Suddenly, at this moment in the distance, the source of energy he saw suddenly landed. In the distance, Useless, startled, turned his head, and muttered, "Huh? This is..." From where the energy struck down, a large wooden tree appeared. Below the tree trunk was an endless abyss. He pointed towards Useless and shouted, "You brat! Come quickly, my mirror image technique won't last long. If discovered, it'll be ruined." Useless replied with a cold, calm face, "Father, you look a bit pathetic." Hearing his son's reply, he angrily shouted, "You stinky brat! Who am I doing all this for?" Suddenly, his face became extremely contemplative and melancholy as he added, "Your cicada transformation won't be hidden from those old geezers above for long. This place is the same. Your mother and I can only protect this place from being exposed for a period of time. Wait until you've cultivated here and are ready to leave seclusion. Then we, a family of 3, will show those old codgers what we're made of." Hearing this, he reached out his hand towards his father as if to stop him. "Father, you and mother must wait for me to leave seclusion. Do not do anything for me." He put his hand behind his back and tried to reply perfunctorily, All right, so be it." Useless raised his hand, intending to say more to his father, "Right, father, this island." But before he could say anything more, his father quickly vanished. Useless sighed dejectedly, thinking to himself, "Humph, every time it's like this, he doesn't mention a word about important matters. At least tell me what's going on here." Elsewhere, a monstrous beast with terrifying power was rushing forward. Useless, his face covered in sweat, had an extremely tired expression. He thought to himself, "Great, every single one of these creatures has a realm comparable to the ascended powerhouses of the lower realms." Training his son through death, he raised his hand and began to unleash his spiritual power, as the monstrous beasts charged towards him. Then, he reached out to the side, smiled, and charged forward, sighing inwardly, "Truly a father's love." Useless used his power to attack the monstrous beasts. They were all enveloped by his flames, screaming in pain. 3 days and 3 nights later. Useless looked towards the monsters and smiled happily, muttering, "Finally finished them all." As he stood over the slain beasts, colorful stones suddenly began to rise from their bodies. Useless exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" An immense spiritual power radiated from his body. He stretched out his hand and slowly felt it. Soon, the stones seemed to empower him. The bodies of the monsters exploded, the first level of the heavenly realm. Useless stretched out his hand, attacking a nearby mountain, causing a part of it to shatter. He held his hand in front of him, feeling the spiritual power within his body with a smug expression. He smiled and thought to himself, "This power is not bad. I wonder if it can break the restrictive barrier of this island?" Then, he raised his hand to try and break the island's barrier. As he expected, he still couldn't break it. Discouraged, his expression clearly showed his disappointment as he muttered, "Indeed, it's not that simple. These divine beasts seem to be the embodiment of this island's power. Only after I kill them all can I break the island's barrier. Only then can it end." Another group of monsters charged towards him. He looked at them and smiled, raising his sword with a challenging tone, "Come on." At the Yusol mountain range secret realm, a terrifying surge of spiritual power struck towards the abyss and Su-Mo. High in the sky, thunder and lightning struck repeatedly. The young men looked towards them and angrily shouted, "Damn it! They still have the strength. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Chase them." Wu Nai and Su-Mo were currently surrounded by a source of spiritual power, struggling to escape. He looked forward, frowning and saying, "Humph, truly relentless." Just a little further to the Yusol's secret realm. Su-Mo looked at her husband, her expression full of worry. "Once we enter the Yusol's secret realm, we won't be able to leave for 100 years. Then Yomihi cough. Before she could finish her sentence, she began to cough repeatedly. Blood suddenly flowed from her mouth. Wu Nai embraced his wife, comforting her. "My wife, don't worry, our son is very intelligent. After they've plotted and schemed, those old geezers are no match for him in terms of strategy." His expression was resolute as he affirmed this. She placed her hand on her chest. praying for peace and hoping that Yong could safely overcome this tribulation. Hearing this, he added, "Let's go. Compared to our son, this Yusol's secret realm is also a great tribulation for us." Seeing that they had successfully escaped, the group chasing after them hesitated and asked each other, "What do we do? Do we continue the chase?" "Chase my ass." Entering the Yusol's secret realm is a near-death experience. But the ancestor said he wanted to capture them alive for interrogation. I'm afraid he'll be furious. It's all because of those useless 9 lower gates. Even dealing with a newly ascended brat, they let them escape. Forget it, let's return and report. Back to Useless, his sword was now radiating an incredibly powerful energy. Divine Beast Island barrier break. After countless attempts, he finally succeeded in breaking the barrier on the island. 99th level, great perfection, heavenly realm Useless. Frowning, he stood stunned, looking around. He thought to himself, this is less than half the time Father estimated. It's just that he didn't leave any method of contact. As he looked down, his eyes widened in surprise as he muttered, "What?" The ground beneath him began to crack. Soon, everything seemed to collapse. From above, an extremely powerful energy struck down. He looked towards the source of the energy. His eyes filled with surprise as he thought to himself, this golden light power is no less than my current cultivation level. Next, Useless slowly moved deeper into the heart of the power source. Suddenly, an incredibly cute snow-white bear cub appeared. This cub was the young Heavenly Realm Guardian Divine Beast King. He looked at the Heavenly Realm Guardian Divine Beast King in front of him and couldn't help but wonder, strange, the power just now was so great, but now it has regressed to a fraction of my cultivation? Suddenly, the Divine Beast King grabbed his hand and bit it. Useless didn't say a word. He frowned and grabbed the Divine Beast King by the neck. After being bitten, the same mark appeared on the Divine Beast King's forehead and Useless' hand. It was a divine blood pact. Seeing the Divine Beast King settled on his back, not only that, but also yawning sleepily, a big question mark appeared in his mind. Useless smiled helplessly and said, "Ha, what a cheeky little fellow, this is the first time I've met a spirit pet who forces a master-servant contract like this." Then he reached out and gently stroked the Divine Beast's head, thinking to himself, it seems that to unleash the full power of a divine pet, the master still needs to be strong enough like me. The Divine Beast Island trial is over. I must go find other opportunities to cultivate. His gaze quickly shifted towards the large explosion in the distance. He wondered, is there a fight going on? Just in time, this is a chance to test my current cultivation, to see what level I can reach in this heavenly realm. His gaze returned to the Divine Beast King beside him. Useless spoke, gently reminding him, I'm going to fight. Little White, it's not appropriate for others to see you, hide for now. But the Divine Beast King seemed very unhappy. Its little belly started to growl, gurgle, gurgle. Seeing the Divine Beast King's disapproving expression, Useless concealed the Divine Beast King while teasing him with a smile. Haha, you don't like the name Little White? Then how about Chubby? After that, he quickly headed towards the source of the loud noise. Elsewhere, a group of people were surrounding a girl, constantly saying to her, You stinky girl, how dare you steal from your grandpa? Sect leader, why waste words on her? Just kill her and take the token back. Seeing this, the girl frowned and then began to unleash her power. This granny will not only take your tokens, she declared boldly, soul-snatching spiritual flame. And I'll take all your lives too. After her attack, a few of them, caught unprepared, were hit. Seeing this, the old man at the head of the group raised his hand and unleashed his power to block her. Attack. He pointed at her and shouted, Soul-seizing bell. A giant bronze bell appeared in the sky, radiating a powerful spiritual energy, quickly knocking the girl away, causing her to fall and slide across the ground. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the girl quickly kicked off the ground and stood up. Then she turned and ran. Seeing her running, the old man laughed triumphantly, Ha ha ha, want to run? You ignorant girl, go to your death. Next, a giant hand appeared and pushed the bell. But as soon as the giant hand touched the bell, it suddenly shattered into pieces. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed, Oh, this bell is quite sturdy. His own attack having been disrupted, the old man frantically looked around to find the culprit. Who dares to ruin my good deed? Get out here! Useless was hovering in the air, using his own spiritual power to stop the large bell. The girl looked at the person protecting her and said to herself, "This Taoist friend saved me. I must repay him generously." Useless tilted his head, looking at the girl behind him and thinking to himself, "This girl smells quite similar to my disciple Chu Bao. I'll save her first, and then decide." Seeing his plans thwarted, the old man angrily glared at Useless and shouted, "Brat, which sect do you belong to? Why are you interfering in this matter?" At the same time, he couldn't help but be wary, thinking to himself, "This brat's cultivation is not low, and I can't see through his level." Useless ignored his words, smiled arrogantly, approached the bell, and tapped it lightly with his hand. "Your magic treasure is quite good, if you don't want it to be destroyed. Leave here immediately." Seeing that Useless was not only unafraid but also threatened him in return, the old man became even angrier. He unleashed a formation while shouting, "You brat! You're pushing it too far." At the same time, he thought to himself, "If I don't get back what that girl stole, I'll be dead for sure when I return. I'll have to risk it all." He controlled the bell towards them and shouted, "Die!" Useless quickly rushed forward, using his spiritual power to push the bell back. "You overestimate yourself." The bell flew back towards the old man, then created a huge explosion. After the attack, the old man was hit, immediately spitting out blood. As soon as he stood up, the girl seized the opportunity to attack, piercing through him. Then there was a loud explosion, and his entire body immediately burst into flames. Useless watched her, his eyes wary, silently assessing her. "This girl's methods are truly ruthless. I shouldn't underestimate her." She stood in front of him, put her hands together, and smiled gratefully. "Many thanks to Taoist friend for saving me." He replied, "No need for formalities, just give me the item you stole as repayment." As soon as he mentioned her stolen item, her eyes changed dramatically. "This?" Then she put her hand behind her back, secretly unleashing her power, thinking to herself, "So this person also wants the map. It seems the only way is." But Useless, as if anticipating her intentions, moved faster, grabbing her neck and smiling triumphantly. "Try it and see, is your magic treasure faster, or is my hand faster?" Seeing this, she looked at him and smiled, offering an excuse. "Taoist friend, you misunderstood, I was just about to take it out to show you." She also thought to herself, "This guy is very powerful, I'd better establish a good relationship with him. I worked very hard to obtain this map, would Taoist friend please take me along?" She took out the map and presented it to him. Useless frowned, then quickly took the map, the Path to Divine Opportunity map. Then, he quickly opened it and asked her, "This map points to a secret realm, what does that mean?" He thought to himself, "This map is truly rare, the route shown probably leads to a secret realm." She rubbed her neck with one hand and pointed towards the distance with the other, suggesting, "Taoist friend, the secret realm will activate in another day, we can go together. And I'll tell you the details along the way." Useless agreed without hesitation, "All right." After that, they left together, and as they walked, she explained, "This secret realm is called the Ask Heaven realm. It opens once every 500 years, and each time it opens, it lasts for 1 year. Only those who hold the Path to Divine Opportunity map can find the entrance to the secret realm. The Ask Heaven realm is currently known to have 5 levels. In all of creation, only the 3 founders of this world have passed all 5 levels. But each time you pass a level, you will receive many rare treasures that are not easily obtainable outside, such as spiritual herbs, elixirs, and so on. In history, many cultivators have broken through their realms because of this. It is said that the 3 founders of the past also achieved their current accomplishments thanks to passing the 5th level. After finishing her explanation, she turned to him, looked at him with expectant eyes, and asked, "Taoist friend, you're so powerful, you can certainly easily pass the first 2 levels. Can you lead me?" Useless asked, "If I help you, what will be the reward?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "If it's really like what she said, I can go in and look for opportunities. It might help me break through my current realm." After a moment of thought, he quickly rushed off, followed closely. Understanding his meaning, she exclaimed joyfully, "You agreed? That's great." She happily chased after him, then introduced herself. "May I ask for Taoist friend's name?" "I am Hong Yi," he replied, useless. Hong Yi smiled and exclaimed, Dao's friend Useless is Hong Ye's boss. From now on. After a while of flying on their swords, they arrived at their destination. Useless frowned, observing the crowd around them, thinking to himself, with my cultivation, those who initially besieged me are no longer a threat, but the cultivation of these people is hard to discern. I'm afraid they are the first-level cultivators of the central families mentioned earlier. I shouldn't confront them for now. Ask Heaven Realm open. A brilliant light radiated from the Ask Heaven Realm. At the first gate of the Ask Heaven Realm is a gate. The people standing at the gates were constantly pushing with their hands. As soon as they entered, Hong Yi quickly grabbed Useless' hand and urged him, "Boss, don't just stand there, let's go." The first gate is about seeing who has the ability to defeat their fellow cultivators. Only one person can enter each gate at a time. At a nearby gate, two men were fighting. They shouted in unison, "Kill!" Useless unleashed his spiritual power and touched Hong Ye's neck. Startled by his action, she turned her head and asked, "Ah, boss, what are you doing?" He quickly threw her forward and instructed, "After you enter, find a place to hide and wait for me." Thanks to his throw, Hong Yi easily passed the two fighting men and went straight through the gate. The two men were furious. They turned to him and cursed, "You brat, you dare to steal our gate. I'm going to chop you into pieces today. Let's put the robbery aside for now. Let's deal with this ignorant brat first." Useless didn't care. He looked at them defiantly and said, "That grand welcome earlier, I'll return it tenfold today." The men charged towards him with their weapons. Before they could attack, they were hit by his attack. The force of the attack wasn't light, causing them to scream in pain, "Aaaaa." In an instant, they were beaten black and blue by him, lying unconscious at his feet. Useless stepped through the gate. First gate reward Azure fruit. Useless held the Azure fruit, which was radiating energy, and thought to himself, the energy contained within this fruit is substantial, this secret realm is truly generous. While he was distracted, the Divine Beast King rushed forward and snatched the Azure fruit, much to Useless' astonishment. Before he could react, the Divine Beast King had quickly eaten the Azure fruit. After realizing the unusual situation, he was furious and immediately grabbed the Divine Beast King, shouting, "Where do you think you're going? You eat and forget the beating, don't you?" Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from afar, "Boss Useless, save me!" He looked up, sighing helplessly, "None of you can save me any trouble." The Divine Beast King took advantage of his distraction and escaped. He quickly rushed towards the cries. As soon as he saw Useless approaching, a young man looked up and smiled smugly. He thought to himself, "Oh, Useless? Haha, this is truly effortless." Upon arrival, the scene before him surprised him. At the second gate of the Ask Heaven Realm Demon Beast Forest, Hong Yi was being chased by a swarm of demon wasps. The swarm of demon wasps charged at an incredible speed. Hong Yi unleashed her power and attacked the demon wasps to drive them away. However, they were not afraid and continued to fly towards her. She shouted as she ran, "What kind of insects are these? Why aren't they afraid of fire?" "Boss!" Useless stood in the distance, extremely calm. He raised his hand and began to unleash his power, demonic clan secret art. "Ice Dragon King!" An ice dragon appeared behind her. The ice dragon quickly rushed forward and attacked the swarm of demon wasps. They were all frozen and fell to the ground. Hong Yi was extremely surprised. She looked up and exclaimed, "Boss, you came to save me." "These insects." Before she could finish, Useless added, "Not yet." On the ground, the demon wasps were struggling to break free from the ice. Seeing this, Hong Yi worriedly asked, "Even Boss's ice can't freeze them, what now? Can we still run?" Useless didn't answer. He frowned and raised his hand into the air, beginning to unleash his power, demonic clan secret art. An enormous flame, under his control, surged violently upwards. Next, the flames directly attacked the demon wasps. Seeing that the demon wasps had been destroyed by his flames, Hong Yi was incredibly surprised and also very curious, asking, "Boss, how can your fire burn these insects to death?" "But mine can't?" Useless observed and then explained, "The toxic aura surrounding these demonic insect beasts can isolate them from fire. You must use ice to break their toxic barrier first, and then use fire to attack." Hong Yi, seeing that everything had returned to normal, exclaimed happily, "Wow, Boss is so powerful." Useless looked down at the ground and frowned, asking, "Enjoyed the show?" His eyes flashed, and he angrily commanded, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge flame gradually spread out from beneath the forest. He walked forward, the wind constantly blowing around him. He smiled and said sarcastically, "I've worn out my shoes trying to find you. It really took me a lot of effort, dullest friend Useless." He was the young master of the middle three families, the Chi family, Chi-Ren. As soon as she saw Chi-Ren's appearance, Hong-Yi quickly hid behind Useless. She glanced at him and warned, "Young master of the middle three families, the Chi family. Chi-Ren, it is said that his cultivation has already reached the early stage great perfection of the middle heavenly realm." Useless carefully observed him, silently assessing him in his mind. "Central family? When I first ascended, 24 people tried to kill me. Are his words specifically aimed at me? It seems that my cicada transformation was discovered by them. It's not surprising that they came looking for me." Chi-Ren fanned himself with his fan, his face hardening as he looked at Useless with caution, thinking to himself, "This brat, in just a few short decades, his cultivation has almost caught up to mine. Indeed, this person is a great threat. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live." Useless and Chi-Ren faced each other, one fire, one water, both unleashing their spiritual power at the same time, ready to fight. Useless tactfully instructed Hong-Yi, "Your cultivation is insufficient. Staying here will only hinder me. Find a place to hide." She replied, "Yes, boss, be careful," and quickly followed his instructions. Seeing her attempt to leave, Chi-Ren closed his fan and said, "Where do you think you're going, little girl?" He controlled vines, which chased after Hong-Yi. The huge vines twisted and stretched high, like giant trees. They surrounded Hong-Yi. Then, the vines wrapped Hong-Yi within themselves. Seeing Useless preparing to rush to her rescue, Chi-Ren quickly blocked his path. "Why the rush? You'll be joining her soon enough." Useless quickly reached out and summoned his sword. "If you've come to kill me, then call out all your companions. You alone are not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Useless quickly charged towards Chi-Ren. The two began to fight. Chi-Ren held onto the sword, a smug look on his face as he said, "Ha ha, brat, in front of me, you have no room for arrogance. Shatter!" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword shattered. Useless quickly slid back, thinking to himself, "He's completely unaffected by my soul-devouring ghostly sword, but this allows me to test the depth of his cultivation." Chi-Ren was arrogant. He held his fan in front of him and began to unleash his power. "Brat, do you take me for those trash from the 9 lower gates? Your life-saving magic treasure has been crushed. By me, today is your death day." He tossed his fan into the air. As soon as it was thrown, the fan drew with it a surge of spiritual power, magic treasure, universe fan. He laughed triumphantly. "Haha, the great merit of killing you is enough for me to go to the ancestor and claim the promised reward." It was the move, giant wave reaching the heavens. From the fan, torrents of water cascaded down like a waterfall, as if to submerge everything around. Useless quickly unleashed his spiritual power to protect himself from Chi-Ren's attack. At the same time, he thought to himself, listening to his words, "It seems he has no companions. If he can monopolize the credit, he naturally wouldn't share it with others. His magic treasure divine ability can suppress my cultivation techniques. It seems I have to find a way to turn the tables." Chi-Ren was high above, smiling smugly. "How can an insect compare to this young master? Brat, I'll take your head." His fan gradually grew larger. Then it transformed into a giant axe, swirling with a torrent of water, attacking Useless. It was the move, Universe Fan Heaven-Splitting Axe. Useless closed his eyes. He pondered and considered. "I originally wanted to extract information from him, but if the captured girl is left for too long, I'm afraid something bad will happen. I should deal with this guy first. To transcend realms and defeat this guy, I can only mobilize my primordial divine soul foundation, exchanging lifespan for a 1-stage increase in cultivation.